Sup, my fellas. Don't forget to leave feedback, and enjoy the story. At the Heavenly Demon Cult's palace, the heir realizes even a rare medicine cannot cure his master. An elderly doctor bows and apologizes to the cult heir for failing. The heir calmly says energy deviation is not easily healed and blames himself. Looking at his unconscious master, he harshly calls himself an incompetent disciple. He recalls being born with a broken lower core and no chi capacity, dedicating himself to mystic arts to become cult heir and repay his master. Leaving the sick room, he laments that even Hebei's famed medicine was useless and wonders where to find a remedy. His steps halt when someone greets him after a long absence. The returning vice cult leader asks if the heir has been well during his travels. The vice leader notes it has indeed been a long time since they last met. The heir remarks that the vice leader's inspection tour of their lands must have taken quite some time. Chun Hajin replies that with both leader and heir incapacitated, he must handle affairs for the cult's prosperity. The heir outwardly accepts this explanation and thanks Hajin for his efforts. Inwardly he suspects Chun Hajin is scheming and did not travel just to check on the people. Before that man can act further, the heir suddenly senses something wrong with the drink he was served. Realizing an attack is coming while he sits in his own chamber, he is caught off guard. Tasting poison in the liquor, he grimly jokes that it truly is a lethal drink. Surrounded by assassins, he mockingly offers to share the poison alcohol with them instead of drinking alone. Assassins receive the order to attack, but the heir mutters wryly even as they descend upon him. As masked killers rain down, he scoffs that they dare assault him in his own room. They stab into what they think is him, only to realize they struck an illusion. The assassins are shocked to discover he used illusion arts they never knew he possessed. The real heir appears, saying that if they meant to kill him at home they should have prepared better. With purple energy flaring, he coldly tells them their preparations are insufficient. His mystic power surges, flinging assassins away as he repeats that he already warned them. Channeling terrifying purple chi, he declares that their efforts are nowhere near enough. Chains tipped with deadly spikes slam down under his control. The chains skewer and bind the assassins, killing many instantly. Facing a group of elders and Hajin behind the plot, he mocks them for such a weak ambush. He taunts his uncle for organizing such a disappointing attempt, saying even a cherished nephew would be unimpressed. Chun Hajin and the elders are shocked by his resilience, some groaning in pain. An elder thinks in horror that the poison crane's red beak can dissolve an ox, yet the heir is still laughing, calling him a monster. Standing amid corpses and blood, the heir regrets his poor condition but says he at least spoiled their dreams. Hajin's ally justifies the coup, saying they cannot accept an orphan who cannot learn martial arts as next leader, and that even superiors approved. The battle between the heir's forces and the traitorous elders rages fiercely. The heir notes how easily the elders frighten, attacking a poisoned youth together. Hajin sneers that if the heir had fulfilled his duties none of this would have happened, but the heir cuts him off and demands to know the mastermind. Hajin is stunned by the accusation and falters. The heir insists Hajin lacks the guts for such betrayal alone and asks which powerful master is really behind him. He concludes the order came from outside the cult, accusing Hajin and the elders of selling out the Heavenly Demon Cult and possibly harming his master. Hajin erupts in denial, unleashing his icy martial power and rage. He charges the heir, determined to kill him. Seeing Hajin's reaction, the heir confirms his suspicions and thinks bitterly that his master's trust has been betrayed. Hajin smashes the heir through the palace interior with his chilling power. The heir crashes through a wall, grievously injured. Grabbing Hajin by the throat amid rubble and frost, the heir vows to personally end his life as the acting leader trained by the same master. Despite being near death, he accuses Hajin of being a pre-planned puppet of outside forces, not an independent traitor. Hajin, enraged at being called out and mocked, screams the heir's name and attacks with murderous intent. He claims he will fix the cult's course himself, and tells the heir not to worry as he dies. The heir, bleeding heavily, only laughs faintly in response. His body collapses, bloodied and broken, as life fades from his eyes. Elsewhere the Tang elders muster warriors in a snowy night, preparing for battle. The dying heir reflects that those around him never truly understood him despite enduring him so long. He tells his would-be killers that if they wanted him dead they should have remembered one crucial fact. Holding Hajin's neck high, he mocks that the traitor suddenly talks a lot now that his end is near. Hajin notices something alarming in the heir's hands. He recognizes with horror that the heir is drawing the demon dragon's sword. As he tries to stop him, Hajin shouts that the heir dares cause more trouble even at death's door. The heir gathers an enormous sphere of purple energy with the sword. He releases the accumulated power in a devastating blast at Hajin and the elders. Hajin watches in disbelief that the heir has already amassed such mystic power and suspects something more. The heir declares he has poured all his remaining mystic power into the demon dragon sword, which carries the will of the first heavenly demon. Laughing madly, he explains he was stalling to gather enough energy to withstand their pathetic attacks. The elders panic and shout to form a defensive formation and use their internal energy. The demon dragon sword fully awakens, crackling with overwhelming demonic power. The heir invokes a secret technique called soul-combusting hell flame art, saying it is already too late. A blinding explosion of power erupts from him, engulfing the chamber and everyone around. Warriors scream as the infernal flames consume them. Hajin looks on in horror at the catastrophe unleashed. He roars the heir's name furiously as the blast swallows the palace. From outside, the heavenly demon palace shakes under the shockwave of the explosion. A vortex of energy bores through the mountain as the destructive force tunnels outward. The explosion bursts from the cliffside in a massive, radiant blast. Amid the storm and falling snow, the air reflects that however miserable his life was, it is ending here. His charred body lies in the snow. He thinks he never imagined he would die like this. Barely conscious and bleeding, he looks up at the falling snow. The snow reminds him of a day long ago, when he lay beaten outside a wall watching other children. As a child, he was viciously bullied and mocked for seeing ghosts. The bullies threaten to torment him again if he claims to carry an evil spirit. They gossip that he is an orphan with a broken core who sees ghosts, and say they would have killed themselves in his place. Young Manhwa silently picks up a rock, pushed beyond his limit. He narrates that whenever he honestly described what he saw, people only repaid him with hatred. Thinking this world is unbearable, he hurls the rock with all his might. The rock smashes into the lead bully as Manhwa launches a desperate counterattack. He admits he never had the temperament to stay quiet under abuse. After escaping, he pants alone on a frozen river, having fled from his tormentors. Determined, eyes narrowed, he mutters about knowing when to give up. Surrounded by haunting spirits only he can see, he curses at them to leave him alone like the others. Suddenly a man appears behind him, remarking that the boy has special eyes. Startled, the boy wonders how this stranger approached without him noticing. He notes the man's fine clothes and sword, recognizing him as someone important. Realizing such a figure came here specifically, he assumes the man wants his cursed eyes and offers them without resistance. The boy thinks bitterly that in a life where disrespect is normal, he may as well let this martial master do as he wishes. He tells the man to treat his eyes however he likes, but the stranger says they are not a curse. The man calls the eyes a blessing, explaining that some people are born with a special upper energy core or soul streak. He says such gifted children achieve great things and that this boy could become more special than anyone. More than the promises, the boy is moved by the warmth of the stranger's touch and agrees to follow him. Asked his name, the nameless boy is offered the new name Manhwa to mark their meeting. Remembering that moment, the dying heir says gaining that name gave him a reason to live, and he devoted himself to aiding his master. Yet he blames his defective body for causing his master's current state of energy deviation. Back in the present snow, he refuses to accept dying here so pathetically, and notes his body is about to crumble no matter what. Concluding there is only one path, he begins a drastic technique amid erupting energy. He resolves to use a forbidden Zoroastrian art called primordial divine will reincarnation. The narration explains this technique transfers one's soul into another body to escape death. Though the new life is usually short, he activates the art using the remaining mystic energy within the demon dragon sword fragments, leaving success to fate. Looking toward the distant heavenly demon palace through flames, he begs his master to survive until he returns. A pillar of golden flame shoots into the sky as his soul separates. He prays once more for his master's safety as his body burns away. In darkness, a voice asks if he understands his role in visiting the clan head, while he finds the nagging annoying. He wakes up in an unfamiliar, battered body, hearing a woman scolding the son of a concubine to stay low-key. Realizing he is alive, he wonders if the primordial divine wheel reincarnation was successful. A stern woman shouts the name Tang Manhwa at him and orders him to get up. As he stands, he finds it ironic that this new body shares his name, and notes the woman keeps berating him. She goes berserk that he is not responding properly to an adult, and raises a stick to hit him. He instinctively grabs the stick mid-swing, shocking her. Calmly holding the weapon, he insults her bad breath and calls her an old hag. Outraged, she demands how he dares reject her teachings and insult her. She storms out, vowing he cannot leave until he repents. Once alone, he sighs in relief, recognizing her as this body's cruel stepmother. He reflects that the reincarnation could only take over someone on the brink of death, and is appalled she beat her stepson that far. Comparing lives, he thinks this Tang Manhwa's misery rivals his own and that the body is weak and sickly. However, he discovers something he never had before, feeling energy swirling in a functional lower core. He imagines combining martial arts cultivated with this lower core with the mystic arts he mastered using his upper core in his previous life. He also remembers his eyes' power to command the dead, envisioning immense future strength. He decides training both cores is not optional but essential if he is to protect his master again. Determined, he vows to grow strong and show the traitors who betrayed him and the heavenly demon divine cult exactly whom they provoked. The narration shifts to the Sichuan Tang clan, one of Nirim's 6 great clans. The Tang clan's main gate is shown as ruler of Sichuan's martial world. A map explains the Tang territory's neighbors, including Tibet, Kunlun, other sects, and the front line opposing the heavenly demon divine cult. Under the moon, Tang warriors assemble in formation facing a shadowy vanguard. That elite vanguard is introduced as the Tempest Squad. Their feared leader, the Tempest swordsman Tang Hosen, is revealed. With this squad he established the Tang clan's 9 Dragons branch. 9 Dragons County is shown as the Tang clan's commercial and strategic hub entrusted to Tang Hosen by the patriarch. The narration notes that Tang Hosen has 3 heirs, 2 born from his legal wife Namgung Sanyang. These legitimate children are named Tang Kyujin, the first, and Tang Yuchan, the third. The second child, however, was born from a drunken mistake with a servant, making him the clan's illegitimate offspring in which the heir has reincarnated. Within the clan, others gossip angrily about Tang Manhwa's earlier insolence toward the matriarch. They remind themselves that although illegitimate, Wenhui is still the branch patriarch's son and thus an heir candidate who must go beg for forgiveness. A servant relays that the matriarch has banned food from entering the White Pavilion, meaning Wenhui, and they will all starve. When the servant urges him to beg, the reincarnated Wenhui lashes out with ghostly power. The man is hurled away screaming as purple energy bursts from Wenhui's hand. Staggering up, the servant protests that he was kindly offering advice. Wenhui looms over him with glowing eyes, warning that if he keeps acting this way even Wenhui will not be able to help him. Off-screen blows land as the man begs for mercy, promising to report nothing to the matriarch. Later, the bruised servant humbly assures the matriarch's representative that he understands and will serve her faithfully. Wenhui grins menacingly from behind, extracting a promise that the man will fetch what he wants immediately. Terrified, the servant rushes off, vowing to be right back. Alone, Wenhui shakes his sore hand and mutters that this body is pathetically weak and even his palm hurts from a few hits. He analyzes that Tang Wenhui has both a frail body and 0 allies in the clan, mostly because of the matriarch's bullying. He concludes that his best option is to quietly accumulate inner energy despite the conflict between his demonic master's techniques and the orthodox Tang clan cultivation. He reflects that many members of the heavenly demon divine cult originated from the Tang clan and worries that channeling power through Tang Wenhui's untrained upper meridian will strain his body. Using his large upper meridian and past memories, he decides to copy it into an imaginary space and manifest it there. He concludes that only a special space can manifest this copy meridian. He enters the millennia-old secret archive of the heavenly demon divine cult, the Heavenly Demon Archive. Inside, he confirms that the primordial divine will reincarnation left most of his memories intact. Assessing his situation, he chooses the venom dragon cultivation technique as his most suitable cultivation method. He recalls how a poison specialist group of the Tang clan was expelled, joined the Heavenly Demon Divine cult, and created this technique to learn its poison arts. Reading, he notes that the technique replaces demonic energy with poison energy while using Tang clan cultivation as the base for Heavenly Demon Divine cult martial arts. He observes that although the Tang clan opposes the demonic cult, some orthodox factions also use poison in unique ways. He decides that if he uses demonic arts through the venom dragon cultivation technique, no one in the Tang clan will suspect him. He acknowledges the downside that cultivating this poisonous energy demands extreme pain and continual intake of ever stronger poisons. His eye ignites with purple energy as he prepares to proceed regardless. After opening his upper meridian, he activates a power called the Dead Man's Eye. Empowered and unstable, he mockingly asks unseen onlookers how long they plan to stare at him. He jokes that though he knew he was handsome in his previous life, their staring is excessive. He admits he still feels embarrassed being watched so long, despite his confidence. A group of chained elders led by Senior Chion appears before him. Vice cult leader Chion rages that Yun Wenhui is insane and dares to put him, the dignified vice leader of the Heavenly Demon Divine cult, in this state. The other chained elders demand that the cult heir release them, warning that he cannot withstand their wrath. Wenhui, delighted by their reactions, says their anger makes him very happy. The elders shout that his vile personality survived even death and that this is why they tried to revolt against him. He tells them that if they planned to kill him, they should have accepted the consequences, and grips their chains with purple energy. His power slams an elder to the ground, making him scream in pain. He reminds Chion that they already knew of his ability. He manifests the gigantic demonic spirit Phantom King behind him, terrifying Chion. Awed by the manifested Phantom King's strength, he reflects on the power of this ability. He warns Chion that remaining bound like this will prevent even reincarnation and that the elder will grow desperate. Chion offers to trade information, assuming that is what Wenhui wants. Wenhui flatly replies he does not need Chion's information, shocking him. He explains he already has many other sources who can provide the information he needs. Chion watches in terror as Wenhui raises his hand toward him. Chion's wraith is dragged out and obliterated by the Phantom King's power. Wenhui shows the remaining elders a wraith sphere, explaining it contains intense resentment of the dead and is more vicious than extreme venom. He then swallows the wraith sphere, saying it will serve as nourishment for him. The other elders react with horrified shock at this. The poisonous resentment racks his body and he screams in agony. Even as purple energy engulfs him, the elders are stunned he can still stand after ingesting such poison, recalling how he previously rampaged after swallowing poison powder. He declares that Vice Cult leader Chion has become fertilizer for his venom dragon cultivation technique, and demands the rest choose whether to talk. He threatens the elders with a choice between confessing or being devoured. After interrogation, he learns the elders only followed orders from a mysterious group called the Association. The cowed wraiths insist they are telling the truth, describing an organization so secret it has no name. Wenhui concludes the real issue is the members of this nameless organization. The wraiths beg him to believe them, saying the organization showed them disturbing things. He summarizes that the Heavenly Demon Divine cult is an unorthodox sect that worships its leader as a god. He recalls that its elders, who venerate the heavenly demon like a deity, betrayed the cult. He remembers lying in despair, bedridden and helpless. He recalls being attacked as a cult heir by elders who plotted against the heavenly demon. From their fear he infers that, compared to the heavenly demon, they feared the nameless organization even more. Wenhui admits he once believed the orthodox and unorthodox factions were being manipulated by some external scheme. He identifies that external force with the tower in the sky, climbed by beings who have surpassed normal humanity. These climbers are demigods capable of feats so extraordinary they are treated like natural disasters. Realizing this mastermind's strength exceeds his expectations, he broods while holding the wraith spheres. He notes he lacks time to slowly acclimate to poison by adjusting dosages. Since he has no such luxury, 2 months later he resolves more drastic action in the matriarch's room. At that time the matriarch furiously questions a servant to confirm no one fed Wenhui while he was confined. The terrified servant insists they obeyed, while she rants that Wenhui should be crawling and begging by now. She worries about rumors accusing her of treason and killing him, fearing the patriarch's reaction during his upcoming visit. Exhausted, she asks what Wenhui had requested, and hears that he only wanted detailed information about current political affairs, especially unorthodox and demonic factions. This unsettles her because Wenhui had never shown interest in such matters and seems to have changed drastically over the past 2 months. She wonders if someone powerful is backing him. She reasons that although Wenhui is useless, he is still the branch patriarch's son, so many opportunists may try to use him to curry favor with the clan head. Angry, she declares that the attention Wenhui might get should belong to her sons Qujin and Yuchan, and lashes out at the servant. Another servant announces that Master Yuchan has finished his secluded training and arrived, pleasing her. She dismisses the servant, ordering him to report any strange behavior from Wenhui immediately. Yuchan politely greets his mother, asking about her well-being. She praises his hard work and asks about his progress. He replies he advanced somewhat toward mastering hidden weapons, and she proudly commends him. Yuchan mentions hearing rumors about Wenhui and notes that Wenhui shows no repentance despite offending her. She complains that Wenhui constantly gives her headaches and that she cannot grasp his intentions. Yuchang agrees Wenhui likely has someone secretly helping him. He reasons that with little inner energy and no food or drink, Wenhui could not have survived 2 months without someone secretly supplying elixirs. She agrees but does not know who is supporting him. Yuchang proposes recommending that Wenhui participate in the patriarch's visit. He explains that if Wenhui aims for larger schemes, the person backing him will eventually reveal themselves. The matriarch accepts this logic, thinking the hidden supporter will surface to claim credit for Wenhui's apparent strength. They plan to expose both Wenhui and his backer during the visit, though she worries any trouble might make them look incompetent. Yuchang reassures her that as a bastard son Wenhui cannot achieve much. Yuchang smirks that if Wenhui causes trouble, he will personally step in as a caring brother to stop him. Meanwhile, a purple wraith flies from Wenhui's room, spying. Training with purple energy swirling around his mouth, Wenhui muses that even with outside tricks, someone using only basic Tang energy arts is limited. He contrasts that with his own venom dragon cultivation, whose poisonous dragon manifestation is far beyond what low-ranking servants are allowed to learn. Meditating, he wraps himself in the dragon energy, thinking that his own level cannot be that high yet. Later, he learns from Hyeongsum that the demonic cult has been embroiled in civil war for 6 years. He recalls that 2 months earlier he had asked Hyeongsum to bring recent Jianghu history to verify how much time passed during his reincarnation. He had suspected centuries might have gone by due to primordial divine wheel reincarnation, but the 6-year span still surprises him. Realizing the war has lasted 6 years exceeds his expectations. Hyeongsum continues that during those desperate years the heavenly demon disappeared, throwing the cult into further chaos. This gives Wenhui faint hope that his master, the heavenly demon, might still be alive somewhere. Though eager to rush to Tianshan to confirm, he restrains himself. He acknowledges he currently lacks the power, information, and means to search for his master. He especially needs information, knowing the traitors must already be using every method to locate the heavenly demon. Deciding he needs information equal to theirs, he notes the Tang Patriarch plans to visit the 9 Dragons division. He identifies the visiting patriarch as the Sichuan Tang Patriarch, one of the top 10 masters in the world. This Dark Supreme, Tang Munhyuk, is rumored to be forming a special security division. Wenhui reasons that if he joins that division he can exploit the Tang clan's information network to increase his chances of finding his master. His spider-like spirit companion comments that he is close to mastering a basic martial art called the 12 Beats of the Violent Tiger. The narration explains this technique is a high-level basic style among vagabonds that turns fists, palms, fingers, and feet into lethal weapons. Wenhui thinks that by pushing his body to its limit through such training while using venom dragon cultivation and spirit pills to refine his blood and veins, he can greatly strengthen his physique. When given another big appeal by his spider, he resignedly accepts that he must subsist on it again. He threatens the spider and cube spirits that if they do not perform well he will turn them into spirit pills, making them protest they are already doing their best. Choking down the foul pills, he asks the spider for more news, especially about the Dark Supreme's movements, and learns only that Yuchang has ended seclusion and returned. He thinks Yuchang's return fits with the approaching Dark Supreme visit. The spider adds that Yuchang and his mother recently held a secret meeting discussing Wenhui. Alarmed yet intrigued, Wenhui tells the spider to relay everything it heard. Piecing it together, he deduces they intend to get rid of him during the Dark Supreme's visit. He finds it amusing that they imagine some mastermind is backing him. He notes that their scheme unintentionally paves the way for him to enter the security division, though he dislikes being used as a prop for his humiliation. Hyeonsum then arrives, knocking and announcing himself. He brings Wenhui a steaming bowl of tonic sent by the lady. Wenhui questions the contradiction, since she had forbidden giving him food, and Hyeonsum nervously explains she now wants him to recover his energy. Wenhui internally scoffs at how blatant her ulterior motives are but tells him to leave the bowl. Hyungsum admits she ordered him to watch and confirm Wenhui drinks it. Knowing it is likely laced with lunacy poison, Wenhui drinks it anyway, confident his venom dragon cultivation makes such poison useless. As he sips, he senses the mixture contains rare ginseng, flowers, lunacy poison, and even purification tablets. He recognizes it as a miraculous elixir capable of rapidly recovering and increasing one's energy. However, he knows that consuming this much at once would normally damage the brain with toxicity. Accepting this risk, he notes there is also cinnabar poison within the concoction. His cube spirit rages that the Namgung woman is insane for feeding cinnabar poison to the young leader and calls it witchcraft. Wenhui curtly tells them to shut up and orders the spider to spy on the lady to uncover her sorcerer. The spider spirit eagerly flies out to obey. Wenhui deduces the plan is to drive him mad with lunacy poison and then use sorcery to turn him into a puppet. Outwardly calm, he finishes the tonic and asks Hyungsum why he is still present. Hyungsum reveals that a martial master, sent by the lady, is waiting for him outside. Curious, Wenhui repeats the words martial master in surprise. Outside, the martial master introduces himself as Tengon, assigned to instruct young master Wenhui. Wenhui recognizes him as Tengon, the fierce wind warrior who made major contributions on the front lines and is among the top 5 masters of the 9 Dragon branch. Tengon says he was ordered to train Wenhui for 4 days before the clan head's visit, and Wenhui realizes the lazy master accepted only to avoid festival preparations. Wenhui admires the matriarch's cunning in choosing such a high-level teacher. He concludes her scheme is to appear caring toward her stepson while actually intending to control him with sorcery and humiliate him before the clan head. Thinking this over, he asks Tengon what he plans to teach him. Tengon answers that there is a specific martial art set prepared for him. He warns he will only demonstrate it once and tells Wenhui to watch closely. Tengon then uses a movement technique that makes his body blur into multiple shadow-like afterimages circling Wenhui. Watching the steps, Wenhui realizes what technique it is. He studies Tengon's feet carefully as they glide across the courtyard tiles. Tengon identifies it as the Shadow Shroud step, the same movement art Yuchang uses. He confirms this is the foundational form of Yuchang's Shadow Shroud arts, and Wenhui thinks bitterly that the matriarch wants to show off her son by comparing him to Wenhui. Tengon explains that due to its stealthy movements, Shadow Shroud step pairs perfectly with poison and hidden weapons. He leaves glowing footprints on the ground as a guide, and Wenhui is impressed that he can still move like a shadow while doing so. Tengon concludes the basic explanation and prepares to leave, telling Wenhui to work hard, when Wenhui calmly says he has already learned the whole technique. Tengon is stunned speechless by this claim. Wenhui repeats that he has just mastered the Shadow Shroud step. Tengon tries to explain that as someone new to martial arts, Wenhui cannot grasp how difficult the technique is, noting even elite Tempest Squad members need 10 days to learn the form. He boasts that even for a genius like himself it took 5 days, and 3 months to truly understand its meaning, prompting Wenhui to internally mock his self-praise. Tengon summarizes how long it normally takes and tells Wenhui to keep practicing if he understands the explanation. Wenhui again insists that he has already learned everything. When Tengon protests that it is impossible to copy after a single viewing, Wenhui grabs his face and proposes a bet. He wagers 30 silver coins on whether he has truly learned the Shadow Shroud step. Noting Tengon's monthly wage is around 10 coins, Wenhui argues that 3 months' wages is the minimum to make the wager interesting. Tengon balks, protesting that Shadow Shroud step is a priceless Tang clan martial art unworthy of such gambling stakes. Wenhui slyly addresses him again, preparing to push the challenge. With a sinister smile, he asks Tengon if he is afraid, daring him to accept the bet. Tengon's eye widens in shock as his pride is provoked. Tengon mocks Wenhui for being scared and says even the fierce wind warrior needed 5 days to learn the technique, then claims he will just train alone. Stung by the taunt, Tengon angrily agrees to the bet, saying he will take Wenhui's money as punishment for disrespecting martial arts. Wenhui confirms Tengon has accepted the wager, and reminds him there is no backing out. As Tengon begins to ask for a demonstration, Wenhui suddenly dashes forward using the new movement art. Tengon, sweating, cannot believe what he is seeing and questions how this is possible. Wenhui slyly addresses him as martial master, signaling he is about to take advantage. Wenhui casually notes Tengon planned to go drinking and comments on how heavy the coin pouch he just stole feels. Realizing his coins are gone as well, Tengon panics and shouts in disbelief. Tengon accuses Wenhui of scamming him and demands to know when he learned the Shadow Shroud step, while Wenhui insists he only just copied it and never had the chance to learn martial arts before. Tengon admits that is true but is baffled that Wenhui could reproduce the technique after seeing it only once. Wenhui teases him for being petty enough to deny the results, and goads him into another round. Wenhui complains that the current martial arts are boring and arrogantly calls himself too much of a genius, further infuriating Tengon. As Tengon runs off to get more money to bet, Wenhui remarks that both his pockets and confidence are now empty and thinks to himself that manipulating him is easy. Tengon boasts that he knows many secret arts more difficult than Shadow Shroud step and challenges Wenhui to see how far he can keep up. Wenhui observes that Tengon must be very flustered, since a supposed non-martial artist copied his move at first sight and even stole his coin purse. Wenhui recalls that though he never trained himself in his past life, the opponents he faced as a cult heir were all famed martial masters. He reflects that basic martial arts forms are easy to memorize and, with help from the spirits cheering, notes that talent alone is not enough without such advantages. He explains that normally stealing from someone far stronger, like when he lifted Tangon's purse, would be impossible, but with spirits slightly nudging objects it becomes easy. Wenhui decides it is time to drain his new teacher's stock of both money and martial arts techniques. 4 hours pass. In chibi form, Wenhui enthusiastically practices a technique called soul-chasing butterfly. Still training, he rapidly cycles through Tempest physical arts, and wonders if he will be made to perform the demanding Tempest dozen spins. Tangon screams in agony as coins rain around him from all the money he has lost. The spirits pity Tangon, saying that although he is a heretic, it is unfortunate he became entangled with the cult heir and reminding each other of their own suffering. Wenhui, glowing with coin pouches at his waist, asks if Tangon has anything else to wager, while the exhausted man groans that he cannot borrow more money from the bank, and Wenhui calls that unfortunate. Wenhui suggests making one final bet. Tangon protests that he is completely broke. Placing his winnings down, Wenhui proposes they each stake everything they have left like men. Alarmed, Tangon asks if Wenhui plans to sell him as a slave, but Wenhui says that is not his intention. Wenhui states Tangon still has one crucial martial art Wenhui cannot easily copy. He names that coveted art as Tempest Dance, shocking Tangon. Someone calls out to young Master Wenhui, making him pause and look. Tangon begins performing Tempest Dance, declaring that while other martial arts can be gambled, this particular technique embodies the soul of the Tempest Squad. He solemnly warns that using Tempest Dance as part of a wager insults the Tempest Squad, foundation of the 9 Dragon Division, and asks Wenhui not to mention it lightly. Wenhui acknowledges that despite Tangon's laziness, he truly is the fierce wind warrior of the Tempest Squad, and asks whether he is unworthy to learn Tempest Dance. Tangon replies that Wenhui has every right as the branch-head's son and that he has already shown the technique to other children, so teaching Wenhui would not be a problem. Wenhui clarifies he is not asking about bloodline but whether Tangon believes he is capable of mastering it. Tangon starts to respond, surprised by the question. Wenhui loudly addresses Tangon by title and asks if, in his eyes, Wenhui has what it takes to become one of the Tempest. Wenhui wonders aloud whether he, Tang Wenhui, has the right to inherit the Tempest Squad's mission. He shouts again about upholding the mission of the Tempest Squad, startling Tangon. Tangon is stunned as those words awaken memories of that mission echoing in his head. He recalls a battlefield of corpses after a devastating defeat. He remembers that after that loss they were demoted to Zephyrs, a provisional unit instead of true Tempests. He also recalls vowing with comrades that they would one day become true Tempests again. Tangon thinks about how 20 years had passed with the Tempest mission buried in his heart, and never expected to hear those words from the clan's weakest heir, Wenhui. He admits the phrase still stirs his heart but claims Wenhui using Tempest Dance as a wager makes his sincerity doubtful. Wenhui groans about the annoyance, and asks rhetorically if Tangon would have agreed to teach Tempest Dance if Wenhui had simply asked 4 hours earlier. He points out Tangon originally planned to show Shadow Shroud Step once and then leave, so Wenhui had to bait him with taunts to prove his worth. Tangon sheepishly concedes that was true. He realizes Wenhui deliberately provoked him into accepting the wager to demonstrate his ability. Tangon concludes that Wenhui's change is real, that he has been hiding his intelligence and strength, and notes that the arts he taught, including Shadow Shroud Step, should be impossible with the weak internal energy Wenhui once had. He reasons that 2 months is too short to build such energy, so Wenhui must have secretly cultivated for a long time and is only revealing his hidden claws now that the Dark Supreme is visiting, which Wenhui casually affirms. Tangon calls Wenhui's plan a wicked scheme to betray his own family but, in Tang clan terms, treats this as praise, while Wenhui finds the compliment awkward. The spirits comment that Tangon has recognized the cult heir's true worth and that Wenhui's talent for persuasive chatter is unmatched. While Wenhui angrily threatens to turn them into spirit pills, Wenhui bluntly asks if Tangon will teach him or not, and Tangon hesitates. The spirits say resisting Wenhui's sweet words is futile and call this persuasive ability the reason so many once swore loyalty to him. Wenhui decides to reward them with spirit pills if they keep praising him. Tangon finally agrees. He states he will properly teach Wenhui the Tempest Dance. Wenhui smiles in satisfaction, ready to proceed. He formally introduces himself as Tang Wenhui of the Tang clan and respectfully asks for instruction from his new master, Tangon. Hearing this genuine disciple's greeting, Tangon is moved. His lips curl into a proud smile. Tangon, as a member of the Tempest Squad, formally accepts Wenhui's request to become his student. Tangon begins demonstrating Tempest Dance, noting it differs from previous arts. He explains while moving that Tempest Dance is not something that can be mastered quickly. He suggests changing the terms of their bet, to the confusion of the spirit watching. Wenhui proposes a new wager, whether he can learn Tempest Dance within the day, with the loser treating the winner to food and drinks. Tangon sighs but agrees to a meal bet, convinced he will finally win this time. He tells Wenhui to watch carefully as he starts a serious demonstration. As Tempest Dance kicks up wind, narration explains that former Tempest Squad members vowed not to interfere in matters of succession for the family head. It is clarified that even if Wenhui inherits the Tempest, Tangon cannot openly back him as next heir, but Wenhui's mastery would still signal something important to others. Wenhui steals his resolve, eyes focused. The Tempest winds swirl as narration says they seek someone who can walk the same Tempest path as them. The narration adds that they hope for such a comrade to share drinks with, then cuts to the present where an older Tangon sits in a restaurant. Tangon, watching Wunhui devour dish after dish, thinks he does not mind losing the bet. He reflects that the stronger young master Wunhui becomes, the better it is for everyone. While Wunhui eats alone, Tangon complains internally that Wunhui is not sharing even a drink and wonders how this lavish feast counts as one meal. The innkeeper cheerfully asks if Tangon needs anything else, and Tangon orders more alcohol, saying he cannot watch Wunhui's eating spree sober. Wunhui remarks that Tangon can really drink and jokes they should have gone to an even fancier place, making Tangon protest about the outrageous cost. The innkeeper boasts this bar is already high-end and the most popular around, which Wunhui agrees seems true. Tangon laments that he was willing to treat Wunhui despite the expense but did not expect him to eat enough to exhaust a week's food budget. While Wunhui thinks such a pricey place still suits his current plans, Wunhui muses that he specifically chose a crowded, lively restaurant for what he intends to do next. He notes that he has been restraining himself from acting for 2 months due to Namgung Sanyang's constraint, but can no longer delay making his move. The spirits recognize the purple mark Wunhui draws as a communication spell of the revered demon god mythos, and realize he came here to leave that sign. Wunhui declares that he must inform those still in despair that the cult heir Yun Wunhui is alive. Narration jumps to a spirit's perspective. 10 uneventful days of surveillance have passed, and it wonders how much longer it must keep watch. The spider-like spirit senses something and reacts. It spots a woman in Qingqing sect uniform entering the compound and wonders what she is doing there. The spirit concludes that the woman is Tang Kyujin, first daughter of the Tang clan, and imagines how tense things will be if she meets the Namgung clan daughter. Hearing the word daughter, the spirit worries about that child's well-being. It scolds itself for daydreaming and springs into action. The spirit rushes toward the main building, deciding it must impress the young leader and request a favor. Inside, the spirit startles as a stern voice demands whether Wunhui intends to break his mother's heart. Tang Kyujin confronts her mother, accusing her of hurting Wunhui's heart by isolating him and starving him as punishment. The mother dismisses Kyujin's concern, saying someone is secretly feeding him and that Kyujin should focus on the Dark Supreme's visit. Kyujin slams her hand down, cutting her off. She furiously asks if that justifies mistreating him and claims her mother would not even know he was being cared for if not told, accusing her of effectively trying to kill him. The mother snaps back, wondering why Kyujin is so upset over an illegitimate child and questioning if Kyujin is truly her own daughter. Kyujin rebukes her for always calling Wunhui illegitimate, and vows to reveal the truth. The mother panics and tries to stop Kyujin from speaking further. After Kyujin storms out, the mother grumbles that her daughter has always been overly affectionate, especially since joining Qingqing, and worries how such a girl will ever inherit her father's position. The spying spirit wonders how to summarize what it heard, thinking the Tang family is a complete mess. The enraged mother blames their troubles on Wunhui and decides there is no need to wait for the Dark Supreme's visit to act. Sensing someone nearby, she resolves to leave immediately. The spirit realizes she is heading out because of the young leader. The spirit concludes that the mother must be going to consult the sorcerer, and rushes after her. Back in the courtyard, Wunhui reflects that 10 days of spirit surveillance have yielded no news. As he trains with the staff, he reasons there should have been reports from demon god Mythos's followers even in Nine Dragon County. He deduces the cult's local contacts either fled or are restricted from acting. Wunhui concludes the overall situation is bad and that he must grow stronger quickly. After a bout of staff practice, Tangon compliments Wunhui's ability to keep up even with a weapon and asks if he is still unsatisfied. Tangon, thinking as a Tang clansman, is perplexed that Wunhui focused on weapon arts before stealth and poisons and asks why he bothers with Tempest Dance. Wunhui inwardly complains that Tang people are too fixated on a single path. Wunhui explains that the scattering flowers staff technique he is learning is itself a Tang technique, which is why its motions are segmented. Tangon is surprised Wunhui noticed this structural trait. Wunhui boasts that he is an excellent student, prompting Tangon to retort that a truly great student would also learn humility. Narration explains that many sects design complex movements to embody martial enlightenment in physical form. It continues that such complexity reflects attempts to give form to one's insights into martial arts. However, the Tang clan is renowned for hidden weapons and poisons, and these arts and weapon techniques share the common theme of using tools. Because of this, the Tang clan system is built so that tools used in one technique can be recycled and applied in others, even when the martial style differs. Thus, Tang weapon techniques may look plain but remain highly efficient. Wunhui notes these arts primarily serve as stepping stones to better use poisons and stealth weapons, but observes that the 9 heavenly demon sword he seeks is also divided into segments. He reasons that mastering Tang weapon techniques will help him eventually perfect the 9 heavenly demon sword, an ideal he failed to reach in his past life. Wunhui admits he feels sorry to the Tang clan, since poisons and hidden weapons will have to wait, while he exploits their system first. Tangon nervously asks what he is plotting as Wunhui laughs menacingly. Tangon casually mentions that Kyujin has arrived and assumes Wunhui is close with her. Wunhui recalls that Tang Kyujin was the only one in Nine Dragons division who treated the old Tang Wunhui like real family. He reflects that she is deeply engraved in Tang Wunhui's heart, and that he continued receiving many worried and affectionate letters from her even after becoming Wunhui. Those letters were filled with concern and love, and he hopes their relationship will remain good. Yet he worries that by opposing Namgung Sanyang, he will become Kyujin's enemy's enemy, and wonders if she will still stand by him. Tanggon says Kyujin is currently greeting clan elders and will likely visit Wunhui tomorrow, and Wunhui quietly agrees. Internally, Wunhui doubts she will side with him, so he urges Tanggon to hurry and proceed with the plan before she arrives. When Tanggon asks if Wunhui is just now starting this scheme, Wunhui grins darkly and replies that he already set it in motion. Meanwhile, at another residence, someone confirms that servants have strictly followed a certain medicinal recipe for 10 days. The superior affirms this is true. As payment is handed over, the servant gratefully thanks him. After the servant leaves, the master calls Mu Young's name. Mu Young offers to eliminate the servant, and the master calmly agrees. The schemer notes Wunhui has been ingesting poison for 10 days and should be thoroughly contaminated. Even if Wunhui realizes it now, there is not enough time to recover before the Dark Supreme's arrival. He acknowledges Tanggon is earnestly training Wunhui but believes that, since even he took 8 days just to grasp Shadow Shroud step, Wunhui will barely learn the forms before the Dark Supreme comes. He identifies his current obstacle as his sister, who quarreled with their mother the moment she arrived because of Wunhui. He worries this could disrupt his plan, since once Kyujin turns 30 she will officially succeed the 9 Dragons division. He believes she is too soft-hearted for that role and notes, she joined Qingqing instead of mastering Tang clan arts. Thus he concludes she cannot be allowed to become successor of the 9 Dragons division. Smirking, he decides that therefore he himself is the rightful heir to that position. A servant announces a letter from the White Pavilion, and the young master tells him to come in. The old servant nervously explains the letter is from young master Wunhui. The young master impatiently tells him to hand it over. Reading it, he finds Wunhui bluntly challenging him to a duel. He initially mocks Wunhui for losing his mind from poison but then suspects a hidden scheme. He reflects that poison-laced letters are easy to obtain in the Tang clan and wonders if this is such a trap. Examining the envelope, he feels it does not match Wunhui's style and questions whether it is truly only a simple challenge letter. Wai claims he wants to mend their awkward sibling relationship through a duel, while the other brother suspects he is plotting something. The other young master plans to use Wai as a puppet, publicly rejects the duel offer, and orders his servant to relay the refusal. Wai receives a crude letter calling him a coward and realizes his brother is impatient. Wai tells his servant the insults will keep coming and orders him to stop accepting any letters from the White Pavilion. The next morning, the word coward is found painted huge on a wall, repeating the taunt and shocking onlookers. Furious at the public insult, the red-haired young master orders someone to notify the White Pavilion. In a rage he announces a duel tomorrow at noon at the second training hall, vowing to humiliate Wai. A messenger repeats the red-haired brother's challenge to Wai, who wonders why his brother stalled before accepting. Walking with his ally, Wai notes how easily his hot-headed brother was provoked and doubts such a man can be successor. Wai grins and confirms his ally will not stop him from going through with the duel. The ally happily agrees, saying the coming fight will simply be entertaining to watch. Fired up, Wai decides to go fight his brother and plans to beat him badly without killing him. News spreads through the clan that Chang will fight Wai, astonishing everyone. Chang's sister confronts him about the duel, and he angrily demands what she means. Chang shouts that the illegitimate Wai provoked him first, and tells his sister to take any complaints to Wai. Shocked, the sister repeats to herself that Wai supposedly started the conflict. Believing Wai instigated it, she rushes to the White Pavilion, but feels ominous deathly energy surrounding the building. Entering inside, she senses the dark aura even more strongly as she moves deeper into Wai's quarters. She notices sinister marks everywhere on the walls and ceiling inside the pavilion. She realizes the place is saturated with traces of death energy and poison. Comparing it to the hideout of obsessed martial artists, she concludes their arts are far more extreme than expected. She suddenly recognizes the ominous aura as spectral energy, and is stunned that it is coming from here. Sensing danger, she draws her sword and slashes toward an unseen presence. Her strike is intercepted mid-swing as a figure moves faster than she can follow. Wai appears, calmly blocking the attack with 2 fingers, revealing his refined skill. The sister gasps in shock, beginning to suspect who the figure is. Realizing it is Wai, she hesitantly calls his name while still pointing her sword at him. Wai remarks dryly that her greeting is quite fierce for a sister. Embarrassed, she apologizes, saying she had meant to stop her sword but he blocked it first. Wai thinks to himself that she interrupted his venom dragon cultivation, worries she may expose his poison and martial level to Chang, and fears it would disrupt his plan. He suspects Namgung Sanyang may have sent her to scout his strength before the duel. The sister softens, saying she came because she heard their mother mistreated him again, and is relieved to see he is fine, which reminds Wai of a genuinely caring face. Concluding she was not sent by their mother, Wai relaxes though still nursing a headache. She notes the disturbing energy coming from him and anxiously asks if he has fallen into dark practices. Wai reveals a swirl of purple energy in his palm and calls it poisonous arts he has learned. Overwhelmed by the poison and spectral energy around her, she wonders if it is what she thinks it is. Wai labels it cursed poison but internally explains it is only mystic energy combined with poison to resemble that. He decides to disguise his dead man's eye energy as cursed poison, explains this to himself, and tells her it is the only poison he can use without family support. Seeing her doubtful expression, he realizes she is not convinced by his explanation. Wai coldly says that as a Tang, sacrificing morals for greater power is normal. He adds that if she still finds his methods unacceptable, she is free to try stopping him with her own strength. The threat shocks her into silence. She concedes that he has truly changed, bowing slightly in acceptance. Wai resolves internally that he cannot let Tang Kyujin keep trying to protect him like the old Wunhui, even if drawing a firm line harms their relationship. Kyujin agrees that things are different now, covering her mouth as she speaks. She admits she now understands why their mother and Chang were wary of him, impressed by the way he stirs a will to fight. Her eyes widen as she feels an intense surge of energy from him. She senses terrifying killing intent and energy engulfing the pavilion where Wai stands. Instead of fear, she becomes excited and delighted, believing Wai has far surpassed her expectations. Watching her aura, Wai confirms that the strange energy he sensed from her is indeed real. Using Dead Man's Eye, Wai perceives in her soul a special streak known as the Azure Spectral Streak, a seed of the Limit Breakers. He reflects that he has suspected this for some time. He wonders why such a gifted Tang heir, first in line for the 9-Dragon branch and famed across Sichuan, chose to become a disciple of Qingqing. Narration explains that soul streaks grant absolute talent and are a key condition to become a limit breaker, being rooted deeply in the soul. Because they grow with soul cultivation and fit Qingqing's heart training methods, the Azure Spectral Streak especially requires constant combat experience. Combined with the Tang clan's ruthless doctrine of winning at all costs, her Azure Spectral Streak would make Kyujin a merciless killer. Wai comments that, considering her own disturbing aura, she is hardly in a position to criticize his energy. She lowers her sword and apologizes again for attacking him. She formally bows and apologizes for forgetting her purpose, admitting she rudely disturbed his training. Wai notes how easily she suppressed the Azure Spectral Streak's killing intent and concludes that both Qingqing's training and her own willpower are very strong. He offers her tea, and she happily praises how delicious and unique it is compared with what she drinks in Qingqing. Over tea, he mentions it was sourced from Heavenly Eye Mountain, and she is impressed by his knowledge of tea. Remembering something, she excitedly says she brought him a gift. She reveals skewers of candied fruit from Maishan as a treat. Delighted by his reaction, she teases that he must like them. Though not personally fond of them, Wai eats and says they taste good, deciding to thank her on behalf of the old Wunhui. Hearing this, Kyujin beams with happiness at his approval. Watching her cheerful side, Wai thinks he can never fully get used to how different she is from the bloodthirsty aura she showed earlier. Wai then asks why she came, saying if she is here to stop tomorrow's duel with Yichang it will be pointless. She admits stopping the duel is part of it but not her only reason. She explains she mainly came to apologize, knowing what their mother and Chang have done to him. Wai coldly asks if she expects him to forgive them just because she apologizes in their place. She concedes she does not, yet still wanted to express her regret. She apologizes again, while Wai sighs and reiterates that he will fight Chang regardless. Kyujin says she had feared he was being forced into the duel, but now realizes Chang is actually caught up in Wai's scheme. She asks if he is really confident, warning that Chang is skilled and may have prepared other tricks. Wai notes she knows they have ill intentions but not their specifics, and reassures her he also has his own countermeasures thanks to the poisons he was fed. He thinks their sorcery will trigger his supposed breakdown, while Kyujin warns that even if he beats Chang, their mother's power in the household remains dangerous. She says that if Chang loses, their mother will stop at nothing to cover it up. Wai smiles, tells her she worries too much, reveals that he orchestrated this entire situation, and invites her to watch at the second training ground. Confused yet agreeing to attend, Kyujin is followed by a caption indicating the duel is set for the next day at the second training grounds. Vendors in the crowd call people to line up for snacks like sweets and dumplings as the gathering forms. Bookies excitedly raise the stakes, taking bets on how quickly the second young master will win. Spectators cram around the arena, many betting that Yichang will defeat Wai in just a few exchanges. Watching the huge turnout, Kyujin realizes Wai's plan may depend on such public scrutiny. Wai confirms this, saying their mother will struggle to hide anything under so many eyes. He notes that Yichang, their mother's favorite, appears quite nervous before the fight. Yichang tries to calm himself but his anger and internal energy flare uncontrollably. Wai, eating candied fruit, says he has prepared a stage so Yichang can display himself to his heart's content. The camera shows the packed arena and raised platform ready for the duel. From a balcony, Wai's ally remarks at the large crowd drawn to watch. Members of the Righteous Wind Squad discuss how Wunhui turned the duel into a major event and have come both for duty and curiosity. They clarify that they are on security duty since a huge crowd is present to see the clash between two potential successors. The ally asks them who they think will win the duel. One guard answers that despite Wunhui's brief training, Yichang is obviously favored to win. The ally agrees most people think so, but points out that Wunhui was the one who initiated the duel, implying hidden confidence. Smirking, he says they should be curious about why Wunhui dared start such a challenge. Elsewhere, Yichang is briefed that Wunhui spread word of the duel and opened the gates so everyone could witness it. Yichang scoffs that he will merely teach Wunhui a lesson while the idle masses watch. An inner voice from Wunhui's whispering technique taunts Yichang, asking why he looks so upset. The voice continues to mock him as a mama's boy, telling him to bring his mother along hand in hand. Wunhui, visible on the stage, smirks as his unseen insults continue, promising to wait there. Yichang seethes and insults Wunhui's mother back, refusing to let such words pass. The whispers mockingly tell the mama's boy to stop while he trembles with rage and finally screams for them to cease. The voice childishly repeats the demand with a lisp, pushing Yichang over the edge. Yichang explodes in fury, shouting at Wunhui and leaping from his seat. He dashes toward the arena in a blazing arc of motion. Enraged, he roars at Wenhui, threatening to tear his mouth apart. Spectators notice Yuchang arriving early on the stage even though he was the one challenged. Meanwhile, Wenhui walks calmly up the steps, thinking how easy it is to provoke his little brother, and that everything is going according to plan. The two brothers finally face each other in the center of the courtyard before the watching clan. Wenhui politely introduces himself as Tang Wenhui of the White Pavilion, saying he seeks a fair fight despite lacking an official title. Yuchang sneers that Wenhui suddenly acts courteous, and accuses him of being scared now that they are on stage. Kyujin, observing, realizes Wenhui must have angered Yuchang using the whispering technique and thinks he should perhaps have let it go. Other spectators remark that Wenhui is respectful while Yuchang seems rude, making it appear as if Wenhui is the one accepting the challenge instead of issuing it. Kyujin thinks that although Wenhui looks confident, Yuchang is still a household prodigy, so Wenhui must not underestimate him and the duel's result is what truly matters. On stage, Yuchang mocks Wenhui's insults as pathetic, while Wenhui asks if he came merely for a war of words. Grinding his teeth, Yuchang agrees to start the duel in earnest. He launches forward, declaring the fight begun and hinting that Wenhui's tricks will not help him. Yuchang unleashes a powerful opening attack, creating a massive explosion of smoke and force that engulfs Wenhui. The audience sees a huge smoke cloud and wonders if a smoke bomb was used since they can no longer see the duel. Inside the smoke, Wenhui admits he did not expect this tactic but recognizes that hidden weapons would have been impractical in the open, so Yuchang chose smoke instead. Wenhui notes that Yuchang is not charging recklessly despite his arrogance. He senses Yuchang moving to attack from behind under cover of the smoke, showing that Yuchang has no qualms about striking dishonorably. Wenhui identifies Yuchang's movement technique as Shadow Shroud Step and thinks it suits a Tang. Onlookers exclaim at seeing this footwork. Wenhui suddenly appears near Yuchang, reminding him that he himself was once taught Shadow Shroud Step by Tang Gon at Yuchang's request. Yuchang panics at this revelation as Wenhui laughingly notes that his brother completely forgot about that lesson. Yuchang snarls that Wenhui has already mastered the move and hurls a vile insult about Wenhui's mother while acknowledging he is still his father's son. He then activates the advanced form, Shadow Shroud Chi, surrounding himself with ominous red energy. Eyes blazing, Yuchang vows to show Wenhui the true, proper form of the technique. His body blurs into streaks, vanishing and reappearing rapidly within the smoke. Shadow Shroud Chi spreads across the arena, making Yuchang undetectable to normal sight or hearing as he merges with the shadows. Wenhui acknowledges that this genius-level control justifies Yuchang's reputation. He admits it is hard to locate Yuchang with ordinary vision in the smoke, but hints that he has another method. Yuchang closes in with dark energy swirling around his arm, ready to strike. From Yuchang's point of view, Wenhui stands still, seemingly unaware, as the attack rushes toward him. Yuchang lunges within the crimson haze, about to land a killing blow on Wenhui's back. A blur shows Wenhui slipping away at the last second. Yuchang continues slashing wildly, multiple afterimages attacking as purple darkness trails his movements. Wenhui reveals that although Shadow Shroud Chi is impressive, it is still visible to his dead man's eye, so Yuchang cannot hide from him. He adds that Yuchang's overflowing bloodlust makes his position obvious even without that eye. Observers in the stands comment that Yuchang's Shadow Shroud Step and Chi seem much stronger than before, likely honed during recent isolation training. They note the duel currently looks more like a game of tag, wondering if Wenhui only plans to dodge until the smoke disperses. One guard worries that dodging alone will not matter once the smoke clears if Wenhui cannot land any solid hits. The ally chuckles and hints he taught Wenhui a special move precisely for this situation, surprising the others. Joking that his comrades think too poorly of him, he is told they simply know his nature best. The smoke continues to swirl chaotically over the arena, obscuring the fighters from most of the crowd. Yuchang, frustrated, hurls a vortex of dark energy and curses Wenhui for running around like a rat. Internally he panics that the smoke is thinning and he cannot sustain this tactic much longer. Wenhui plants his foot, thinking he originally only meant to cripple Yuchang slightly but now decides Yuchang brought a harsher punishment upon himself. Yuchang unleashes a flurry of needle attacks toward Wenhui inside the training hall. As his shadowy movements blur, Yuchang boasts that Wenhui might dodge with Shadow Shroud Step. Countless needles rain down from above, aimed to overwhelm Wenhui. Yuchang declares that within this training hall Wenhui cannot avoid this lethal technique and screams for his death. Calmly looking up, Wenhui activates the technique Heavenly Nymph's Flower Scattering to counter the attack. A spectator realizes Yuchang is using the deadly torrential downpour of pear blossom needles and intends to kill Wenhui. The storm of energy gathers around Wenhui as he stands at its eye on the tile floor. Smiling, Wenhui decides to stop playing around and finish the fight. A massive burst of blue energy erupts, dispersing the pear blossom needles. The needles bounce harmlessly away as a swirling wind barrier forms around Wenhui. Onlookers are blown back by the sudden violent wind and shout in confusion. Another observer recognizes the wind as the famed Tempest technique. Someone remembers that Tempest is the skill Wenhui learned only yesterday, though it was obscured before by spectral and poison energies. That person now fully understands Wenhui's martial technique and identifies it as Tempest Dance. Shocked spectators exclaim that Wenhui has really mastered the Tempest Dance. Yuchang, battered by the gale, yells in disbelief that this should be impossible. He rages that Wenhui has mastered Tempest Dance, a skill neither he nor his sister could learn. Wenhui replies that he succeeded thanks to being paired with an excellent teacher. He sarcastically thanks Yuchang for that arrangement as he prepares another tempest-charged attack. Wenhui stomps the ground, launching himself forward with explosive speed. Yuchang is caught wide-eyed as the rushing wind and attack close in on him. Wenhui's tempest-powered strike drives straight for Yuchang's body. Yuchang is violently flung away by the blow, his body twisting through the air. He screams in agony as the attack hits, clearly defeated. The tempest blast slams Yuchang across the arena, sending him crashing into the distant wall. Yuchang ends up embedded in the shattered wall outside, slumped and incapacitated. Spectators marvel that young Master Yuchang lost to Wenhui in a single decisive strike. The announcer declares that something completely unexpected has occurred in the tournament. Up in the stands, elders discuss how Wenhui could possibly wield the Tempest Dance, with Tang Gon insisting he has the talent. One elder warns that Wenhui's feat is a serious matter, and Tang Gon agrees. Tang Gon asks his comrades whether Wenhui's wind feels different from the wind of their former master. They speculate that while Wenhui is not yet equal to the branch head, his ability to form a tempest in 10 days merits close attention. Tang Gon admits Wenhui has raised his hopes by saying he wants to carry on the Tempest Squad's legacy. Tang Gon then notices that Wenhui is still gathering wind and wonders if something more is coming. Wenhui walks toward his sister and calls out to her. He formally asks his much stronger sister to accept a duel with him. She is taken aback and confused by his sudden challenge. Spectators realize this woman is Wenhui's sister Tang Qujin, successor of the Nine Dragon family branch. Others recall that she returned from Qingqing to greet the Dark Supreme and had been away for years, explaining why she was not recognized. The crowd buzzes that the Tempest Dance user Wenhui will now spar against Sichuan's strongest rookie, Qujin. Onlookers cheer, excited that this duel will surpass Wenhui's earlier fight and showcase Qujin's skills. Qujin, sweating but resolute, faces Wenhui as both prepare for their sibling duel. Elders worry the situation is escalating and ask Tang Gon whether Wenhui can possibly contend with Qujin. Tang Gon doubts Wenhui is yet strong enough to face her and wonders what he is scheming. He reasons that merely showing Tempest after defeating Yuchang would have secured Wenhui's place. But now victory over Qujin could make him an heir candidate, while defeat would shift attention back to her. Tang Gon believes Qujin also knows this duel is politically risky and wonders what Wenhui is thinking. Qujin internally agonizes that she cannot withdraw from the match without disgracing their family. Her darker instincts urge her to fight wholeheartedly, but she suppresses them, deciding she must prioritize Wenhui's status as recompense for his past mistreatment. Wenhui gently asks what is troubling his sister. He tells her she is overthinking since this is not a duel to the death and encourages her to simply enjoy the fight. Qujin fixates on his words about enjoying the battle, realizing she has barely kept her own desires in check. Spurred by that thought, she dashes up onto the arena opposite him. The crowd roars as Qujin joins Wenhui on the stage, the sibling duel officially beginning. Wenhui steps forward, the ground swirling as he readies himself. Qujin formally introduces herself as Tang Qujin, heir of the Nine Dragon family and swordswoman of Qingqing's Upper Blue Palace, listing her sword specialties. She adds that the Jianghu has dubbed her the Thousand-Petal Beauty and wishes for a good match. Wenhui introduces himself as the second child of the Nine Dragon family, disciple of fierce Wind Knight Tang Gon, and a practitioner of the Tempest Dance, politely asking for her guidance. The crowd erupts, thrilled that the duel between them has been accepted. Wenhui notes that his sister is clearly enjoying herself, and she admits she has not felt this excited in a long time. Qujin's face twists into an eager, almost feral grin as she revels in the upcoming battle. Wenhui observes she may be a bit too excited. She laughs, saying she cannot help it. Gripping her sword, Qujin declares her affection for their dear Y as an opponent. She brandishes her sword, thrilled that he wants to duel his own sister. Wenhui gathers swirling tempest energy around himself and announces the start of the serious fight. He asks his sister if she is ready. She enthusiastically replies that she is and prepares to go all out. Qujin lunges from range, shouting to officially get the duel started. Wenhui lightly jokes about the usual 3-strike handicap for the weaker fighter, implying she is stronger. The siblings clash in midair, tempest and sword winds colliding violently. Qujin realizes it was Wenhui's early wind blade seal that blocked her sword during a previous encounter. She gleefully concludes that this means she can swing as much as she likes without holding back. Wenhui plants his foot, adjusting his stance amidst the storm. Qujin rushes him, reminding him he told her to enjoy herself, and rejecting the idea of giving him any advantage. Wenhui recognizes her incredible speed and gauges what it implies about her technique. She darts rapidly around him, pressing her offensive with blinding movements. Wenhui is amazed that she is even using techniques Yuchak knows, realizing she is surpassing his expectations. Qujin, laughing, warns that despite his growth he is still not fully proficient with his new skills. She criticizes his lack of mastery mid-combat, and lands a punishing strike, drawing a pained cry from Wenhui. Wenhui is forced back as the shockwaves of her assault batter the arena. He half-jokes to himself about how brutally violent Qujin's sword art from Qingqing feels. She corrects him that what she is using is not purely Qingqing sword art. Qujin taunts that Wenhui is hiding the true energy he showed her before but admits she too is currently holding back. Wenhui steels himself, sensing the true threat behind her restrained aura. Deciding to respond in kind, he begins to draw out more power. He announces that he will show her the full extent of his technique. Wenhui unleashes Venom Dragon Cultivation Technique, manifesting the spectral dragon unbound behind him. Qujin's eyes light up with joy as she recognizes the power she wanted to see. Onlookers gasp at the poisonous aura and spectral energy that now surround Wenhui. Kyujin grins wickedly, savoring the dangerous power emanating from him. She braces her large sword, thrilled that this is the opponent she had wanted to fight. Wenhui notes that her entire presence has changed, combining Azure's spectral streak's killing intent with the pure will of Qingqing's sword. To him, Kyujin now looks like a demon wearing the guise of a beautiful angel. He sprints forward, determined to seize control of the battle with a single, decisive opening blow. Wenhui prepares a stronger version of the Tempest attack that previously defeated Yuchang. As he charges, Kyujin's counter-strike narrowly misses his head, forcing him to react. Wenhui dodges and counters, remarking that her move was predictable. Kyujin critiques that Tempest Dance's movements are too large, leaving him vulnerable. She gleefully lectures that when facing a stronger foe he should be more cautious. Wenhui thanks her for the lesson and analyzes how Tempest's explosive speed can combine with Tang Clan's short-range secret arts for lethal single strikes. He reasons that this combination only works in fights against similar-level opponents, and is flawed against stronger enemies like Kyujin. Wenhui decides to switch to a technique better suited for multiple consecutive strikes, invoking 12 beats of the Violent Tiger. He plans to wrap this new art inside the Tempest's wind, startling Kyujin that he has learned 12 beats as well. Narration explains that Tempest Dance's key strength is its burst speed as Wenhui re-engages. He uses that propulsion to enhance the spinning blows of 12 beats of the Violent Tiger. Kyujin, smiling, continues slashing relentlessly with her swift sword. Wenhui soars in from above for a rapid follow-up, urged on by his own inner shout to move faster. His kick smashes into the ground, sending a shockwave ring toward Kyujin. Pushing himself, Wenhui drives forward even faster into the offensive. Kyujin calmly explains that while he tries to maintain continuous offense, he should anticipate counters whenever she gains distance. She unleashes another flurry of slashes to exploit that mistake. Multiple blows crash into Wenhui's guard, forcing a grunt of pain. Wenhui questions if he has been attacking too recklessly. He immediately reframes it as an opportunity to dive in closer and exploit an opening. He slips inside her arc and lands a powerful strike that surprises Kyujin. Kyujin laughs that this level of intensity is exactly what makes fighting worthwhile. She demands that Wenhui entertain her even more as their swords clash repeatedly. The crowd roars wildly at the escalating duel. Yuchang awakens amid the commotion and asks what is happening. Learning that Wenhui is matching his sister, Yuchang trembles in frustration that his former victim now rivals her. He anxiously asks if their mother has returned yet and insists that his sister cannot possibly lose. Yuchang worries that the longer the duel lasts, the more Wenhui's reputation will grow, while others cheer that Wenhui is holding his own. He steels himself, thinking that although his sister's defeat is unthinkable, he must not allow even the possibility. Someone punches through a barrier or object, signaling interference being set in motion. In the arena, a sudden impact strikes Kyujin in the chest as Wenhui's attack lands cleanly. Wenhui notes that he has created an opening and plans to continue pressing his offense. Kyujin counters with a sudden punch to his face, chiding him for focusing too much on the sword alone. Wenhui realizes she is also using unarmed Tang-style strikes whose rhythm differs from Qingqing's swordplay. Kyujin explains that she once studied Tang clan arts before Qingqing, so her current style is a hybrid. Wenhui observes that she is fusing straightforward Qingqing sword techniques with Tang clan's 100-strike method that targets openings. He concludes that what he is facing is the true power of the Azure spectral streak. Kyujin then employs Shadow Shroud Step, vanishing and reappearing to attack his blind spot. Her sudden strike hits Wenhui hard, knocking him back with a pained cry. He crashes to the ground, scrambling to regain his footing. Panting and numb from poison and impact, Wenhui reflects that this is what it feels like to fully battle with his own martial body. Kyujin tells him he is peculiar and asks what exactly is going on with him. She points out that while his attacks look like a beginner's, his ability to read and dodge opponents is on another level. She concludes that in terms of combat sense he is like a veteran who has fought countless wars. Wenhui laughs, appreciating the insight that explains how he has been moving. He recalls his past life in Wenhui's weak body where he survived by reading opponents and evading lethal master-level attacks. Now he acknowledges that gaining martial power made him forget this survival-based approach. He resolves to treat martial arts like his mystic arts, adapting them freely rather than using them rigidly. Kyujin notices his changed expression and compliments his new confident smile. She remarks that he seems to have devised some plan as she presses her attack. Curious and excited, she wonders aloud how their dear Wai will respond while continuing her sweeping strikes. With a grin, she decides they will soon find out. Wenhui analyzes that Kyujin is unleashing a barrage that avoids vital points, shaped by Azure Spectral Streak's habit of prolonging battles and her concern for his safety. He recognizes this concern as a weakness he can exploit, and, despite appreciating her goodwill, commits to using it against her. Wenhui unleashes 12 beats of the Violent Tiger's Tiger Claw Breaker, merging it with his Tempest power. Kyujin judges the new move decent but notes it still appears essentially the same as his earlier attacks. Wai realizes the deflected wind from her opponent's attack is swirling around her and limiting her movements. She sees the wind currents encircling Wai, forming a barrier that hampers her approach. She notes that the circulating wind in front of Wai is binding her mobility. Shocked, she recognizes Wai has already learned to wield the Tempest technique in a short time. Assessing the Tempest-infused assault, she concludes the situation has become truly dangerous. Wai drives a focused Tempest punch straight into her, detonating energy at point-blank range. The impact explodes across the arena, sending shockwaves that stun the watching crowd. Spectators on the balcony reel back in disbelief at the massive blast. People in the stands stare, mouths agape and hands over mouths, overwhelmed by what they witnessed. Another onlooker screams in utter shock at the ferocity of the clash. Y lands from his attack, his body still wrapped in streaking wind energy. He lowers his head, catching his breath as the wind settles. Straightening, Y stands calmly amid the fading storm, eyes set on his opponent. He turns toward the viewing platform where higher-ups stand, his trailing wind drawing their attention. His comrades cry out in alarm, reacting to the aftermath of the devastating exchange. One comrade curtly demands to know what just happened. Another anxiously asks if Miss Kyujin will be alright, insisting the others saw the same phenomenon. Their leader reflects that their surprise was not only at Wunhui's unexpected skill. He adds that what shocked them was also the mysterious light that had just appeared in the arena. Y calls out to his sister, suggesting her move was somewhat unfair. Kyujin emerges from the dissipating smoke, asking if Y saw her hidden technique. She admits she planned to conceal this power until forcing out Y's trump card. Since he noticed anyway, she grins and decides to unveil it fully. Kyujin unleashes a blinding surge of sword chi that crackles across the arena. The crowd erupts, shouting that she has manifested sword chi and reached the early peak realm, praising her as heir of the 9-Dragon division. Her brother proudly laughs, boasting that he always believed his sister would be this exceptional. Observers think that with this power Kyujin has left Y with no chance to win. Kyujin, sword wrapped in chi, warns that now she has activated sword chi she must end the fight quickly. Y answers that he knows dragging out a duel against someone a round lower would be discourteous, though he had wanted to see more of her hidden strength. He agrees with her assessment that the fight will be decided in the next exchange. He analyzes that his early wind sword seal, which blocked her blade so far, will not stop a Qingqing sword coated in sword chi. Realizing he cannot reveal his mystic arts, he clenches his fist and decides he has only one remaining option. Kyujin notices his change in expression and comments that he seems to have come up with something, which he casually confirms. She smugly says she can tell his heart is pounding rapidly from excitement. Y, half smiling, internally questions whether his heart is really racing as she claims. He admits to himself that he has gotten a bit excited, noting that only someone obsessed with martial arts would feel this way in such a situation. Kyujin, confused, asks what he is talking about as they face each other across the cracked floor. She declares that people who drive themselves insane chasing martial arts are what they call true martial artists. Her words strike Y, making him freeze in realization. He suddenly understands and accepts that he, too, is a martial artist. Reflecting on his reincarnation as Tang Wunhui, he sees he had rushed to learn techniques rather than live the kind of martial artist's life Yun Wunhui once admired. He recalls the emotions he felt while crossing blows with Tang Kyujin and wonders how to best express the martial arts he has learned. He asks himself how effectively his techniques will work on different opponents in real combat. He realizes he became a martial artist precisely to feel this excitement and fighting spirit. Kyujin sees he has recovered his composure and asks if she can resume her assault. Y confidently tells her to go ahead with her final move. Kyujin sends out a roaring wave of red sword chi across the floor. Y answers with a streak of blue energy slicing out to meet it. He tightens his grip on his blade, bracing for the decisive clash. Kyujin lifts her sword overhead, sword chi surging skyward as she prepares a finishing strike. Y notes that, as expected, she is aiming to end everything with one powerful blow. He decides to respond with his strongest technique, the Tempest Dance, compressing wind and spectral energy into a single devastating attack. Energy swirls in his hands as he condenses the glowing sphere to its limit. He unleashes Tempest Dance, Thundering Wind Cannon, sending a massive cannon-like blast toward Kyujin's descending slash. As their attacks collide, Y strains and wonders if even this will be enough against a martial master at her early peak level. He snaps out of doubt, forcing himself to abandon useless thoughts mid-struggle. He resolves that his plan will either succeed or fail in this moment, and charges forward. The clash tears up the stone floor as Y sprints straight through the exploding energies. Both combatants are buffeted by the shockwave, with Y pushing against the overwhelming force. Watching from afar, Tangon laments that the power gap between him and his sister has widened but assumes Y cannot possibly stand after such an attack. As the dust begins to settle, he spots a lingering light and realizes something unexpected has happened. Within the explosive aftermath, Y reveals he had been waiting for that exact instant to strike. He times his move for the moment Kyujin's sword chi leaves her blade. At the instant it transforms into a projectile, he intercepts it. He switches to using an ordinary, unenhanced sword at that critical timing. Despite successfully interrupting the attack, he feels his arm go numb and immobile. He notes that shattering a swordsman's weapon would usually mean victory, but this duel is not finished yet. He recognizes that Tang Kyujin, bearer of the Azure Spectral Soul Streak, will not back down just because her sword broke. He recalls that someone like her, marked by such a soul streak, is too stubborn to retreat. He concludes neither she nor he would ever stop fighting over something as minor as a broken sword. Planting his foot, he readies himself for one final desperate counter. Y decides to pour all his remaining energy into a single all-or-nothing strike. Once more he launches Tempest Dance, Thundering Wind Cannon, in a last bid to turn the tide. Kyujin excitedly yells that Y is truly the best as she watches him rise to the challenge again. Y stomps down, gathering wind around his legs. He dashes and enveloped by swirling tempest energy, closing the distance like a comet. He combines his kick technique, Rising Dragon Kick method, with the Tempest power, executing Waterfall Scaling Kick of the Ascending Sun at her. Their comrades panic on the balcony, shouting that the two fighters have gotten carried away and will injure each other seriously. Mid-shout, they suddenly stop as something unexpected interrupts the battle. A towering pillar of black and white energy splits the arena between the two, halting both ultimate attacks. Y looks up in startlement at the abrupt interference. A powerful man wrapped in crackling blue energy appears between them, calmly stating that their playtime is over. Kyujin stares in surprise at the newcomer's sudden arrival. Y also turns, recognizing the man's imposing presence. The man asks whether they intend to greet the branch clan head while lying injured in a sickbed. Both Y and Kyujin bow politely, formally greeting him as the head of the Nine Dragon family. Y realizes this man is not only the Nine Dragon family's leader but also his own father. The clan head silently studies them, his aura chilling the air. He repeats his rebuke about them greeting the branch head from a hospital bed, emphasizing their recklessness. Y and Kyujin again express formal respect, the narration reiterating his identity and their relationship. Y's spectral companions warn him that this man has kept improving even after the Tempest Squad was disbanded. Y understands now that, formidable as the Tempest Squad was, they were only a small special unit of the Tang clan. He realizes he underestimated the squad leader's level, admitting this man might have rivaled even high elders from his past life. The clan head remarks that Wenhui seems dissatisfied, sensing the mood. He asks if Wenhui has something he wants to say, making Wenhui flustered at how hard he had been staring. Wenhui steels himself, thinking there is something important he must acknowledge. He simply says he was wondering why his father had come here, shocking Kyujin with his bluntness. His father coolly replies by asking if there is any part of the Nine Dragons division he is forbidden from visiting. Wenhui deflects, claiming he only worried that his unskilled martial arts might offend his father's eyes. Their comrades and the onlookers are stunned by how brazenly he speaks to the clan head. The crowd murmurs in growing shock at the exchange. Tang Gon in particular is taken aback by Wenhui's attitude toward his father. Kyujin trembles, sensing how everyone is shaken, and worries that her brother has gone too far. Wenhui thinks to himself that such a reaction is understandable when an illegitimate, neglected child talks back to the clan head. After reviewing Tang Wenhui's memories, he concludes he finally understands the situation. He determines that Tang Hozan, the man before him, truly embodies the ruthless nature of the Tang clan. Hozan coldly adds that he indeed felt nothing watching their duel, which Wenhui internally notes is a harsh statement from a father. He then remarks, almost offhand, that Wenhui's changed personality is still better than he expected. As he walks away, he acknowledges Wenhui's improvement more positively than anticipated. Approaching Tang Gon, he begins with, although, signaling he has criticism for someone else. He declares that he is disappointed not in Wenhui but in another person instead. Gon visibly wilts under his gaze, realizing he is the target of that disappointment. Hozan calls out Tang Gon, Tang Jin, and Tang Tae, ordering them to kneel. He reprimands them for reacting too slowly during the duel and tells them to correct this flaw, which they accept obediently. He instructs them to disperse the onlookers and handle the remaining cleanup, and they answer at once. Afterward, Y asks Kyujin why she seems so downcast. She admits she feels they still are not strong enough to earn their father's full recognition. She then asks if Wenhui himself is alright, and he answers that such behavior is simply their father's nature. Wenhui explains that their father gains interest in whichever child is currently excelling but easily discards any who disappoint him. A brief image shows Wenhui's former self, kneeling in despair, illustrating that rejection. Kyujin apologizes for bringing up their father, and quickly changes the subject by asking if he is hungry. Wenhui suggests they get changed and then go share a drink together. Night falls over the clan compound as the moon rises above the rooftops. At the tavern, Kyujin happily downs a bowl of liquor, exclaiming how enjoyable it is. Wenhui teases that she eats as if she has been starving, asking whether Qingqing has fed her at all. She complains that her sect feeds her plenty but gives her nothing but vegetables because of Taoist discipline. She vents that as someone still growing she should be allowed to eat meat and drink as she pleases. She rants that this is exactly what she dislikes about Taoists, while Wenhui calmly urges her to drink. She eagerly tells him to keep pouring more liquor into her bowl. As he refills her drink, Wenhui casually asks what kind of person her senior martial brother is. Kyujin blushes fiercely at the mention of her martial brother, flustered by the question. Wenhui points out that she has praised that brother repeatedly in her letters, which makes him naturally curious, causing her to scream for him to stop. He reminds her that she said the brother would visit when the branch clan head arrives, so he wants to know more to treat the man properly, and she accuses him of being corrupted by Tang clan scheming. Wenhui thinks that Li Keelsan, her Qingqing senior, is visiting mainly as a cautious observer, tied to the Dark Supreme's rumored plans. He recalls rumors that the Dark Supreme intends to form a new elite squad similar to the old Tempest squad. If that rumor is true, he reasons, every major sect in Sichuan will react, including Qingqing, which is closely allied with the Tang clan. He concludes that Keelsan is likely being sent to evaluate matters personally, since Qingqing cannot simply rely on Kyujin's reports. Wenhui wonders if there might be an even more serious motive behind Keelsan's visit. Just then Kyujin waves excitedly, calling someone over, and Wenhui asks if this is the friend she invited. Tang Gon arrives instead, mildly scolding Kyujin for causing so much damage in the training hall earlier. He then turns to her and expresses surprise that she has already managed to manifest sword aura, which she gratefully acknowledges. Kyujin privately complains to Wonhui for not telling her Gon would be coming, while he retorts that she never asked who he invited. Flustered, she hurriedly offers Gon a seat at their table, which he politely accepts. Sitting down, Gon comments on the large amount of food they ordered and asks if they expect him to pay the bill. As he and Wonhui clink bowls, he jokingly asks if Wonhui hit his head, while Kyujin watches in bewilderment at their easy camaraderie. She cries out, demanding to know why Wonhui is behaving so casually with someone of Gon's status. Gon laughs boisterously, asking if Wonhui truly understands who he is. Kyujin explains that Gon is practically her father's martial brother, having saved him during the Qingqing bloodbath and earning a nightly appointment from the clan head. Wonhui addresses Gon respectfully as Uncle Tang Gon, getting his attention. He then formally bows and apologizes for having been rude earlier, saying he did not realize Gon's close relationship to his father. Wonhui bows and begs forgiveness from Tang Hozan while Kyujin urges him on. Kyujin praises Wonhui, believing Hozan will accept a sincere apology. Hozan looks stunned and unsettled by the apology. Hozan angrily complains that Wonhui is ruining his appetite and accuses Kyujin of putting him up to it. Wonhui suddenly asks Hozan what he thinks of the former Tempest Squad, the Righteous Wind Squad. Hozan, amused, asks Wonhui to guess what score he gave that squad. Wonhui confidently answers that Hozan must have rated them a perfect 10. Disgusted by Wonhui's flattery, Hozan demands confirmation that he is correct. Kyujin hurriedly agrees that Wonhui is right, and Hozan smugly says he knew it. As they drink, Wonhui narrates that his duel has drawn the attention of the old Tempest Squad, Kyujin, and Hozan. While eating, Wonhui worries about what Namgung Sanyang will attempt before the Dark Supreme arrives. Elsewhere at night, a carriage travels through the mountains and someone inside complains about the long journey. A tiny wraith clinging to the carriage grumbles that the destination is farther than expected. The wraith fears they might be killed for seeming to run away if they go too far. When the carriage stops, the wraith wonders if they have reached the destination. A veiled woman and her servant step out, and the servant wonders if the temple master will be present since they came unannounced. The observing wraith recognizes the servant as the man who poisoned the young master and labels him the temple master. Dark-yin energy billows from the compound the visitors enter. The wraith panics at the ominous display and wonders what Namgung's woman is doing. A hooded, glowing-eyed figure emerges from the doors and politely greets the guests, noting the difficulty of their journey. The figure says the temple master sent them to welcome the visitors, and the servant marvels at the master's foresight. The hooded figure reveals a grinning female jiangshi and invites the guests inside. The wraith realizes the attendant is controlling a live jiangshi, an ability difficult even for most alchemists, and is shocked that she is supposedly only an attendant. Concluding that this place is no ordinary sorcerer's home, the wraith grows more alarmed. The wraith decides simply reporting what it has seen so far might not be enough. It resolves to gather more information to satisfy the young master so that its request will be heard. Inside a shrine, a monstrous priest prays for brighter, more frequent oracles from his god. A jiangshi messenger announces Madame Namgung's arrival, and the temple master orders her to be admitted. Namgung greets Temple Master Zhang, who deduces she has returned because something went wrong. Zhang scolds her greed, saying their god favors constant devotion rather than those who come only when they need something. Namgung counters that a client who pays an unimaginably high fee should still be favored. She unveils chests packed with glittering orbs and asks what the god would think of such an offering. Tempted, Zhang rises from his seat, clearly swayed. Overcome by greed, he exclaims that of course their god would favor such a rich donor. As Zhang fawns over the treasure, the wraith narrator thinks this grim figure might belong to the Maoshan sect but seems even drearier. Namgung promises an extra chest if Zhang succeeds, and he laughs that she truly knows how to earn their god's favor. Zhang then asks what help she wants from him. He leans in with a feral smile and demands to know how he can assist her. Namgung asks whether he remembers the previous favor she requested. Zhang says the brainwashing of the concubine's child is underway. Namgung explains the situation has changed and she now wants something faster and more reliable. She recalls treating Wonhui as a disposable pawn but now fears the mastermind guiding him, combined with Kyujin's resolve, could cause trouble. She coldly asks if Zhang can turn that boy into a live jiangshi. Overhearing, the wraith realizes the madame's fury has been provoked and calls them insane. Horrified, it decides it must warn the young master immediately. While fleeing, it reasons that if Zhang can create live jiangshi at will, the young master cannot handle him yet. The wraith races away, thinking that such an enemy would be too much for the young master at present. It suddenly encounters many glowing eyes in the darkness and freezes. The wraith realizes these are beast jiangshi charging toward it. Seeing that Zhang can also create beast jiangshi, it deduces an important clue. It identifies the organization as Blackbone Ghost Valley and concludes a Maoshan faction has joined the Heavenly Demon Divine Cult. Back in the shrine, Zhang remarks that Madame Namgung seems to have been followed. He notes the unusual use of wraiths and concludes the mastermind behind the concubine's child is more troublesome than expected. Alarmed, Namgung hurriedly offers to add yet another box of payment. Zhang gleefully accepts the increased price and demands both the mastermind's identity and that the concubine's child be made into a true live jiangshi. Zhang agrees, saying they will now pursue the bold mastermind who dared approach them. He summons a swift subordinate, while Namgung watches. A heavily armored, rune-covered warrior appears and respectfully asks why he was called. Zhang orders this death swordsman to capture the escaped wraith and track down its controlling sorcerer. The swordsman accepts the mission as Jiang and Namgung look on. The death swordsman launches into the sky, racing toward his prey. Perched on a rooftop, he notes that even the beast Jiangshi have not yet captured the wraith and acknowledges its agility. Preparing himself, he activates the runes on his arm by biting his fingers. Empowered, he focuses on the hunt. The fleeing wraith suddenly senses a profoundly uncomfortable energy behind it. It turns to see monstrous beast Jiangshi stampeding after it. Panicking, the wraith screams for the young master to escape. At the White Pavilion training room, Kyujin lounges while Wenhui trains, saying she will go later since the weather is pleasant. Wenhui reflects that the humiliated Tang Yuchang and thwarted Namgung Sanyang will now try to harm him without restraint. He notes that Kyujin understands this as well and asks her not to interrupt his training, which she agrees to with a smile. The wraiths watching comment that Kyujin has surprisingly upright character for someone of the Qingqing sect and wonder how such a child came from Tang Hozhen and a Namgung woman. Their joking provokes a threat that they will be turned into wraith pills if they keep talking. Wenhui pauses mid-practice, sensing something odd. The wraiths ask what is wrong, and Wenhui answers that his body feels different from before today's duels. He explains there used to be a noticeable lag between his thoughts and martial movements, like misaligned gears. He had blamed it on inexperience, but now feels that delay shrinking. The wraith boasting of his teaching past asks to examine Wenhui's body, and Wenhui consents. Several wraiths float around and inspect him closely. One asks if Wenhui knows the concept of accumulated merit, clarifying it is different from internal energy. The wraith elaborates that while internal energy may grow from similar training, accumulated merits differ depending on the trainee's enlightenment, lineage, and inclinations. Wenhui summarizes that accumulated merit depends on the practitioner's image or identity. The wraith agrees and says that even techniques that steal others' internal energy still end up reflecting the user's own nature. He adds that in Wenhui's special case the accumulated merits from Tang Wenhui's original life and the new ones have differing natures, causing the earlier delay. Now that the delay is decreasing, he believes Tang Wenhui's merits and the young master's own are beginning to harmonize. Wenhui realizes this means he is finally accepting Tang Wenhui's identity, and that their merits are aligning. He admits that although he consciously views this as his body, subconsciously he had treated Tang Wenhui's body as someone else's. After the duels, his mindset shifted from borrowing Tang Wenhui's body to simply using martial arts as himself. His encounters with Kyujin and Hozhen, who always saw Tang Wenhui as an afterthought, are gradually erasing that subconscious barrier. He asks how far this assimilation has progressed, and the wraith estimates about 40%, implying greater gains if it increases. The wraith assures him that higher assimilation will make martial progress easier, which Wenhui accepts as all he needs. He concludes that harmony between body and soul is essential for growth in mystic arts. Wenhui believes that as Tang Wenhui's body and Yun Wenhui's soul fuse further, his mystic power will recover to its peak from his past life. Kyujin watches his intense training and reflects on how drastically he has changed, now so confident and devoted to martial arts. She feels heartache over the hardships that forced this change, but still worries for him. She thinks Wenhui is starting to build his own figurative castle. She foresees that castle only growing stronger from here. However, she knows her ruthless mother will not wait for Wenhui to finish building that strength. Startled by a sudden omen, she senses that something ominous is approaching, just as expected. A thick fog rolls into the training grounds while Wenhui stands ready. The wraiths recognize it as ghost fog, and Wenhui calmly confirms that it is indeed that sorceress mist. Smiling, he says he had already anticipated wraith sorcery from the nature of the cinnabar poison and its crafting style. He concludes that the enemy has finally taken his bait and prepares to see how big this opponent is. On another rooftop, the death swordsman relishes the chance to hunt again. He recalls Zhang's belief that the mastermind behind the concubine's child uses unusual wraith sorcery and likely possesses a distinctive magic tool. Following traces left on the earlier target, he determines the sorcerer must be within this ghost-shrouded area and eagerly approaches. Seeing the fog is sufficiently dense, he activates his spellwork. He explains that ghost fog blocks perception and combined with the thorny ghost fog formation, creates a powerful trap. Magical vortices swirl as he finishes casting the formation. He notes that whatever happens inside this fog, no one outside will sense it. Empowered by dark energy, he now searches for his prey. He suddenly notices a glowing connection line leading to Wenhui inside the fog. Confused, he realizes the trail from the wraith links directly to his secondary target, the concubine's child. He deduces that the mastermind severed the wraith connection so the boy alone would trigger the technique. Wenhui pretends to panic about the fog, while the swordsman privately acknowledges the mastermind's cleverness. Reasoning that capturing the concubine's child will still draw out the mastermind, he closes in. Confident that ghost fog blinds Wenhui, he approaches with the intent of turning him into a live Jiangshi. Before he can strike, Kyujin rushes in through the mist to engage him. He is startled by the sudden appearance of another combatant. Kyujin, already in motion, slams into him with a fierce attack. Her lightning-fast blow sends him hurtling, and Wenhui exclaims that they have caught a very big fish. Wenhui recognizes their enemies as a death swordsman and a Gudiao from Black Bone Ghost Valley. The wraiths confirm this and worry that the foe is at least third rank, asking if Wenhui's plan will still work. Wenhui notes that, rank for rank, a Qingqing Taoist like Kyujin has an advantage over a Jiangshi, but that this one is specifically an assassin sent by Namgung Sanyang. He muses that the real test will be whether Kyujin chooses familial loyalty or her Taoist duty to destroy evil. As their clash shakes the ground, Wenhui decides he can only trust in her current decision. The battered swordsman realizes the sword energy striking him is the difficult Qingqing style. He recognizes Kyujin as the Qingqing Taoist currently posted with the Nine Dragons division and wonders why she is here. He tries to call out to her and negotiate even while launching another attack. Kyujin rejects any talk, shouting that she will not listen to a demon and presses the assault. She screams for the Jiangshi to die again as she cuts him, forcing a pained cry from him. The force of her blows sends him flying. He curses that their attributes clash badly for him, putting him at a disadvantage. He worries that properly fighting back and injuring Kyujin will ruin their deal with Madame Namgung. He imagines his furious master torturing him if that happens. Desperate, he attacks anyway, charging head-on at Kyujin. Kyujin unleashes her Qingqing sword style, lightning severing quick blade. She bellows for him to stop thinking and just die as her crimson blades rain down. Riddled with cuts and blood, the swordsman realizes he may really die at this rate. Deciding that if he is doomed he might as well go all out, he abandons restraint despite her being Namgung's daughter. Hearing this, Kyujin stiffens but keeps her focus. The swordsman blames her for not listening and begins to unleash his trump card. He channels a terrifying surge of energy, transforming his aura. Power explodes from him as talisman papers fly, signaling a major technique. He darts forward with renewed speed under its effect. Fully empowered by ghost enhancement technique, he towers over Kyujin with a monstrous presence. Kyujin looks up at his looming form and swears in shock. He slams his enhanced attack down toward her. While attacking, he tells her to yield so she will not be hurt, insisting he is only carrying out Madame Namgung's wishes. Kyujin braces herself, reminding her heart not to waver because she already knew this was her mother's will. She steels her resolve, vowing to defeat him and uncover the mastermind behind him. The beast Jiangshi is struck by antidemonic energy while its foe vows to stop his mother from straying. The Jiangshi angrily charges, mocking his stubborn female opponent. Their clash sends debris flying as the two exchange powerful blows. The Jiangshi laments the woman's stubbornness and fears a prolonged battle. He worries that, despite the thorny ghost fog formation, the righteous wind squad or the mastermind sorcerer may soon detect them. Realizing he will be disadvantaged as the fog weakens, he decides to use the Gudiao, still focused on killing the concubine's child. The Gudiao, a dragon-like beast, is summoned. It soars into the sky, screeching as it gathers ghost fog. A companion informs the young master that he has stopped the Gudiao from releasing additional ghost fog. The young master notes the enemy finally using the Gudiao and muses it might have been better to let the stubborn girl fight it while awaiting the death swordsman. The Gudiao dives down in a menacing attack. Facing it calmly, the young master complains about its noisy screeching at night. Activating his power, the young master orders the Gudiao to bow its head. He unleashes Purple Eye's first stage, overwhelming the Gudiao's spirit. The terrified Gudiao shrieks and plummets. The impact surprises the young master as the Gudiao slams into the ground. Seeing it buried headfirst, he jokes that he did not tell it to bow that extremely. His spirit companions praise the Gudiao's sturdy neck while remarking on its durability. They marvel at the resources spent to create such a monster just to attack the young master, who chides them for getting excited over powers that are not theirs. The young master orders the Gudiao to stand, addressing it as bird head. He offers the Jiangshi two choices, asking whether it would rather fight the Gudiao, or whether it would rather fight him, terrifying the Gudiao into a shriek. Grinning, he drives his staff into the ground, intensifying the Gudiao's fear. The Gudiao suddenly turns on its own master, attacking the Jiangshi, who is shocked at the betrayal. As the Gudiao bites and claws at him, the Jiangshi wonders if he has lost control and suspects the sorcerer behind the scenes has seized the Gudiao. He realizes this means the mastermind sorcerer must be nearby and is deeply alarmed. While he is distracted by this thought, the mad swordswoman rushes in from behind. She attacks with glee, saying his behavior makes her want to cut him. Her sudden strike severs the Jiangshi's left arm, forcing him to think about retreat. As they face off again, he wonders why she only cut off his left arm instead of killing him. He confronts her, asking why she spared his life when her last attack could have been fatal and suspects she is holding back for Madame Namgung's sake. She denies holding back, declaring that she intends to shred him so he can repent for his crimes. With a crazed smile, she promises to save him slowly, shocking him with her bloodthirst while claiming to be a Taoist. Overhead, the Gudiao continues attacking him, drawing another pained cry. Furious, the Jiangshi curses the bird-brained Gudiao and wonders why the beast that spread ghost fog now acts so strangely around the young master. He decides his priority is to eliminate the remaining ghost fog and adopts the alone-in-world style stance. She unleashes evil extermination/barrage, surrounding him with intersecting spiritual slashes. The technique dispels the ghost fog enhancement from his body. Realizing his buffs are gone, the Jiangshi decides he must find an opportunity to escape. While remnants of ghost fog still linger, he prepares a powerful attack with gathered energy. He charges the woman in a burst of speed. He dashes past her, fleeing the battlefield. From above, the Gudiao and young master chase, demanding to know where he thinks he is going as he screams. The Jiangshi's eyes flare as he senses something behind him. The woman dives down toward him in pursuit. He crashes into the courtyard, groaning from the impact. She charges again, blade ready. The exhausted Jiangshi secretly readies a return talisman, or bead in his hand. Her strike hits the ground as he activates the talisman. She rushes toward him again as he prepares to escape completely. Enveloped in swirling energy, he uses the talisman's power. Her slash cuts through empty space as a vortex appears. The woman realizes he has escaped. She concludes that events unfolded exactly as the young master had planned. She warns Wenhui that demonic arts are involved and asks for his help. He starts explaining his idea while she listens skeptically. She repeats back his request, shocked that he wants to avoid killing the Jiangshi attacking them. He confirms they must first gather enchantment power. He explains that although their foe is only a branch clan member, he infiltrated the Tang estate and spread ghost fog, meaning he is strong enough to use enchantments. Wenhui adds that if the enemy feels threatened he will escape with a return talisman, and Wenhui lacks the strength to defeat him inside his own enchantment. However, if they can force the Jiangshi out of the enchantment, Wenhui believes they can handle him. Wenhui declares his intent to expose the mastermind behind the Jiangshi who attacked the Nine Dragons division. The woman realizes that if Wenhui is correct, the Jiangshi they are fighting was sent by her own mother. Troubled, she asks what Wenhui will do if she chooses to follow her mother's will. He replies that in that case he will simply accept defeat in their game of wits. She is struck by his words and recalls that this attitude represents the duty of a Tang clan member. Shocked by that realization, she reevaluates her position. Narration notes that after all his suffering, Wenhui sees the Tang clan as deceitful, yet she resolves to prove to him that the Tang clan is more than lies and decides to push forward a little further. The beast Jiangshi she fought earlier appears before her again, screeching. She is surprised the Gudiao beast is still around as it wails nervously at her presence. A beam of light races through the forest toward a distant structure, following the escaping Jiangshi. The wounded Jiangshi reappears outside the estate, landing heavily. He curses his failure and the fact he is fleeing after missing his objective, even thinking reattaching his arm will not fix things. He worries that after losing the Gudiao and with increased security around the Nine Dragons division, his master will not tolerate this failure. In rage he blames everything on the cursed woman who interfered. Suddenly Wenhui appears before him, mocking him for stopping just outside the estate instead of fleeing farther. The Jiangshi panics that they have already tracked him down. Recognizing Wenhui as the bastard son, he is baffled how this man followed him here. He suspects the hidden sorcerer is pulling strings and reasons that someone capable of stealing the Gudiao could also locate the thorny ghost fog's life gate. He then decides this is his chance, thinking that capturing the bastard son might fix everything. He resolves that by capturing Wenhui he can uncover the sorcerer's identity and regain the Gudiao. Seeing spectral energy and a ghostly figure behind Wenhui, he assumes a stray ghost has been attached to him. Yet the form of this power feels strangely familiar to the Jiangshi. Wenhui, now cloaked in purple eyes and ghost energy, muses about Namgung Sanyang's desperation in allying with the Black Bone Ghost Valley. The Jiangshi is stunned that Wenhui knows about this secret alliance. Wenhui feigns ignorance of how he knows, letting the dark energy swirl around him. The Jiangshi stammers in fear, recognizing something terrifying in Wenhui. He suddenly realizes what the power is and panics. Wenhui fully manifests the ominous ghostly shroud around him. The figure reveals the evil ghost war robe enveloping his body. Wenhui notes that the Jiangshi recognizes the robe, calling him an old-timer. Narration labels the artifact the evil ghost war robe. The Jiangshi recalls that everyone in Black Bone Ghost Valley knew this weapon 10 years ago as the chaos-causing tool of the little heavenly demon, Yun Wenhui. Horrified, he asks if the spectral energy is truly an evil ghost and why Wenhui of all people possesses it. Wenhui coldly says he has no intention of answering questions. He states instead that he has many questions for the Jiangshi, who defiantly claims he will not answer. Wenhui replies that of course the answers will not come now. With a sinister smile he says they will talk once the Jiangshi is dead. The Jiangshi fears that if Wenhui truly is the cult heir, one blow might be enough to kill him. Wenhui clenches his fist as he prepares to charge, radiating ghostly power. The Jiangshi braces, wondering whether Wenhui will use mystic arts or the Phantom King's power. Wenhui rockets forward in a devastating charge. The Jiangshi is shocked by the speed of the incoming blow. He realizes with disbelief that Wenhui is using martial arts rather than sorcery. Wenhui's strike tears into him, spraying blood and hurling him away. The Jiangshi smashes into a distant tree, leaving a huge crater. He slowly begins to rise from the impact. Catching his breath, he recognizes the attack as the Nine Dragons Division's secret technique Tempest Dance. He notes again that Wenhui used martial arts instead of mystic arts. Smiling, he takes this revelation as encouragement. Laughing, he concludes Wenhui cannot be the true cult heir, who supposedly cannot use martial arts and could destroy him with a finger. He gathers powerful sorcery, saying Wenhui is only imitating the cult heir's abilities. He then unleashes a massive purple energy blast downward. The Jiangshi identifies his own technique as solitary chains of binding, a weapon personally created by the cult heir. Wenhui comments that he barely missed with his previous attack and smugly calls himself a genius rather than a monster. The Jiangshi grows uncertain again, questioning whether Wenhui might actually be the cult heir and wondering how he can still be alive and using martial arts. Wenhui remarks that the situation must be confusing for him. He adds that whether Wenhui is the person the Jiangshi remembers or not should not be his main concern. Wenhui taunts him further, asking if he really has time to worry about such things. The Jiangshi realizes that if the fight drags on, the Righteous Wind Squad or Namgung Sanyang might intervene, so he must act decisively. He concludes he cannot flee and must silence Wenhui, yet still fears the possibility that Wenhui is truly the cult heir. Wenhui, still relaxed, asks why the Jiangshi has not made his move yet. Mocking him, Wenhui says dead swordsman standards must have fallen if someone dragging around a Gudiao could be promoted, and judges him incompetent. The insult enrages the Jiangshi. Wenhui wonders aloud if he should just go back since someone like this probably has no useful information, provoking another curse. Determined, the Jiangshi decides to make Wenhui regret his words even if it costs him his lifespan. With a roar, he charges at full power. Wenhui notes that his foe is finally committing to an all-out attack. The Jiangshi's energy beam tears through the forest, trying to put distance between them. Wenhui realizes the Jiangshi is attempting to buy time by dragging them away from the estate and decides he cannot allow him to escape. Wenhui resolves to test techniques he could not use against Tang Kyujin, chasing with a blazing streak. The resulting clash explodes, obliterating rock and terrain. Catching his breath, the Jiangshi thinks he may have gone too far and now has to retrieve Wenhui's supposed corpse. He approaches the smoke-filled crater, complaining that at least Wenhui's talkativeness matched the real cult heirs. But when his hand touches the robed figure, Wenhui speaks, saying he finally feels relieved. Wenhui, unscathed, grabs the Jiangshi's arm and comments that if he wanted rest he should have used the return talisman to go farther before stopping. The Jiangshi is stunned that his attacks had no effect. Wenhui mocks him, asking how such weak attacks were supposed to retrieve his corpse and making the Jiangshi question whether the robe truly is the cult heir's evil ghost war robe. The Jiangshi screams in denial, refusing to believe it. Wenhui endures another full-power burst that shatters his ghost robe outward yet still leaves him uninjured. The Jiangshi notes he has overloaded his demonic essence to enhance his attacks but they still fail. He watches in horror as the relentless barrage does nothing to Wenhui. Wenhui calmly remarks that attacks of this level would take forever to even turn him into a corpse. The Jiangshi, frustrated, calls Wenhui a damned brat and punches with everything he has. Wenhui announces that the defensive capabilities of the evil ghost war robe have been fully tested. He then says it is time to test its offensive capabilities and launches a purple-empowered strike. His blow slams into the Jiangshi's torso, sending him flying. A concentrated purple beam follows through the forest after the impact. The battlefield falls quiet with only a collapsed silhouette visible in the distance. The Jiangshi, lying battered on the ground, thinks that Wenhui's last strike has revealed something important. He concludes that although Wenhui's blows cannot easily kill him, they prove Wenhui is actually weaker and that he might win if the evil ghost war robe disappears once Wenhui's mystic energy is exhausted. The robed enemy taunts the Jiangshi, suggesting he plans to outlast the duration of his evil ghost war robe. He says he came prepared specifically because he knew the Jiangshi was from Black Bone Ghost Valley. The Jiangshi mocks him for acting arrogant just because he is wearing the evil ghost war robe. The Jiangshi demands to see what preparations the robed man has made to fight a Jiangshi. Charging in, the Jiangshi vows to defeat him before his mystic energy runs out and the robe disappears. The Jiangshi unleashes a powerful slash of energy at the robed opponent. Realizing he faced an illusion art, the Jiangshi sees the real enemy rushing him from behind. The robed man lands a heavy blow on the Jiangshi, who cries out in pain. The Jiangshi complains that his foe is annoyingly nimble. The robed man notes internally that even his strong attack failed to pierce the dead swordsman's defenses. He reflects that he still has many weaknesses to fix while facing the unwavering Jiangshi. Deciding to finish things, he summons a massive ghostly tiger attack. The Jiangshi is engulfed by the purple blast and screams, asked if he still has not understood something. The Jiangshi shouts that the robed man's attacks cannot harm him. The explosion continues to rage around the Jiangshi's body. The robed man keeps pummeling him, pouring out purple power. Laughing, the Jiangshi says the attacks only tickle and boasts that unlike the evil ghost war robe, his undead body never tires, promising future payback. The robed man suddenly plants his foot, having deliberately allowed his blows to land. He remarks that he had worried the Jiangshi might dodge everything and drag the fight out. He points out that the Jiangshi intentionally took every hit, joking that undeath must rot the brain. The Jiangshi mocks him for losing his mind after being cornered and starts to threaten him. Mid-boast, the Jiangshi abruptly vomits blood. Staggering, he realizes he is exhibiting signs of poisoning and cannot understand how a Jiangshi could be poisoned, while the robed man notes that normal poison would never have worked. The Jiangshi deduces in horror that the toxin must be the dreaded lost soul poison. The robed man explains that because the Jiangshi took every strike with his bare body, the poison was spread throughout him and now tells him to enjoy it. As the corrosive souls devour him, the Jiangshi curses the lost souls and screams for them to get off his body. Swarms of ghostly skulls surge around him. The souls darken and intensify, overwhelming him. The Jiangshi is completely engulfed as numerous shadowy spirits tear into him. The Jiangshi howls as he is consumed in blinding light. His body crashes to the ground, knees buckling. The Jiangshi collapses, beaten, while the robed victor approaches. Surrounded by eerie purple shrouds, the robed man looms triumphantly over the fallen Jiangshi. Barely conscious, the Jiangshi gasps one last question, asking if his opponent is the cult heir. The robed man reacts in silent, sharp-toothed surprise. He then tells the defeated Jiangshi he will not be allowed to die here. The Jiangshi, now docile, looks up as a glowing chain dangles before him. Recognizing the solitary chains of binding, he trembles and begins to ask in fear who the robed man really is. Later, the man discards the war-robed guise and politely tells unseen elders that he will take his leave. He asks the elders to properly train the new recruits so the latter will listen to his commands. The shadowy elders agree, answering that they will obey his orders. Outside under the night sky, the man walks away through drifting leaves. He reflects that all of this is not easy. He He analyzes his shortcomings, admitting he still struggles to quickly cast long preparation sorcery and mystic fields, so he must better adapt to martial arts and speed up his casting. Clenching his fist, he notes he now has even more things to work on. Standing alone in the forest, he steels his resolve. He suddenly senses that someone is watching him. Worried, he wonders if his observer has seen the entire battle and looks toward a distant building glowing with energy. He tries to locate the watcher and sees a silhouette standing in a high window. Recognizing the observer, he realizes it is Tang Hosen. He muses that, creepy Tang clan member or not, Hosen watched everything without intervening. He reasons that although the distance may have hidden some details, Hosen must know he was fighting an intruder, and grumbles about how stuck up the man is. Back at the residence, his sister runs up calling his name as he turns toward her. He freezes awkwardly at her sudden appearance. She rushes over with the captured beast Jiangshi, anxiously asking if he is hurt and what happened. In chibi form, he assures her he is fine, while she cheerfully says she thought they might get information from the beast and explains she tried to cut its wings so it could not escape, but they were tougher than expected. She admits she simply beat the creature senseless instead, while he decides privately that he should never get on her bad side. She apologizes for letting the intruder escape despite the chance he created, but he quickly says her safety matters more. She proposes interrogating the beast Jiangshi by beating it until it reveals its master's hideout, and he notices the creature even seems to understand human speech. When the beast suddenly shrieks and twitches, the sister is shocked it can still move. He grabs the cowering beast as it squeals in fear. Sitting with it in the forest, he notes it will be difficult to sneak such a large beast Jiangshi into the house. The creature then focuses its power and begins to transform. It shrinks into a tiny, cute spiky creature. Impressed, he realizes the beast can use mystic arts too. Inspecting the tiny form, he notices something unusual about it. He decides to temporarily keep the beast in the white pavilion and tells his sister to rest. She hesitates silently, looking down. She then agrees that since the intruder is gone, she will head inside, urging him to follow soon. She walks away, leaving him watching from behind. As she goes, she glances back with a suspicious, determined expression. The next day, someone inside remarks that the Jianshi's master is the notorious white bone instructor. Wraith number 15, kneeling, confirms this and notes that his master has arrived, whom the man has not seen in a long time. Number 15 assumes the listener knows his master, hurriedly correcting himself to call him the accursed white bone instructor, and the man admits he knows the old necromancer a bit. The man narrates that he once learned death arts from that old man, finishing the training of 100 years in only a month to the instructor's disbelief. Number 15 further reports that besides the white bone instructor, the blue bone merchant, red bone terror, and green bone irreversible are also nearby, meaning 4 of Black Bone Ghost Valley's 12 black specters are gathered around Nine Dragons County to plot something. The man reasons that 4 elders near Nine Dragons County can only mean one thing and starts deducing why they would be interested at such a time. He connects their movement to the upcoming Dark Supreme Visit Festival, explaining that Tang Munhyuk, the Dark Supreme and one of the top 10 martial masters, has formed and personally leads a new special squad, which the divine cult cannot allow Sichuan to strengthen unchecked. He notes that normally the cult would just infiltrate or weaken the squad, but sending 4 Black Bone Elders implies a far more ambitious plan. Taking into account that Namgung Sanyang of the Nine Dragon branch is also from the Namgung clan, he concludes the enemies are plotting something on a much greater scale. He reveals that behind the heavenly demon divine cult stands a group of limit-breaking masters known as the Society. He realizes that with the Society secretly empowering the cult, previously impossible moves could suddenly become realistic strategies. Focusing on a particular octagonal object, he notes that this once ridiculed move now has become a viable technique. He finally states his deduction aloud. The enemy is aiming to assassinate the Dark Supreme. Number 15's spirits angrily call the Black Bone Elders fools, insisting that not even the progenitors of the 9 demons could handle the Dark Supreme, one of the 10 greatest masters. The man agrees that the Jiangshi elders are just scouts and hears from number 15 that additional support is coming from Tianshan. Surprised, he wonders why support would come from Tianshan instead of directly from the Society, and calls number 15 by his designation. Number 15 presents himself as Spirit number 15, and the man asks if he really knows nothing about the Society. Nervous, number 15 admits he is too ignorant to understand what the mysterious Society even is. The man accepts that number 15 does not know and decides he must capture the white bone instructor himself if he wants real information about the Society. He recognizes, however, that at his current level he cannot even breach the old man's terrifying fortress of spells, let alone defeat him. Concluding this line of interrogation, he says this is all he can learn from number 15 for now. Just then his martial arts instructor bursts in, worried for his safety, and the man notes who it is. The instructor relays that the branch clan head has summoned him and anxiously asks what happened in his front yard. Number 15 quietly explains that the instructor must be referring to the damage from his earlier fight with the sister. The man tells his flustered instructor to calm down and promises to explain on the way, internally deciding things may be easier with the help of Righteous Wind and Tangon. He resolves that to make progress he must now coordinate with those allies. As he walks under the moon, he muses that everything now depends on how much Tang Hosen knows and what that man intends to do. Meeting Hosen, he formally greets him as branch clan head. Hosen questions why his son still keeps such a formal distance even in private. The man apologizes, saying they have simply not spoken privately for a long time. Tang Gon is outraged afterward, scolding him for risking their hard-won favor with Hosen. The man brushes it off playfully, teasing that his martial arts master must think highly of him and telling him to just watch how things unfold. He points out that if this meeting is to reward his achievements in defeating the intruder, it should count as official business, not a father-son reunion, noting internally that Hosen called him for political reasons. He concludes they are gauging how much each other knows about the current situation, and Hosen remarks that his son already seems aware of the reason for the summons. The man bluntly says Hosen has already identified the intruder. He adds that Hosen also understands how his own wife is tied to that intruder. Hosen confirms that the matter is indeed related to the clan head's upcoming visit, and the man notes, inwardly, that Hosen clearly knows of the assassination plot. Hosen observes that his son's lack of surprise shows he has already deduced as much himself. He admits he had heard his son had changed but is stunned by how different he now seems. Hosen elaborates that his son's internal energy, sharp judgment, and grasp of the situation far exceed what should be possible in a few years. He likens his son to a lurking snake that has been patiently waiting for the right opportunity. Smiling darkly, Hosen says he is impressed that his son managed to deceive even him for so long, and that such nefariousness suits a member of the Tang clan. The son bows and, despite feeling insulted, thanks him for the compliment, recognizing it as high praise in the Tang family. Hosen warns him not to overstep his bounds or cross the line. The man, tense, asks what exactly that line refers to. Hosen clarifies that he will not interfere in conflicts between his son and Sanyang inside the household, but forbids him from touching the forces backing Sanyang. Wondering what ulterior scheme this snake is hatching, the son agrees outwardly within. I understand. He concludes he cannot move directly against the white bone instructor yet, and Hosen says he has said all that is needed and dismisses him. Before Hosen leaves, the son stops him and insists he should be given a reward for defeating the intruder. Hosen, deducing the request must concern something his son cannot obtain alone, asks what kind of reward he wants. He tells his son to state his wish. The man asks for permission to train in the monstrous forest, internally planning to use its poisonous insects and mystic beasts to quickly restore his former life level of mystic power. Hosen repeats the name in surprise, wary of that dangerous area. He explains that only the clan head can authorize entry to the monstrous forest and that, while he can pass along the request, he cannot promise anything, leaving his son to think that this route is blocked for now. Hosen then offers something else in exchange, reaching inside his robes. He reveals an ornate butterfly-shaped artifact, which immediately draws his son's attention. Holding it out, he asks whether his son would like to take this item instead. Tang Gon protests in shock, recognizing how valuable the artifact is. Hosen orders Tang Gon to stay quiet. The son wonders what kind of treasure could even leave his experienced instructor speechless. Examining it, he thinks it appears to be nothing more than a decorative ornament. Hosen checks whether his son dislikes it, and the son hurriedly denies that. The son notes that the aura around Hosen prevents him from approaching directly, so he assumes he is meant to obtain the artifact through some indirect method. He decides to use Wraith number 15, commanding the little spirit to go retrieve the item. Number 15 nervously obeys and rushes toward the butterfly. The butterfly lifts smoothly from Hosen's fingers. Hosen watches its movement in mild surprise. The artifact flutters through the air and lands safely on the son's hand as Tang Gon freaks out in the background. The son now calmly holds the butterfly, having claimed it. Hosen regards him with a subtle, unreadable expression. Turning away, Hosen declares that the artifact now belongs to his son. He then tells Tang Gon they are leaving, and the flustered instructor hastily agrees. The son watches the two of them depart into the night. Alone, he peers at the butterfly and demands to know what exactly this thing is that the Tang clan scum have given him. His Wraith companions speculate that it just looks like an expensive ornament, but, knowing the Tang clan, could easily be a hidden weapon. Irritated, the man crushes one of the spirits in his fist and shouts at them to stop giving opinions and get moving. The terrified spirits scatter and agree, rushing off to obey. Elsewhere, Tang Gon asks Hosen if he is really okay with giving away such a precious artifact. Hosen answers that while it used to be important back when the Tempest Squad existed, that was 20 years ago. Now that the Nine Dragons branch is established, and his son wants to inherit the Tempest legacy, giving him the artifact makes sense. A man realizes the blood butterfly was entrusted to Wenhui because its owner still regrets failing his Tempest Squad ambitions. Tang Hosen explains he showed the artifact to his other two children, but only Wenhui showed interest. He recalls that Wenhui alone managed to claim the blood butterfly, as if Tempest itself chose him. Hosen believes Wenhui might be able to unlock the blood butterfly's secrets, while hidden spirits eavesdrop. Hearing this, Wenhui is surprised and thinks he never considered using Tempest with the blood butterfly. Wenhui asks the spirits if Hosen explained the item, learns only that it is precious, and they nervously address him as Cult Heir. The spirits report that the artifact drains enormous spiritual energy when it moves and may even be a demonic tool. Wenhui is startled by the idea that the blood butterfly could be demonic. He orders the spirit possessing the butterfly to come out so he can inspect it directly. Reasoning that a Tang clan item should not rely on spiritual energy, Wenhui doubts it truly consumes that much power. The blood butterfly suddenly erupts with a massive surge of energy. Wenhui and the spirits react in chibi shock when the butterfly abruptly goes inert. He grimly focuses, veins bulging, preparing to subdue the artifact. Enraged, Wenhui pours power into the blood butterfly, yelling at it to stop resisting. The blood butterfly flares even more violently with purple energy. Then it abruptly shuts down again, lying still. Everyone falls silent, staring at the now quiet artifact. Outside, Wenhui considers new approaches for handling the blood butterfly and senses a direction to pursue. The next morning, he complains that the blood butterfly frustrated him so much he could not sleep. He decides to deal with it later, worrying that if the white bone instructor hears of last night's failed attack he will act. Recalling Tang Hosen's warning not to cross the line, Wenhui thinks it now restricts his ability to move against white bone. He wonders if there's a way to disrupt white bone's plans without provoking Tang Hosen's interference. Accepting that such an opportunity will not appear instantly, he resolves to search slowly while calmly drinking tea. A Gudiao beast suddenly flies in, startling him. Recognizing the Gudiao, Wenhui notes that its arrival has interrupted his train of thought. He studies the creature carefully, pondering. Wenhui judges that while the Gudiao is strong, it cannot defeat many dead swordsmen at once. He concludes that if he is going to use the Gudiao, he must first strengthen it, cutting his hand for blood. Using his blood as a medium, he plans to refine the dead man's eye into an item that holds the Phantom King's knowledge. He forges this refined artifact and names it Phantom King's blood. The spirits excitedly recognize Phantom King's blood and envy Wenhui's birthright while scolding each other to stay dignified. Since the elixir holds the Phantom King's knowledge and is unmatched for demonic arts users, Wenhui tempts the Gudiao by asking if it wants it. When the Gudiao eagerly reacts, Wenhui questions what makes it worthy of receiving such a treasure. He offers a bargain, promising the elixir if the Gudiao reveals the locations of the beast Jiangshi ranches in Black Bone Ghost Valley. The Gudiao frantically agrees, shaking with excitement. Wenhui lets it eat the Phantom King's blood. The Gudiao's eyes blaze as the power takes effect. Bathed in light, the Gudiao transforms into a much larger, dragon-like bird infused with the elixir. Its feathers bristle as the transformation completes. The creature's new avian face emerges, fierce and predatory. The spirits marvel that Gudiao has been completely reborn. The reborn Gudiao appears as a massive, flaming bird descending in front of Wenhui. Wenhui recognizes it as the legendary demonic army messenger bird that announces their advance. Smiling, Wenhui asks how it feels to be reborn, noting its new body is far more useful than its former spider form. He raises a hand, summoning another presence. Elder Huan's spirit materializes beside the new bird, shocked by his own return. The other spirits exclaim that Elder Huan's soul should have been destroyed. Terrified yet respectful, Huan asks the cult heir why he resurrected him. Wenhui says he had 3 reasons for bringing Huan back. First, he says, is to reward Huan's loyalty, remembering that unlike others he did not curse Wenhui when facing death. Second, he notes Huan still clings to the hope that Wenhui will protect his daughter. Huan is stunned as Wenhui exposes this lingering wish. Wenhui points out that he does not even know the girl's name or face, so finding her himself is impossible. He declares that Huan must search for his daughter personally with his own hands. Overwhelmed by the chance to try again, Huan's expression flares with emotion. Wenhui bluntly adds that the third reason is that wraiths are easier to manage than living fools, causing Huan to inwardly wince. Resigned, Huan says he thought death would free him but realizes there is no escaping Wenhui's grasp. Huan recalls that after losing his wife, his daughter became his only reason to live, and since Jion Hajin abducted her he has felt dead inside. He remembers betraying the cult leader and heir for her sake, yet failing to protect her anyway. Now, given another chance, he burns with determination to set things right. Huan loudly pledges allegiance to Wenhui. He vows to dedicate his soul entirely to Wenhui's cause, yielding his fate to the cult heir's command. Wenhui listens as Huan swears he will follow orders without any hesitation. Wenhui confirms that Huan retains the Gudiao's memories and asks if he knows where the beast Jiangshi ranches are. Huan, in the bird's body, offers to fly there immediately and tear the ranchers apart with his new talons and beak. Pleased, Wenhui orders him to destroy the ranches and show the traitors the divine cult's advance. Huan accepts with fierce resolve. The powerful bird blasts out of the room while Wenhui calmly watches. Watching the departing feathers, Wenhui thinks that once the ranches are under attack, the white bone instructor will be too busy to target him, buying precious time. Elsewhere, a carriage arrives at the clan estate, signaling the arrival of an important guest. Inside, a woman returns from an overnight ride, saying she is exhausted. She notices a folded report from Mu Young on the floor. Seeing the folded corner, she assumes the report concerns urgent business. Reading it, she is shocked to learn that Yichang fought a duel with Wenhui. She is even more outraged to read that Wenhui actually won. The report further states that Wenhui battled Kyujin and fought her to a draw. She is appalled this all happened while the branch clan head looked on. Furious, she begins to curse but is interrupted as Kyujin arrives and addresses her as mother. Kyujin coldly asks her mother where she has been. The mother forces a smile, nervously asking why Kyujin has come so early. Kyujin states she had urgent business. The mother interprets this as something serious that Kyujin will not share. Kyujin reports that Jiangshi invaded the 9 Dragons division during the night and specifically targeted Wenhui, feigning horror at the news. The mother reasons that the Jiangshi she saw must have tried to kill Wenhui. She dislikes that the invasion was exposed but thinks the result is acceptable. Kyujin interrupts by revealing that she herself repelled the Jiangshi, stunning her mother. The mother panics, asking why Kyujin risked herself and whether she is hurt, but Kyujin calmly answers no. Kyujin explains the Jiangshi mentioned her mother and that she hesitated to fight because of that. Internally, the mother rages at her incompetent allies, wondering what they are doing. She claims everything she does is for Kyujin and Yuchang, dismissing Wonhui as an illegitimate obstacle, while Kyujin questions whether she hates Wonhui that much. Kyujin condemns her for going so far as to use a jiangshi against him even though her own daughter belongs to the Qingqing sect. The accusation leaves the mother speechless. Kyujin warns that if her mother will not abandon this path, she may have to oppose her. She resolves that she will personally stop her mother, even by force if necessary. The mother calls out desperately to Kyujin, hand trembling with dark energy. Elsewhere, Cheon Hajin laments that Kyujin does not understand his feelings as he clutches his head in a blood-red chamber. He screams in disbelief, demanding to know how Kyujin can fail to see things his way. His rage intensifies as he howls that she should understand, his face twisted in madness. He collapses to the floor amid shattered lanterns, roaring his frustration. Blaming everything on Wonhui, he laughs hysterically and regrets not eliminating him earlier. Hajin resolves to rush to the temple immediately, convinced that killing Wonhui is what he must do for Kyujin. Back in the city, Tang Gon walks with Wonhui, remarking on his bravery for coming out after last night's chaos, while Wonhui tells him he can go back if he will only complain. Gon says he must obey orders, and Wonhui teasingly tells him to stop whining. They arrive at Lu Ban's foundry, and Wonhui notes the boldness of using the name of a legendary craftsman god. Inside the forge, Gon asks for the owner, and a smith directs them to the master while greeting Gon as the fierce wind warrior. From within, a muscular elder reacts with annoyance that the so-called loser has come, while Gon points out Wonhui. Gon introduces the forge's owner as Tang Chugyung, master of Lu Ban's foundry. As Wonhui introduces himself, Chugyung cuts in, asking if he is the second son of that cold bastard Tang Hosen. Wonhui confirms his identity, and thinks to himself that Chugyung must be very close to his father to talk about him that way. Chugyung says he doubts they came just for introductions, and Gon replies that Wonhui has something he wants forged, though Chugyung grumbles that he is already busy. Chugyung assumes Wonhui was dissatisfied with 9 Dragon's branch gear and curtly offers to forge anything if Wonhui will just leave a blueprint and go. Seeing a mountain of commissions, Wonhui realizes everyone is rushing to get weapons checked before the Dark Supreme arrives and that only Gon's presence got him in. Wonhui says his blueprint is complicated and will require a personal explanation. Chugyung bristles, insisting he is no novice and can forge even from a poor blueprint. Wonhui clarifies that he wants not a stealth weapon but a sword, surprising the smith. Gon explodes at the word sword, thinking Wonhui wants to become a Qingqing-style Taoist like Kyujin. He freaks out that they came all this way for a sword instead of a stealth weapon, demanding to know why. Wonhui reminds him he only asked for a skilled smith, not necessarily to forge hidden weapons, leaving Gon flustered. Gon sulks outside while Wonhui feels a bit guilty for disappointing him. Chugyung observes that Gon must have high expectations for Wonhui. The smith then invites Wonhui in to show the detailed blueprint. Wonhui reveals the design and says he wants to modify his dark sword accordingly. Chugyung examines the plans, puzzled, and asks if this odd design is truly what Wonhui wants. The blueprint appears to depict a metal folding fan, causing Gon to question it. Chugyung declares that despite its appearance it is definitely a sword and admires the hidden intent behind the design. Wonhui thanks him, pleased that the smith recognizes how cunning the weapon is. Chugyung dismisses flattery and orders Wonhui to explain the strange sword in more detail. They confer over the plans, adjusting specific parts to match Wonhui's vision. Discussing additions like gunpowder, they balance power and durability, while nearby spirits note how knowledgeable Wonhui sounds. The spirits marvel that Wonhui calls it a sword though it looks like a fan and wonder why gunpowder is involved, guessing it might be a secret Tang technique. Another spirit remarks that even Tang Gon seems lost, while Gon pretends he fully understands what is being discussed. Wonhui laughs that he is quite ambitious, and Chugyung sighs that Wonhui is indeed greedy in his demands. Finally, Chugyung declares he will personally forge this unique weapon, astonishing Gon. He explains that the blueprint is too advanced for his disciples and must be handled by him alone. Wonhui thinks this is his chance to secure a masterpiece. He prostrates himself, saying it would be a great honor to display Chugyung's sword when the clan head visits. Chugyung protests that there are only 20 days left until the visit, implying the deadline is tight. Wonhui asks if it is impossible, and Chugyung mutters that he has his own schedule to keep. Playing on his pride, Wonhui suggests 20 days might be too hard for him, prompting the smith to insist it is not. Chugyung, stung, apologizes to the legendary figure Lu Ban for doubting himself. Enraged at the idea that the job might be too hard, he bellows that as Lu Ban thanked Chugyung he needs only 15 days to finish it. Wonhui cheerfully praises him as amazing, having successfully provoked his competitive spirit. The spirits and Gon watch, thinking another person has fallen victim to Wonhui's manipulative charm. Leaving the forge, Wonhui is glad Chugyung is even more skilled than expected and assumes the beast's Jiangshi farm is already being destroyed, so he turns to his next task. As he walks, someone calls his name, and he looks up in surprise. Kyujin approaches with her head bowed, asking to speak with him. Surrounded by ominous azure energy, she says there is something she must ask, and Wonhui senses her murderous aura leaking out. He deduces that her emotions are so agitated she cannot hide them with her usual calm style, and wonders what has provoked her. Kyujin cautiously asks what he thinks about their past. She explains that she wants to know if he harbors resentment or similar feelings, insisting she truly wants to understand his thoughts. Instead of answering directly, Wonhui asks if she can catch the wind, confusing her. He demonstrates that wind can be grasped for a moment, but never held, implying that clinging to the past is like trying to hold the wind. Wenhui dismisses dwelling on the past and declares that pursuing what he wants to do now and in the future matters most. A young woman stands stunned in the middle of a blast of energy. Inspired by Wenhui's words about the future, the woman decides on her course of action and thanks him for helping her make up her mind. She tells Wenhui she has something she must do and that he will not see her for a while. After she departs, a powerful burst of energy erupts from the ground where Wenhui stands. Wenhui reflects that such a kind girl becoming that enraged released murderous intent in the Alone in World style. He orders his spirit companions to stop chatting and secretly monitor her, and they obediently agree. Reasoning that her shaken state likely means she fought with Namgung Sanyang, Wenhui turns toward the residence. He thinks Sanyang will not stay quiet after clashing with her daughter and prepares to receive that woman as an incoming threat. Eyes glowing, Wenhui excitedly resolves to get ready to welcome this dangerous guest. At the Tang branch's main tower, a servant informs the branch clan head that young Master Wenhui is requesting an audience. Inside, the branch head's aide reacts with surprise at the request while the branch head reads documents. The branch head pauses, then instructs that Wenhui be brought in and told to wait. Meeting his escort, Wenhui jokes that he has just come to greet his father as a son, only to be told to leave if he is going to talk nonsense. In chibi banter, Wenhui reminds the aide that he is the branch head's son and jokes about rank, while the aide retorts Wenhui must improve if he wants respect. Facing Wenhui, the branch head asks what business brought him here. Wenhui replies that he has come to negotiate regarding the matter the branch head mentioned the previous night. The branch head silently weighs his words, humming thoughtfully. He calls Gon and orders him out, and the aide promptly withdraws, leaving father and son alone. Wenhui notes in awe that Gon's presence vanished instantly, revealing his impressive skill. The branch head warns that Wenhui's interference could disrupt the Tang clan's larger plans. Releasing a heavy aura, he demands a convincing reason, and Wenhui thinks this is not the bearing of a simple branch head. Wenhui agrees outwardly while inwardly concluding that the man is clearly preparing significant schemes for the Tang clan. The branch head says a negotiation requires both sides to offer something and asks what Wenhui can provide. Wenhui says he cannot give anything immediately but can make a promise. Wenhui promises that he will protect his sister Kyujin, which visibly startles the branch head. He presses that the branch head knows exactly what sort of people Madame Namgung is entangled with. The branch head falls silent, troubled by the implication. He uses a secret sound transmission technique to ask Wenhui to explain, and Wenhui realizes others still in the room cannot hear them. Wenhui explains that if Madame Namgung's link to the demonic cult is exposed, Kyujin will inevitably be dragged into the scandal. He labels Kyujin as the child of a demonic cult spy, highlighting the stigma she would bear. Wenhui reminds the branch head how harshly children of demonic spies are treated throughout the Jianghu. He concludes that if the truth spreads, neither Kyujin nor Yuchang will be able to show their faces in the martial world again. The branch head identifies himself as Tang Hozhen, the man who once led the Tempest Squad against the demonic cult's leader. He says no one would dare accuse his children of colluding with the demonic cult to his face, but Wenhui counters that the world is not so kind. Wenhui vows he will ensure Kyujin avoids all consequences from this affair. The branch head, setting aside how Wenhui will manage that, asks what Wenhui wants in return. Wenhui answers that, since he is already involved, he wants to be included in the branch head's plans. The branch head questions whether Wenhui is strong enough, and Wenhui confidently says he will prove his worth, prompting the branch head to ask how. Wenhui names his target as the feared White Bone Instructor, shocking Tang Hozhen. He promises to bring Tang Hozhen the White Bone Instructor's head. Meanwhile, at a sinister temple, incense smoke rises as someone invokes the Buddha of Infinite Light. Namgung Sanyang furiously berates the White Bone Instructor for his failure after all she has done for him. Enraged, she yells that even her daughter insulted her because he could not eliminate a single enemy. The White Bone Instructor interrupts her tirade by sharply calling her name. Startled, Sanyang flinches at his sudden shout. The White Bone Instructor admits his judgment was wrong in this matter. He says he has also lost a disciple and will no longer remain still, implying he will personally retaliate. As he declares he will handle things himself, a subordinate barges in urgently calling. Temple Master, the White Bone Instructor demands to know the commotion, and the blue-skinned girl says the news is urgent. The girl asks Sanyang to sit aside while they discuss it, and Sanyang reluctantly agrees. Sitting down, Sanyang grudgingly admits to herself that although she dislikes being yelled at, the Temple Master is undeniably capable. She thinks that since he has taken the matter into his own hands, he will finally rid her of the troublesome Wenhui. The White Bone Instructor reacts in shock to new information. He learns that the Beast Jiangshi farms he spent over a decade secretly building are under attack. He recalls how carefully he created those monsters over many years. He is told that a Shu with spirit energy similar to his prized Gudiao is rampaging through the farms. He sees that this Jew has single-handedly annihilated all of his Beast Jiangshi. Sanyang nervously asks what has happened. The White Bone Instructor explodes in fury, cursing Sanyang. He grabs her by the throat, choking her in rage. Still furious, he slams her to the ground with overwhelming force. Sanyang, in pain and tears, accuses him of deceiving her. Looming over her, he rants that a sorcerer strong enough to seize control of his Gudiao and evolve it into a Zhu would not waste time helping her elevate an illegitimate heir to the Tang clan. Convinced she must be in league with that sorcerer, he denounces the idea as ridiculous and accuses her of plotting to betray them. Terrified, Sanyang insists she has no idea what he is talking about. Unleashing terrifying ghostly power, He demands to know whether she is truly ignorant or merely feigning, asking if she is underestimating the Black Bone Ghost Valley. Sanyong realizes in horror that the Black Bone Ghost Valley, the group she has been dealing with, is actually a force under the demonic cult. He concludes that she truly knows nothing and muses that the Namgun clan is probably just using her until she is no longer useful. Deciding there must have been a misunderstanding, he acknowledges she genuinely seems unaware. Sanyong internalizes that, without realizing it, she has been working with the demonic cult. She recalls that her own family introduced her to the temple master, and realizes this means the entire Namgun clan is tied to the demonic cult. The White Bone instructor confirms her second son's name is Tang Wenhui and notes it matches the name of the enemy who ruined his farms. He tells her that even without her request he now has ample reason to tear Wenhui and the sorcerer backing him to pieces, and he asks for her cooperation. Later, back at the Tang residence, Sanyong humbly admits to Wenhui that she was wrong. She offers to do anything he wants as an apology if he will accept it. Wenhui, amused by the sudden change, confirms she is really apologizing to him. She thinks she dislikes apologizing but must obey the order she received. In flashback, the White Bone instructor told her to make the Tang bastard lower his guard by acting subservient. When she hesitated, he threatened to turn her into a jiangshi if she refused. Fearing that fate, she frantically agreed to follow his instructions. Now she resolves to manipulate Wenhui to gain a lead on the sorcerer, accepting the humiliation as necessary. Wenhui points out that despite her fearless facade she is clearly terrified of the branch clan head learning the truth. He bluntly states he knows she is working with the demonic cult, leaving her aghast and wondering how he found out. She realizes from his certainty that this is not a bluff. Thinking back, she notes she only realized the temple was part of the demonic cult yesterday and cannot fathom how Wenhui already knows. Wenhui, with a sinister aura, taunts her for being so shocked. She had assumed Wenhui was merely being controlled by some sorcerer. Watching his eyes, she senses instead the gaze of a man acting on his own will, though perhaps aided by a sorcerer. She concludes Wenhui himself has been orchestrating everything from the start. Sanyong hopes he does not know more than her involvement, and feigns ignorance aloud. Wenhui smiles and says if so, she will not mind him telling the branch clan head what he knows. He explains that if the Righteous Wind Squad investigates, they will uncover her visits to the strange temple and any Namgun items stored there, making the situation very interesting. Leaning in, he wonders aloud how the Namgun clan will react when those links to the demonic cult are exposed. Sanyong panics, realizing her clan would likely scapegoat her as the sole collaborator to protect themselves. She weakly insists they would not abandon the branch clan head's wife, but Wenhui points out even she does not truly believe that. Cornered, Sanyong finally asks him directly what he wants. Wenhui grins, signaling he is about to make a major demand. He declares that he is a very greedy man. Narration explains that over the following week Sanyong, desperate, brought Wenhui numerous rare treasures and valuables. Because she was busy procuring these items, Sanyong had no time left to scheme anything else. Surrounded by loot, Wenhui marvels at the Namgun clan's wealth while his spirits joke that he is now draped in treasure and that Sanyong is probably broke. They say she deserves it for what she tried to do to him, but Wenhui tells them to speak only for themselves. Smiling, he says the treasures are useful to him. He singles out one item, a dark green pill, as the most important of all. He explains to his spirits that it is a pill made from fire poison herb, cornelian cherry, and a special bacterium, radiating immense toxic energy. The spirits think it looks like a standard poison pill and startled, guess Wenhui intends to attempt the 6th level of the venom dragon cultivation technique. Wenhui confirms he plans to open his middle dantian and reach the ultimate peak. He describes how the rare bacteria can be a miracle medicine ingredient but, if mishandled, will devour the body from within. He outlines how the other ingredients amplify the bacteria's toxicity, making a pill ideal for someone cultivating the venom dragon technique like him. The spirits understand his goal but fear the poison is too strong and question whether his body can withstand it. Wenhui says he has another safeguard prepared as well. He reveals the divine chi clarification orb resting in a box. Narration explains this orb, created by the famed life and death divine physician, is a miracle medicine that greatly boosts internal energy. Wenhui decides to swallow the orb first to increase his internal energy. As he meditates, pure energy from the orb spreads through his body, confirming its intended effect. He then prepares to take the poison pill, recalling that elders warn this type of poison is extremely difficult to digest. He judges that with his current mastery of the venom dragon technique, he might barely withstand it. The poison pill begins dissolving, releasing powerful green venomous energy. Wenhui acknowledges that the coming ordeal will be extremely painful. Venomous power violently swirls within him as the poison activates. Overwhelmed, he screams while his body is inundated by the poison's energy. Poisonous chi erupts outward in a massive storm that even alarms the spirits. They anxiously shout, asking if Wenhui is alright amid the toxic maelstrom. Wenhui feels the poison exploding throughout his body and focuses on converting it into internal energy using the venom dragon technique. Inside, purple cultivation energy and green poison whirl together around a glowing core. The swirling energy condenses at his middle dantian like a luminous orb. He concentrates fiercely, ordering himself to gather the power. He then pulls the condensed energy upward toward his upper dantian, integrating it with his heart and mind. The energy fuses into a blazing sphere of power. His entire body erupts with a towering purple aura as he stabilizes the breakthrough. At last he exhales in relief, realizing he has successfully achieved the 6th mastery level of the Venom Dragon cultivation technique. His spirits excitedly congratulate him for reaching the ultimate peak in only 2 months of training, amazed at his rapid progress. Wenhui senses a small but pure core of essence in his middle dantian, confirming he has attained 5 Dragon's Peak mastery, the ultimate peak. The noise of his breakthrough draws Gon, who rushes over thinking intruders have arrived but then recognizes the familiar energy. Gon, astonished, asks Wenhui what in the world he has done. Wenhui casually answers that he took a miraculous medicine gifted by Madame Namgung. Gon remarks he has no idea what the medicine was but guesses it must have cost Sanyang a fortune. He suggests that, regardless, Wenhui must be itching to test his newfound strength. Wenhui, spear-wreathed in purple energy, agrees and praises Gon as an excellent teacher. Gon signals for the spar to begin. Wenhui joyfully declares he will fight with all his strength and charges in with his energized spear. Seeing energy flowing along Wenhui's weapon, Gon is stunned that his pupil is already channeling internal power into a spear. Their weapons clash in a blur as Wenhui's empowered attacks slam into Gon. Gon commends the solid weight and power behind Wenhui's strikes. He ups the challenge by launching a fierce thrust and telling Wenhui to try deflecting it. Wenhui realizes with satisfaction that he can now clearly see and read Gon's movements. He notes that his body responds freely and swiftly as he maneuvers around Gon's rapid strikes. Marveling at this martial realm, he exults that he can finally perceive combat the way Gon does. Wenhui thinks that if he can fully infuse his weapons with internal energy, his power will escalate even further. Surrounded by a flaming purple aura, he pours deadly chi into his spear for a decisive move. Gon, alarmed, recognizes that Wenhui is about to unleash the 12 beats of the Violent Tiger technique using a spear. Tang Wenhui clashes weapons with his sparring partner in a burst of purple energy. His opponent retaliates with a sweeping, aura-filled staff strike that forces Wenhui back. The older man remarks in surprise at Wenhui's speed as he charges forward. Admitting he must now take their duel seriously, the instructor prepares to fight in earnest. Wenhui, wreathed in demonic energy, reminds him he promised to train him ruthlessly. Later, Wenhui and the instructor sit together, and the instructor asks if Wenhui has heard a recent rumor. The instructor explains that people think Wenhui reconciled with the madam and gave up the successor position out of gratitude. Wenhui says he could do such a thing for family peace, and the instructor doubts he understands what peace means. The instructor assumes the rumor came from the gifts the madam has been sending Wenhui but insists the story is untrue. Wenhui secretly thinks he needs the madam acting that way to gain advantage over the accursed white bone instructor, while the instructor wonders who that is. Realizing the name refers to the head of Black Bone Ghost Valley, the instructor reacts in shock. Wenhui is surprised the instructor was not briefed about this enemy, and notes he had not listened properly in the meeting. The instructor reasons that Wenhui learned the madam was connected to the white bone instructor, while Wenhui notes he becomes serious whenever the demonic cult is mentioned. The instructor warns that sorcerers of Black Bone Ghost Valley guard their base heavily with a demonic sorcery array, which Wenhui confirms. He adds that the Jianshi are stronger inside that array and admits he is unsure he could kill their leader even using his full strength. Wenhui agrees that a frontal war would cause heavy losses for their side. He recounts Spirit Number 15's report that the temple's current defenders include 4 death swordsmen and a Jianshi as strong as a spirit swordsman. Wenhui further reflects that the white bone instructor has advanced to a higher martial realm since Wenhui's past life, likely aided by the cult's society. The instructor, worried, asks what Wenhui plans to do and whether he has a strategy. Wenhui replies confidently that his preparations for dealing with the white bone instructor are almost complete. That night, the desperate madam kneels before Wenhui and begs for his help. Cloaked in ominous power, Wenhui remarks that coming secretly at night for help could make it look like he is trying to kill her. He observes that both the Namgung clan and the temple are pressuring her, and she admits it. Trembling, she reminds him that he knows the dangerous predicament she is in. She explains that the temple master has threatened to turn her into a Jianshi if she fails to bring information about the sorcerer backing Wenhui. Terrified, she laments that at this rate she is doomed. Wenhui bluntly confirms that she is indeed heading for a horrible fate. Panicked, she promises to do whatever Wenhui wants if he will save her. Wenhui pushes her further, asking if she can even give up the successor position she has pursued so hard. Gritting her teeth, she agrees and vows to make the other contenders abandon that position as well. She even offers to disappear from his sight forever if he wishes, repeatedly begging him to help her. Wenhui accepts, on the condition that she obey his instructions completely, and she swears to do anything if he can remove the demon threatening her. He tells her she must prepare a certain item, and she agrees to it. Wenhui notes that this final preparation is necessary for defeating the accursed white bone instructor. Elsewhere, the blacksmith realizes he is in trouble because he failed to inspect Wenhui's damaged sword carefully. The old craftsman admits the sword will take at least 2 weeks of intensive work to restore, far longer than he expected. Examining the material, he realizes the blade is a demonic tool of black steel suffused with demonic chi and that Wenhui wants a new sword forged from it. Recognizing how cunning Wenhui is for setting him up with such a job, the craftsman curses that he has been tricked. He complains he will have to work non-stop for 2 weeks alone since his disciples lack the skill to assist. Grumbling that he does not have 2 bodies and must inform Wenhui the job will take even longer, he is startled by a familiar voice commenting on his words. Shocked, he turns to see who has spoken. Seeing an unexpected visitor, he yells in alarm, demanding to know why that person is there. The newcomer calmly asks why the craftsman is angry when they have not met for so long. Revealed as Dark Supreme Tang Munhyuk, the visitor says he is saddened by the hostile welcome. The craftsman protests that Tang Munhyuk should be serving at the Nine Dragons Division and demands to know why he is here alone. Tang Munhyuk cheerfully says he snuck out, earning a scolding that he is causing trouble for others. Inspecting the weapon project, Tang Munhyuk calls it an interesting item and asks who requested it. The craftsman answers that it was Tang Hosen's child. Tang Munhyuk recalls hearing of Hosen's genius daughter but learns the request actually came from Hosen's second child. The craftsman clarifies that he means Wunhui, Hosen's second son. Tang Munhyuk notes he had heard Wunhui was weak in mind and talent, while the craftsman admits he was surprised by Wunhui's request and calls him snake-like. Tang Munhyuk realizes Wunhui wants a single weapon that can shift between two techniques. He further notes Wunhui plans to use stealth weapons when enemies keep their distance. Impressed, Tang Munhyuk remarks that this design is quintessentially Tang-style weaponry. The craftsman says he could meet the deadline if that were all, but hints there is an additional complication. He shows Tang Munhyuk the black demonic tool that must be reforged into the weapon. Tang Munhyuk learns Wunhui has even studied sorcery to wield cursed poison with this sword and asks what else Wunhui demanded. The craftsman mutters that Wunhui is the disciple of a useless fellow, and Tang Munhyuk realizes he means Tang Gon, and that Gon actually took Wunhui as a disciple. He hears that Wunhui persuaded Tang Gon to pass on the Tempest Dance technique. Tang Munhyuk acknowledges this with growing interest. The craftsman concludes that Wunhui does not just want a weapon but something that can channel both the Tempest Dance and curse sorceries, proving how greedy he is. Tang Munhyuk again says he understands, intrigued by the ambition. He reminds the craftsman that the job lacks adequate help. The craftsman realizes Tang Munhyuk intends to assist and reacts in disbelief. Tang Munhyuk laughs excitedly, eager to see how Wunhui will use this new toy of a weapon. Later, Wunhui meets allies by a carriage at night and is told that all requested preparations are complete. The madam asks if only they three are going, and Wunhui answers that his master will join them once he finishes some business. As they speak, Tang Gon arrives at a run, and Wunhui comments on his timely appearance. Tang Gon complains about leaving at such an awkward hour, but Wunhui insists this timing is ideal. Tang Gon reports he has eliminated the spy Mu Young as Wunhui ordered. Wunhui compliments him, while the madam is stunned and questions why Mu Young was killed. Wunhui explains that Mu Young had been acting as a spy for both the Namgung clan and the temple, leaving the madam speechless. She realizes Wunhui already knew she was hiding Mu Young and concludes he is manipulating everyone. Nervously, Tang Gon asks if only the three of them will infiltrate the valley. Wunhui, holding a human-faced mask, replies that it will indeed be just the three of them for now. Tang Gon reluctantly puts on his own mask and asks if it is truly necessary, and Wunhui insists they must wear them. Another ally agrees, noting that without masks their identities would be recognized. Wunhui urges them to depart, and the others follow despite their unease. As their carriage enters a dense, ghostly fog, someone notes the thickening mist means they have entered the enemy's territory. Riding beside the carriage in disguise, Wunhui and his ally feel the ominous atmosphere intensify. Using his dead man's eye, Wunhui sees beast-type Jiangshi lurking in the fog despite their attempts to hide. He reasons that the enemy has tightened security in response to previous raids on their beast Jiangshi farms. Wunhui confirms the White Bone instructor really has advanced to a higher realm and muses that this new sorcery barrier is far superior to what he used in the past. Suddenly sensing an unfamiliar sorcery flow, Wunhui becomes alert. He summons Spirit number 15 to investigate, and the spirit answers his call. Spirit 15 reports that the White Bone instructor has seized Wunhui's sorcery book. The spirit adds that when the 12 black specters searched Wunhui's old pavilion they found many valuable texts. The other spirits curse the Jiangshi for stealing Wunhui's belongings, insisting they were not responsible. Wunhui recalls using the soul-combusting hell flame art and thought all records had burned, but realizes some writings survived when he was organizing the Phantom King's texts. He concludes that using unmodified Phantom King sorcery against someone who knows it well would be like trying to lock a door with the key still inside, so he must choose his spells carefully until he revises those techniques. The carriage wheels rattle as they continue deeper into the valley. The driver announces they have arrived at Black Bone Ghost Valley's gate. Disguised as Namgung escorts, Wunhui and Tang Gon help the madam step from the carriage. The iron gate opens with ghostly mist spilling out. A childlike Jiangshi girl greets them, addressing the madam as Namgung's daughter and asking why she has come. The madam replies that she has brought the requested belongings of the man the temple master seeks. The Jiangshi notes their heightened security and says she will move the boxes herself, while the madam's companions wait outside. Outside the gate, Tang Gon whispers whether they should just attack, but Wunhui tells him to wait. The madam warns that unknown items might be infused with sorcery that changes when in contact with the dead and asks if the Jiangshi is sure it is safe to handle them. Irritated, the Jiangshi girl hesitates. She ultimately relents and invites all three of them inside with the boxes. Leading them across the courtyard, she announces to the temple master that the Namgung woman has arrived with the requested items. A voice from within orders that the woman be allowed inside. The Jiangshi opens the hall, and the group proceeds toward the inner chamber. The madam politely greets the temple master, who sits as a skeletal Jiangshi among ritual objects, and responds that he has been waiting. Transforming into his monstrous form, the White Bone instructor excitedly asks if she has brought Wunhui's belongings. The madam explains she could not tell which objects were enchanted, so she simply took most things from Wenhui's room, and the white bone instructor praises her for doing even better than he had asked. At Wenhui's cue, Tang Gon prepares to act as they set the boxes down. The chests are stacked before the altar. Sensing strong mystic power even before opening them, the white bone instructor exults that the delivery was well done. He declares he will immediately track Wenhui's group using these belongings. But as he opens one chest, he is puzzled by what he finds inside. He realizes too late that the boxes are filled with explosives. Beginning to protest, he stares into the booby-trapped chest. At that instant, the madam grabs her two companions and dives away from the boxes. A blinding blast erupts inside the hall, obliterating everything. The white bone instructor watches a lit fuse with confusion just before detonation. His eyes widen in shock as the explosion engulfs him. Flames and force rip through the room, consuming his body. The powerful blast turns the temple building into a fireball. The surrounding structures of Black Bone Ghost Valley erupt in a chain of explosions. The destructive blast spreads outward, blowing apart more of the compound. The inferno mushrooms into the forest outside, accompanied by deafening shockwaves. Wenhui's group, already at a distance, shield themselves from the roaring blast, wind, and debris. Tang Gon comments that the explosions should have greatly disrupted the demonic sorcery array protecting the valley. Wenhui answers that the blast did not completely erase the mystic arts. When asked if the white bone instructor could have survived, Wenhui points out that as a jiangshi he is resilient. Wenhui adds that he had seen the enemy gathering mystic energy right before the blast, so although the instructor may be maimed, he is almost certainly still alive. Wenhui notes that the same resilience applies to the other jiangshi defenders as well, indicating they too survived. He sprints forward to confront the remaining enemies. The jiangshi girl leads a squad of white-clad jiangshi to intercept Wenhui's party. Enraged, she accuses them of defiling their sacred land. From atop a hill, Wenhui jokes that he only destroyed a single house, while his companions know most people would be angry about that. The jiangshi's subordinate identifies Tang Gon as the fierce Wind Knight, second strongest of the 9 Dragons division, and Wenhui as Tang Hosen's second son. The jiangshi concludes that the Tang clan must have discovered their plans, while Wenhui tells Tang Gon to worry about his own safety rather than about Wenhui's. The jiangshi leader orders her forces to capture the intruders alive at all costs so they can learn how badly their plan has been disrupted. As the jiangshi charge, projectiles suddenly tear through their ranks. One of the death swordsmen is instantly killed by a surprise strike to the head. Tang Gon confronts the remaining jiangshi, angrily denouncing them for masquerading as humans. The jiangshi girl is stunned that even an off-guard death swordsman was felled in a single blow. Narration highlights Tang Gon as a martial master of supreme peak level. Wenhui tells Tang Gon he is glad to have him there, and then leaps off to handle his own part of the battle, leaving Tang Gon to face the oncoming jiangshi. Some jiangshi curse Wenhui as he departs, but their leader orders them to ignore him and focus everything on Tang Gon. Surrounded, Tang Gon prepares to fight as the jiangshi commander commands her forces to use all their strength to take him down. Smirking, Tang Gon invites the jiangshi to try their best if they think they can capture him. Amid the rubble of the destroyed hall, a mangled hand claws its way out, showing that the white bone instructor still lives. Furious, he realizes someone within his ranks has betrayed him. He notes that the explosion has disrupted his demonic array and slowed his regeneration, forcing him to decide quickly whether to repair the array or destroy evidence and flee. Wenhui appears among the ruins and mocks him for considering escape after Wenhui came all this way. Smiling coldly, Wenhui asks if abandoning the fight is not a poor way for the white bone instructor to treat his guests. The skeletal sorcerer recognizes the young man as the despised branch family bastard and assumes this encounter is part of the family head scheme. The young man greets the old sorcerer, recalling that they last met when he learned mystic arts from him. Confused, the old man denies knowing him, so the young man reminds him he once served as his master for a month despite their differing specialties. The sorcerer repeats in shock that the youth claims to have studied under him for a month. Realizing the youth's tone and mannerisms, the old man panics as if recognizing someone impossible. The youth accuses the sorcerer of stealing his mystic arts and failing to recognize their true owner. Enveloped in a massive demonic aura shaped like a beast, the youth states that he is very angry. The old sorcerer connects the youth's evil spirits and identity, recognizing him as cult heir Yun Wenhui. Terrified, the sorcerer unleashes a powerful upward blast of energy. Yun Wenhui watches the old man's attack erupt skyward from the ruins. Yun Wenhui notes the old man has become stronger and says removing the demonic sorcery array was necessary to avoid danger. The sorcerer continues his frenzied onslaught, hammering the area with intense energy. The violent blast devastates the surroundings, shaking the ground and village. While rushing in, Yun Wenhui senses that the energy does not resemble an ordinary mystic art and wonders what the old man is planning. He prepares to analyze the unknown move with his dead man's eyes ability. When he activates his special sight, something unexpected startles him. After the explosion, Yun Wenhui sees only a huge crater and realizes the old geezer has vanished. Thinking the sorcerer is neither stealthy nor using illusion, Yun Wenhui deduces the disappearance has another cause. One of the evil spirits reports that the white-boned sorcerer has fled to another location, surprising Yun Wenhui. Seeing a skeletal bird carrying the sorcerer off, the spirits conclude he is running away, which Yun Wenhui contemplates. Yun Wenhui wryly debates whether to mock the sorcerer as a coward or commend his quick decision to retreat. Smirking, he notes that of all directions to escape, the old man chose the unluckiest one. Overhead, the fleeing sorcerer curses the cult heir's survival while riding a giant skeletal bird. Panicking, the sorcerer decides Yun Wenhui must have a way to kill him and resolves to retreat and regroup with allies. Mid-flight, the sorcerer suddenly senses something alarming. Below, someone radiating anti-demonic energy prepares a counterattack aimed at him. A black-haired swordswoman slashes with blazing holy power. The light attack races upward toward the skeletal bird and its rider. The sorcerer screams as the holy force strikes him and his mount. The bird's skeletal body shatters and plummets, sending the sorcerer hurtling toward the ground. Watching the crash from afar, Yun Wenhui mocks the old man for ignoring him. The swordswoman, Yun Wenhui's sister, dashes up as he welcomes her. Shocked to see him, she demands to know why he is here. Yun Wenhui calmly replies that he has been cooperating with her mother to wipe out the demon cult. She struggles to grasp that her mother is involved and that the falling Jiangshi was a demon cult member Yun Wenhui intends to capture. She explains she came because she heard her mother scheming with a sorcerer hidden in this mountain. Confused by talk of the demon cult, she listens as Yun Wenhui internally acknowledges her bewilderment. He decides he must send her away quickly before the old sorcerer pulls another trick and escapes, telling her he can handle the enemy alone. Yun Wenhui asks her to go support Tangon, who is currently defending their mother alone against many foes. Horrified that only Yun Wenhui, her mother, and Tangon undertook such a mission, she yells in protest. He explains it was a secret operation and notes that she herself came without backup, reasoning she must simply be worried. Accepting the urgency, she postpones further questions, telling him to flee if things become too dangerous while he agrees. She bids him farewell before running off to aid the others. Yun Wenhui watches her sprint away toward the battlefield. Turning back, he remarks that the old man has rested enough during their conversation. Yun Wenhui calls out the sorcerer, saying a demon-wheeled Jiangshi should easily recover from the earlier attack. A hand claws from the dust, and Yun Wenhui warns the old man not to expect him to drop his guard. The battered sorcerer struggles upright, groaning. Gritting his teeth, he prepares another desperate move. He launches forward with renewed ferocity, aiming to strike Yun Wenhui. Panting, the sorcerer curses Yun Wenhui's relentless taunts. He cries that Yun Wenhui should be dead and questions how he could possibly have returned from death again. Yun Wenhui, wreathed in purple energy, admits resurrection sounds unbelievable but says immortality and reincarnation are every sorcerer's dream. Cloaked in the living aura of the evil ghost war robe, Yun Wenhui asks if this display proves his claim. Recognizing the robe, the sorcerer is stunned that Yun Wenhui commands such power. Trembling, the sorcerer asks if Yun Wenhui has really triumphed over death. In full cult regalia, Yun Wenhui advances ominously toward the terrified old man. Yun Wenhui tells Whitebone he has many questions for him. He approaches the cowering sorcerer, ordering him not to run and to finish this confrontation. Enraged by Yun Wenhui's chatter, the sorcerer unleashes another massive attack. Roaring that he will tear Yun Wenhui's mouth apart, the sorcerer lunges with a clawed hand. Their powers clash violently, filling the air with streaking energy. The sorcerer summons a horde of monstrous spirits and beasts to overwhelm Yun Wenhui. Yun Wenhui calmly gathers purple power in his hand to respond. He uses the Tempest Dance technique, cleaving through the swarming monsters with sweeping strikes. From above, Yun Wenhui dives straight toward the sorcerer, who stares up in alarm. The sorcerer tries to invoke a martial move but is interrupted mid-word. Yun Wenhui smashes him into the ground, scattering his beads and body. Dazed, the sorcerer realizes Yun Wenhui is far faster and stronger than reports indicated. Yun Wenhui sends him flying again with another crushing blow. The sorcerer reels, unable to believe Yun Wenhui has grown so powerful in such a short time. He panics that the cult heir can now even use high-level martial arts, and considers it impossible. Yun Wenhui continues pummeling him, driving him into the earth amid the sorcerer's screams. Yun Wenhui slides through the dust, radiating terrifying momentum. He taunts the old man, asking if he has any more tricks and saying this level of resistance is disappointing. The sorcerer screeches for silence and attacks again with another explosive strike. Yun Wenhui derides him for repeating the same technique. Reasoning that even this fool must have a reason to repeat the move, Yun Wenhui stays wary. The sorcerer yells for his spell to explode, activating a more dangerous variation. A cluster of grotesque beast corpses begins to combust around Yun Wenhui, but he considers corpse explosions too obvious. A huge red blast erupts, filling the area with destructive energy. Whitebone laments having to sacrifice his valuable beast Jiangshi for this attack. He uses the resulting chaos to flee, thinking it will buy him time, but Yun Wenhui's voice suddenly cuts him off. Yun Wenhui catches up instantly, and kicks him mid-escape. The sorcerer howls as Yun Wenhui strikes him again with a focused energy blast. The impact detonates in a bright explosion on the ground. The sorcerer staggers, grievously battered. He reflects that with his mystic formation destroyed he lacks time to cast any larger-scale arts, and is struggling just to regenerate. From behind, Yun Wenhui mocks that for someone who stole his mystic manual, this is a pitiful display. The infuriated sorcerer blames Yun Wenhui for ruining everything by destroying his demonic sorcery array. Yun Wenhui admits that's true but ridicules the old man for being forced into running away once his array was broken. He says he expected more from someone who had supposedly grown stronger. Calling him pathetic, Yun Wenhui's scorn pushes the sorcerer to the edge. Desperate, Whitebone fuses with his Jiangshi body, igniting a red aura that inflates his power. Burning with rage, he charges straight at the cult heir, screaming his title. Yun Wenhui notes that even after all his taunts, this is the best the old man can manage. Deciding there is nothing more to learn, Yun Wunhui meets the charge head-on. White Bone curses him as their energies collide again. Yun Wunhui's overwhelming strike tears into the sorcerer. The blow sends the sorcerer crashing and gouging out another crater. Groaning, the demon-wheeled Jiangshi drags itself up from the hole. Yun Wunhui acknowledges the creature's remarkable toughness while catching his breath. Finally terrified, the sorcerer begs for his life, offering to reveal everything he knows. Yun Wunhui cuts him off with a brutal kick, sarcastically asking if he is already senile. Standing over him, Yun Wunhui says that since he possesses the solitary chains of binding, there is no reason to leave the old man alive. He raises a hand wreathed in purple flame, proposing they both die and meet again in the afterlife. Realizing he is truly about to die, the sorcerer panics. He screams that he cannot die like this as Yun Wunhui's murderous energy crashes down on him. Suddenly, Yun Wunhui senses something change within the engulfing light and realizes the sorcerer has activated a deeper spell. Yun Wunhui finds himself on a fog-shrouded shore and recognizes that he has been drawn into a powerful soul-restraining mystic art. He is surprised the spell could manifest even through his evil ghost war robe. His spirit allies warn that this is a highly advanced mystic art beyond the usual Black Bone Ghost Valley techniques, and Yun Wunhui agrees it surpasses White Bone's normal level. He deduces from the spell's sophistication that White Bone must be connected to a greater society backing him. A disembodied voice declares that Yun Wunhui is trapped in the prison of the sorcerer's soul and cannot escape, even with his power. White Bone rages that Yun Wunhui forced him to resort to such an extreme self-sacrificing move, while Yun Wunhui retorts that the lack of contingency plans is the old man's own fault. Yun Wunhui continues to mock him for failing to prepare for his array's destruction. The sorcerer, enraged, screams for him to shut up as his spectral form looms above. Yun Wunhui casually observes his tantrum while a spirit urges caution. The sorcerer vows to submerge Yun Wunhui's soul into his own and steal everything from him. He completes the declaration that he will seize all of Yun Wunhui's powers and possessions for himself. Inside the illusory ocean, Yun Wunhui and his spirits realize the ground has vanished and that they are fully submerged in this mystic sea. He notes the art is so advanced it creates a realistic space and concludes that locating the gate of life within it will be difficult. Reasoning that he must understand the spell's structure before drowning, he decides to read the currents of mystic energy in the water. He categorizes different flows as various gates and plans to follow the gate of warding current to eventually locate the spell's core. He believes traveling this path will lead him to the gate of resting, from which he can view the entire formation. Yet even upon reaching that vantage point he still cannot see either the gate of death or the gate of life. He realizes White Bone staked his own life to cast this spell. Analyzing the sorcerer's personality and words, Yun Wunhui infers that the spell's true aim is to seize his body rather than simply kill him, meaning drowning represents the gate of death. From that, Yun Wunhui concludes the gate of life must involve dying in some way other than drowning. He prepares to act on that deduction, focusing his power into his chest. Yun Wunhui rockets upward within the ocean, forcing his own body toward a lethal impact. His spirits panic that he appears to be committing suicide and demand to know why. Bleeding, Yun Wunhui tells them not to panic and confirms that any death other than drowning serves as this spell's gate of life. Grabbing the sorcerer's spiritual face, he asks if his deduction is correct and crushes down as White Bone curses him. Yun Wunhui endures the backlash, grimly determined. He squeezes the enemy's soul body in his hand, crushing its single glaring eye. Outside, a massive burst of energy erupts skyward as the inner world collapses. Another powerful fighter, wielding a whip spear, unleashes a swirling air attack elsewhere on the battlefield. His strikes brutally batter two Jiangshi opponents. Tang Gon and another undead ally arrive, and someone shouts Baek Dong's name. Exhausted, Baek Dong and the other swordsmen complain they cannot hold out much longer against the relentless blade attacks. The girl Jiangshi wonders in disbelief how a mere human can be so strong. Their opponent mocks her earlier arrogance as he continues his assault. He demands to know how long she intends to drag the fight out while his whips keep slashing. She cries out as another strike lands squarely on her. Determined to prove herself different from the others, she launches a renewed attack. The whip-wielding man responds by intensifying his technique, escalating the battle. He unleashes the named technique 100 Victory Whip, flowing flower, surrounding them with a storm of whipping lines. Explosions of force rip through the forest as his attack devastates the area. The Soul Swordswoman admits even she can barely keep pace with this onslaught. Observing her exhausted comrades, she realizes the other dead swordsmen cannot hold out much longer and fears they will all be killed if the situation continues. The masked woman coldly declares she will sacrifice 3 subordinates to kill her target. She invokes all dead swordsmen, commanding them to give up their lives. The undead soldiers convulse in pain, one calling out to Baek Dong. Watching the Jiangshi, Tang Gon notices they are suddenly behaving strangely. Explosive bursts erupt around him as the undead react to the spell. Empowered Jiangshi launch themselves toward Tang Gon in a coordinated assault. Tang Gon grins and counters, saying he would not let any enemy through even if all attacked at once. A frenzied Jiangshi charges, but Tang Gon slices it apart mid-rush. More ferocious Jiangshi rush him head-on with glowing red eyes. Tang Gon is shocked that a Jiangshi he had dismembered is attacking again. Realizing the danger, Tang Gon curses internally. He senses a new threat descending and looks up in alarm. The masked necromancer suddenly appears charging at him, and he wonders when she got so close. He deduces she timed her approach to coincide with the Jiangshi obscuring his vision. Tang Gon calculates that dodging her now would cost him an arm. Before the blow lands, a glowing sword drops between them, interrupting the strike. The blade stands in the ground radiating power. Tang Gon recognizes the sword with surprise. The necromancer panics, realizing the sword emanates antidemonic energy. Tang Gon thinks the weapon's aura means someone from Qincheng, likely Tang Qujin, has arrived, and Qujin rushes in asking if he is unharmed. While the necromancer falters, Tang Gon regains control of the Jianshi and thanks Qujin for the timely aid. His eyes glow red as he unleashes a decisive attack. The necromancer is struck hard, her expression freezing in shock. Falling, she weakly calls out to her master. Tang Gon's blow slams her into the ground. After the fight, Tang Gon confirms to Qujin that all nearby enemies are eliminated. He then asks why she is here, and she nervously changes the subject, insisting they should help Wai instead. Qujin explains that Wai ordered her to leave once the Jianshi were dealt with because he intended to defeat their leader alone. Tang Gon recalls how confident Wai had looked and assumes he will manage. Elsewhere in the illusion, Wai berates the cult heir for ripping out his own heart, warning that this is the gate of life. The cult heir calmly states that only by losing his ego through drowning could Wai have possessed his body. Wai, clutching the pulsing heart, protests that risking one's life so easily is insane. Overwhelmed with emotion, Wai starts to curse him, but the cult heir channels power through the heart, making him scream. The heart detonates in a massive burst of energy that engulfs Wai. Regaining his form, Wai realizes his enemy shifted the surrounding space at the last moment. The scenery becomes a dense jungle filled with poisonous creatures. A disembodied voice boasts that countless venomous beasts roam this place and promises Wai will suffer from poison. Wai scoffs that his opponent's grand mystic art is being used merely for water and poison. He smashes a tree, feigning agony as if poisoned. Secretly holding a toxic creature by the neck, he tells the old sorcerer to drop the bad acting. Furious, the sorcerer triggers another glowing gate of life while Wai curses. Wai suddenly finds himself high in the sky. He notes the new sky environment, deducing the illusion has shifted again. Realizing the sorcerer must be somewhere corresponding, he quickly analyzes the situation. Wai pinpoints the hidden gate of life's position and attacks it directly. The old sorcerer is stunned Wai found him so fast and questions how. In response, the landscape jumps to a desert, the sorcerer asking if Wai can find him now. The illusion immediately flips to a frozen wasteland before he can finish taunting. It changes again to a volcanic field as the sorcerer screams and tries a new setting. Moments later, Wai stands once more in the original foggy field, mocking that they are back where he was first trapped and suggesting his enemy has run out of ideas. The sorcerer demands to know what tricks he is using and how he keeps discovering the gate of life. While Wai smugly answers that perhaps he is simply a genius, Wai recites the soul-capturing spell's description about plunging targets into a world of fantasies. Revealing the spell's full name, Soul-Restraining Fantasy Net, he prepares to turn it back on its caster. The sorcerer is aghast that Wai has deduced the technique's true name. Wai says the old man overused the spell, letting him analyze and understand its structure. Narration explains that a mystic art's name is not mere ornament. Unlike martial arts users who shout their styles, sorcerers hide spell names because knowing them exposes the mechanism. Mystic arts are most dangerous when unknown, and a spell's name serves as a condensed explanation of how it works. Once a spell's structure is analyzed, its mystic art can no longer function reliably as a prison. Wai, shattering the illusory space around him, breaks free of the spell's confinement. The sorcerer despairs as the elaborate mystic arts he sacrificed his life to acquire crumble apart. The many eyeball-like cores of the fantasy space crack and fall. Wai reappears in the real world, fist poised over Whitebone instructor's gaping mouth, remarking that he is back. He calmly tells the terrified wraith form Whitebone that thanks to him he has learned an intriguing spell. Whitebone realizes in horror that he truly has died. Standing before the bound wraith, the culter dryly asks if the old man is not glad to see him even in death. Whitebone frantically demands to know how the cult heir reincarnated, offering to trade information. Before he can finish shouting that he will reveal everything he knows, the cult heir grabs his head. The cult heir says he was acting kindly and that bargaining is pointless, asserting total control over the wraith. Looming over the trembling spirit, he lays down the rule that he will ask questions and Whitebone will answer. He begins by recounting that 6 years ago, after his own death on Sealing Heaven Peak, manifesting his living body, he bluntly asks Whitebone what truly happened on Tianshan. He orders the wraith to explain everything in full detail. Whitebone's narration flashes back 6 years to Sealing Heaven Peak, where he died alongside many elders. After that event, the divine cult fell into internal conflict among powerful demon mythos factions. 5 of the 9 demon mythos, including Killing Demon and Wind Demon, joined forces in rebellion. They plundered the celestial mythos that guarded the cult leader's gallery, and stormed the main palace of the revered demon god mythos to seize its master. Their ultimate goal in that invasion was to capture Whitebone's own master. Whitebone explains that after eliminating him, the rebels needed to subdue his master so only the demon god mythos would oppose them. With other mythos forced to follow, they could maintain their rule, but instead internal war erupted. According to rumors, they failed to capture Whitebone's master. The cult heir coldly asks what actually became of his master. Whitebone is unnerved by the cult heir's inhuman eyes and extraordinary abilities. Narration identifies the cult heir as the Ghost King, a living being who commands the dead. As a wraith, Whitebone now feels overwhelming fear toward this power. He decides that since he cannot disobey, He must at least find a way to survive and starts to speak about the cult leader. Suddenly his body twists violently as some external force seizes him. The cult heir senses something amiss and looks up in shock. He warns that something is approaching. Dark energy spirals around White Bone as he is swallowed by a vortex. The wraith realizes in terror that some other presence is arriving. One of the bound spirits shouts that something is wrong and calls to the cult heir. The cult heir leaps back as the disturbance erupts from the ground. White Bone screams for the cult heir to save him, offering again to reveal everything. Before he can finish pleading, his form is abruptly cut off. A massive red, fleshy entity erupts upward like a towering tongue. Its surface churns with grinding, spiral motion as it activates. The cult heir watches, stunned, realizing that White Bone's soul has been devoured. He stares at the bizarre red mass and wonders what exactly it is. His ghost companions urge him to keep his distance, calling the thing extremely dangerous. He speculates the creature exists solely to erase secrets about the mysterious society. He notices it starting to move toward him. The entity suddenly retracts underground, leaving only a small smoking hole. The cult heir watches the trail of smoke in wary silence. He concludes the creature left after appearing only to eat White Bone's soul. One spirit recalls hearing White Bone describe such a being and says it is called desire. The spirit clarifies that desire is not a monster, but a mysterious phenomenon shrouded in myth. It grants tremendous power to those who contract with it, yet can consume their souls if mishandled. The cult heir reasons that this means desire's contract takes precedence even over his ghost king binding. Offended, he calls it nonsense that another force dared steal a soul he had claimed. Regretting the loss of a vital informant, he laments that he still had many questions for White Bone. Then he realizes matters are not entirely finished yet. Detecting a faint residue, he notes that part of White Bone's ego still lingers. Determined, he resolves to extract whatever fragments of information remain. He focuses on the last memories White Bone recalled while being devoured by desire. He identifies these as the society-related memories from the moment White Bone made his contract. In the vision, he sees the divine cult leader's gallery where White Bone was chosen. The cult heir is taken aback by the oppressive presence within the memory. He senses overwhelming pressure even from these lingering impressions. He concludes the mysterious man in the vision belongs to the secretive society and is a divergent. The memory shows only a faceless, muscular silhouette sitting on a throne. The cult heir notes he cannot see the man's face because he is limited to White Bone's viewpoint. He instead observes White Bone kneeling fearfully before a horned skull-masked figure. The cult heir admits he cannot witness what White Bone never saw but says one detail is etched into the wraith's mind. That detail is the man's eye bearing a reversed yin-yang symbol. He decides this is all he can extract from White Bone's remains but values it as a key clue to his enemy's power. He reflects that such clues are vital when facing someone whose abilities surpass even his ghost king binding. Rising, he says there is nothing more to gain here and proposes they go clean up the aftermath. Suddenly something about the ground catches his attention and startles him. Placing his hand on the lingering fissure, he feels a strange reaction. A bloody imprint crawls up his arm, shocking him. He realizes the mark is connected to the rift from which desire emerged. He understands that by touching White Bone's remnants, he has drawn the attention of desire's master. Fearing his existence will soon be sensed, he worries about being tracked. He concludes the other party might attempt something worse, and that he must escape this link. He claws at the energy seeping toward him. The rift surges violently as he fights to sever the connection. An explosive wave bursts out, and he barely withstands it while shielding himself. His spectral companions anxiously ask if he is alright, noting his sudden cold sweat, and he tells them not to fuss. He acknowledges that they nearly captured him, but that he obtained vital information. The spirits praise his brilliance for learning so much from mere remnants. Resolute, he thinks that no matter how the society hides its tracks, he vows to uncover all of their secrets, and tells the mysterious group to wait for him. Elsewhere, Tang Gun sits reading documents, musing to himself. A robed figure remarks that he must be worried about Wenhui, catching him off guard. The visitor, manager GWI Jagal Tang Gun, observes Tang Gun's distraction since learning that Wenhui took Tang Gun and his wife outside. Tang Gun notes that the manager seems unusually excited. GWI Jagal cheerfully says nothing would be more entertaining than Wenhui returning with White Bone's head. Tang Gun skeptically asks if GWI Jagal truly believes that is possible. GWI Jagal confidently answers that he does think Wenhui can accomplish it. When Tang Gun asks why, GWI Jagal points to Wenhui's recent impressive feats as justification. After 2 months of rumors about his change, Wenhui defeats Yu Chang. He even briefly matches blades with Miss Kyujin in an even fight. Wenhui then helps Mississippi Kyujin drive off the intruders. The masked schemer recalls using Wenhui to humble White Bone and Tang's fox-like wife, noting how much he has disrupted their plan. The strategist explains that White Bone's moves and Tang's wife's actions let him track the demon cult and Namdung family, though his calculations went no further. His plans were upended when Wenhui suddenly decided to attack White Bone, shocking him and Tang. He admits he did not stop Wenhui because the unfolding chaos is too entertaining. He then shares fresh gossip, asking Tang if he knows where the clan leader currently is. Tang learns, to his surprise, that the clan leader is at Lu Ban's foundry. The strategist reveals the clan leader and Lu Ban are forging a special weapon for a mysterious requester. He says Wenhui showed them something that excited both Lu Ban and the clan leader, though he does not know the details. Concluding his reasoning, he argues that there is ample evidence Wenhui can bring back White Bone's head. He asks Tang whether they should now reveal their full plan to Wenhui or continue using him without explanation, and what mission to give if they do. Tang guesses he prefers keeping Wenhui in the dark since Wenhui consistently exceeds their expectations. Tang recalls Tangon advising him to sometimes leave matters alone and let events resolve themselves. Tang repeats that warning, saying meddling too much will only hurt him, while the strategist jokingly complains about Gon's impudence. The strategist decides to assume Wenhui succeeded against White Bone. He says he will now revise their broader scheme around that assumption. Tang agrees to let him proceed as he stands under the moon. Elsewhere, the ruined demon cult outpost lies in rubble with Wenhui's group approaching. One of Wenhui's companions rushes back toward the others. They tease him for taking so long, thinking he might have been caught. Wenhui appears cheerfully and tells his master to trust his disciple more. Kyujin runs up, worried, and Wenhui reassures her that he is unhurt. Another companion notices something odd Wenhui is carrying. Wenhui reveals that the bundle contains White Bone's severed head, horrifying his friend. The friend angrily asks why he brought it, accusing him of copying demon cult brutality, while Wenhui insists he wants credit for the kill. The master refuses, saying their orthodox sect cannot display a head like that, while Kyujin internally marvels that Wai really slew a demon cult elder. Kyujin reflects that Wai was not this strong days ago yet now radiates a much greater aura and has rapidly advanced in martial arts. She also notes that he even managed to involve her mother in his schemes and wonders what intrigues created this situation. Kyujin's spectral companion gleefully claims Wenhui is the same kind of being as itself. When Kyujin wonders if that means Wai has a soul streak, the spectre denies his talent is that high but insists there is something similar. Kyujin presses what it means by same breed and how someone so skilled can be called untalented. The spectre says Wenhui's lack of innate gift yet relentless growth makes him even more fearsome, calling him a demon, or even demon king. It warns that Wenhui will voraciously consume anything in his path, which startles Kyujin. The spectre keeps muttering that it is bizarre for a human to resemble it so much, while Kyujin complains about the noisy spirit. It tells her not to obstruct Wenhui's path because it intends to be the predator, not the prey, when feeding on him. It vows it will be the one to devour Wenhui, not be devoured. Kyujin is shaken by how intensely the spectral streak reacted to him. She reflects that the demon cult is on the move again, and that Wai's destruction of the outpost will make his name famous in Sichuan, his accomplishments dwarfing her own. She thinks it is now likely that Wai will become the Tang family's successor, and worries what her ambitious mother will do then. She grips her sword, darkly musing about what might happen if that future comes. Back at the ruins, one companion asks if Wenhui is searching for something amid the debris, and Wenhui says he has clues from White Bone. Wenhui calls on spirit number 15 to guess where White Bone would have hidden letters or treasure. The wraith points to an area that used to be White Bone's private room, saying the items Wenhui wants should be there. Wenhui locates a hidden mechanism in the rubble, concluding there must be a chamber below. Opening it reveals what they take to be White Bone's treasure chamber. Wenhui and Tangon drop down into the intact room lined with shelves. Tangon notes that White Bone kept his letters and valuables neatly organized. Reading one book, he realizes the texts are written in demon cult code and will be difficult to decipher on the spot. He calls to Wenhui, who is engrossed in another document. Wenhui discovers a report about 3 people linked to the demon god mythos who must be pursued and captured before their leader arrives. Recognizing its importance, Wenhui mentally notes that he has found what he was looking for. They finish searching, reviewing records of White Bone's activities and communications, and seizing the wealth he had amassed. Among the loot, they also find a box of secret files marked with the Namgung family name, alarming Kyujin's mother. Wenhui says they must move these records and funds quickly before either the demon cult or the Namgung clan intervenes. He orders Tangon to guard the site while sending Kyujin and her mother to bring reinforcements to transport everything. Kyujin asks about his own plans, and Wenhui says he will follow a lead White Bone mentioned. He explains he learned critical information during his battle with White Bone and must verify it before the enemy erases the trail. Kyujin worries about him going alone in case it is a trap, but he insists the clue could alter Tang clan's strategy. Tangon offers to accompany him, concerned that other black specters may appear. Wenhui privately agrees that future encounters with the remaining black specters will be far harder, and he does not want to drag weaker allies into that danger while hunting the revered demon god mythos. He tells Tangon his duty is to guard the trove, since losing it would be a huge blow to the Tang clan, and Tang reluctantly agrees. Wenhui adds that Kyujin is the only one who can accurately report everything to her father, hinting she must return home. Kyujin realizes he is trying to protect her from being manipulated by her mother, and that only she can give her father an unbiased account. She concludes that if her mother or Tangon went alone, her mother could twist the facts, so she must be the one to deliver the truth. Wenhui promises to leave signs of his route, and asks her to send backup after they finish securing the site. Fighting back tears, Kyujin agrees to his plan. Wenhui tells them to flee if things become dangerous, while Tangon vows to protect the trove, and Wenhui jokes that they worry too much. He then departs alone to chase the lead. The others watch as he launches away in a powerful burst of movement. As he races through the night, his wraiths remark that the Tang clan trusts him more than anyone else ever has. The spirits note the genuine concern Tangon and Kyujin showed for him and say they would have enjoyed drinking with them if they were allies. Wenhui agrees they are truly good people. He reflects that without Tangon and Kyujin, his status in the Tang 9 dragon family would have been meaningless. Now, because of them, he finally has people he wants by his side, But this upcoming rescue is not for Tang Wenhui of the Tang clan. He declares inwardly that the mission is the duty of Yun Wui, heir of the demon cult. His purple demonic aura explodes as he commits himself to that role. Later, he arrives in busy Daoqing County in Sichuan and is surprised by the crowds. His wraiths explain that Nine Dragon County is overflowing with visitors due to the Dark Supreme's arrival. So many have spilled into Daoqing, making the search slower. Wenhui orders the wraiths to fan out and look for clues about Mythos survivors, their pursuers from Black Bone Ghost Valley, or any tracks, and the spirits enthusiastically obey. Seeing how many people are around, he decides his best option is to observe the city from a high vantage point. He spots a tall tea house and judges it the perfect place. Entering the tea house, he asks the nervous owner for a room on the top floor. Hearing there is only one left, he immediately takes it, pleasing the proprietor. The owner happily leads him up, remarking that the room has an excellent view of the city. Wenhui thinks that demonic experts could easily hide their aura here. From his seat by the window, he senses lingering demonic energy in the area and concludes the targets have not yet left Daoqing. One wraith reports discovering a hidden watcher nearby, and Wenhui orders it to follow the watcher's direction to find the Mythos follower's trail. Another wraith claims to have overheard a conversation, prompting Wenhui to ask what it learned. The wraith says the fugitives know they are being chased and that their pursuers struggle because the followers keep erasing their tracks. Wenhui asks how many fugitives there are and hears the number matches the report's 3. He then asks how many pursuers there are and is told there are 9 that the wraith can currently detect. The spirit adds that one pursuer seems to be a demonic human of the 9 demon mythos, which shocks Wenhui. Wenhui reasons that a mythos working with Black Bone Ghost Valley must be the Blade Demon North Sea mythos. He recalls that this mythos originates from the frozen northern wastelands, once the North Sea Ice Palace, and that its remnants later joined the divine cult. Their cold is strong enough to freeze the ground wherever they go, allowing them to quickly become one of the 9 demon mythoses after joining the cult. Their treasured ice essence, brimming with yin energy, is a key ingredient for Black Bone Ghost Valley to create superior jiangshi. Because of this relationship, Black Bone Ghost Valley now serves the Sword Demon North Sea mythos like a loyal hunting dog. Wenhui deduces that the Sword Demon North Sea mythos is behind the attempted assassination of the Dark Supreme. He asks how strong this North Sea mythos pursuer feels, but is told their aura is perfectly hidden and cannot be judged. Wenhui concludes that their ability to conceal their presence means they are a peak-level master, making the task harder, and orders the wraiths to pinpoint the location of the followers more clearly. As evening falls, he notes it took longer than expected to track them while others downstairs complain there are no more rooms. He overhears the innkeeper apologizing to a loud young noble, while observing 3 well-dressed youths who appear to be from prestigious families. Examining their aura, he senses that the 2 girls are particularly strong, likely capable of gaining reputations rivaling his sisters. The loud youth introduces himself as Hyuk Woogi of the Golden Sword sect and threatens to drive other guests out. Wenhui recalls this wealthy sect, created 30 years ago through Western trade. Wenhui watches as Woogi bullies the innkeeper and heads in his direction. Woogi's female companions urge him to calm down and accept that there are no rooms, though they seem nervous. Wenhui judges that Woogi is trying to impress them but only embarrassing himself. Woogi suddenly notices Wenhui and reacts. Recognizing him as Tang Wenhui of the 9 Dragon family, Woogi boisterously calls out, which Wenhui finds troublesome. Woogi invites himself and his companions to share Wenhui's table since there is no open seating, while Wenhui inwardly recalls that the original Tang Wenhui had no friends and that this rude man was not one. Wenhui notes he would usually beat such a person senseless but decides he is too busy waiting on the wraith's report to bother. Woogi enthusiastically calls over the girls, while they politely thank Wenhui for the seat and he excuses himself. As they settle, the Golden Sword youths loudly order the menu, praising the tea house's aroma. Just then, a wraith arrives to report that it has finally located the 3 mythos followers as described in the earlier report. Wenhui is relieved that the search is finally bearing fruit. He sharpens his focus, readying himself for action. Meanwhile, downstairs an elderly owner begs a burly newcomer not to cause trouble. The man brusquely shoves past, telling the elder to move aside. He declares to everyone inside that he has business here and no one is to move. Several similarly dressed men appear behind him, indicating he has brought a group. Woogi panics at the commotion, while Wenhui clicks his tongue in annoyance. A wraith identifies the armed men by their aura and identical weapons as Lion Sect swordsmen. Wenhui recalls the Lion Sect's fierce reputation for sharpness and aggression as their members file in. The burly leader asks if Kyujin's fellow guest is Sima Suni of the Chunghua Cabin. Wenhui quietly notes that Chunghua Cabin is tied to the famed Clear Sky Sword Emperor, who is rumored to have had a daughter late in life. Wenhui suspects the quiet young woman is that daughter, whose father ranks among the top 10 martial masters alongside his own master and the Dark Supreme. He also remembers that the Lion Sect's leader, Lion Blade King, challenged the Sword Emperor a year ago and was reportedly crushed within 10 moves. Wenhui concludes that the Lion Sect now seeks revenge on the Sword Emperor's daughter, as Sima Kuli asks what if she is indeed that person. The Lion Swordsman introduces himself as Baek Doing of the Lion Sect. He formally challenges Sima Suni to a duel on behalf of his sect. Onlookers whisper that this infamous Crimson Lion Blade is the ruthless second disciple of the Lion leader who always spills blood. Wenhui rebukes him for rudely challenging someone without cause. Baek Doing acknowledges Wenhui is with Sima and identifies Kyujin's other companion as an Amei sect prodigy. He names the second girl as Yusumin, the clear moon lady and youngest disciple of the Ame sect leader. Wenhui reflects that the other strong presence he sensed is indeed an Ame martial artist. Baek Doing insists this is strictly a dispute between the Lion sect and Chunghwa cabin and that Ame should stay out of it. He mockingly adds that if Sima cannot win alone, he does not mind fighting Ame's prodigy too. Sima, offended, accepts his challenge outright. Yusumin tries to stop her, but Sima tells her not to worry. Sima steels herself, resolving that if she retreats from challenges like this she is unworthy of being called the Sword Emperor's daughter. Baek Doing laughs approvingly at her boldness as kin of the Sword Emperor. He suggests they move to the tea house's spacious backyard for their duel. Wenhui, hearing that his own matter is ending, laments the wasted time while learning from the wraiths that the followers have scattered into alleys. He tells the spirits to guide him to whichever follower is in the most immediate danger, and prepares to leave. A Lion sect man blocks his path, saying no one may leave until Baek Doing's duel with Sima finishes, which irritates Wenhui. Baek Doing announces that all remaining guests, especially Sima's companion, must stay and watch the fight. He points specifically at Wenhui, demanding his attention. Ignoring the command, Wenhui brusquely shoulders past one of the blocking swordsmen, telling him to move. As he does so, he curtly tells someone behind him to sit down, signaling he will handle the situation himself. A swordsman presses his blade to the protagonist and angrily asks if he did not hear the warning. The protagonist instantly grabs the man's face, cutting him off. He brutally kicks the man away, sending him and his sword flying. Another warrior with wild hair notices the outburst and stares in shock. Two women witness the violence, stunned and fearful. Wreathed in dark purple energy, the protagonist repeats his command for everyone to move. Smiling madly through blood, he rages about why they could not simply obey. A bystander realizes these fools provoked the cult heir when he was already at his most unstable. Members of the Lion Sword sect curse him and charge, outraged that he attacked one of theirs. Two Lion Sword sect fighters leap at him with swords raised. The protagonist coldly repeats the word dare, his temper flaring. He erupts with power and advances, eager to fight. He clenches his fist, gathering energy for a devastating blow. One bald swordsman manages to land a heavy strike on him. Gloating, the bald man starts to proclaim punishment for opposing the Lion sect. Mid-gloat, he is shocked as his sword suddenly shatters in his hands. The protagonist counters with overwhelming force, sending the man screaming. As more attackers rush and shouting, he weaves through them and knocks them aside. Another swordsman charges with a shout, swinging down at him. The man is stunned as his face is smashed mid-attack. That attacker is flung away, screaming in pain. The remaining Lion Sword sect members see their comrade down and hesitate. Someone recalls that these defeated men belong to the elite Blade Lion squad that dominates Guizhou. One of the squad members lies unconscious and bloody on the ground. Observers marvel that the protagonist beat two of that elite squad so easily as he stands amid swirling aura. The Crimson Lion, their leader, decides he must step in despite the scheduled duel. Drawing his blade, he vows to show why he is called the Crimson Lion. He launches a ferocious, sweeping assault with his massive sword. The protagonist notes that normally he would only disarm this man, but remembering how they chose the wrong opponent, he prepares to respond seriously. The Crimson Lion sneers that at least the protagonist can dodge a little. He declares that if his blade so much as touches the protagonist once, that will decide things. Frustrated, he shouts at the protagonist for just running instead of standing to fight. Screaming for him to stand and fight, the Crimson Lion brings his sword down with all his strength. The protagonist, unimpressed, mutters that he is now bored. The Crimson Lion roars and charges again with full force. Onlookers gape in terror at the escalating clash. The young woman from earlier watches tensely, worried yet impressed. The protagonist, unscathed, asks what the Crimson Lion plans to do now that his best hit failed. Realizing his attack was useless, the Crimson Lion stares in disbelief. The protagonist suddenly closes in with a powerful punch. His fist smashes into the Crimson Lion's face, sending blood and teeth flying. The blow lifts the Crimson Lion off his feet, utterly overpowering him. A woman gasps that he has just defeated one of the most famed rookies of Guizhou. She notes in disbelief how one-sided the fight was as his body crashes into the ceiling. The remaining sect members scream for their young master and curse the protagonist. They rush him in a desperate, chaotic charge. Calmly, he remarks that they really like using the word dare. Elsewhere, another powerful figure senses something and turns sharply. Back in the inn, the protagonist tells the last conscious enemy that he is the only one left, terrifying him. The survivor stammers and calls him a monster. Cloaked in a demonic aura, the protagonist points out they attacked first, while the man begs for mercy. He agrees to spare him in exchange for a favor. Grabbing the man's head, he orders him to relay a message to the ones he knocked out. Smiling darkly, he says he will let things end here for now. He warns that if they ever obstruct him again, he will show them what hell truly looks like. The man, foaming with fear, promises to deliver the message. He collapses mid-sentence as the protagonist leaves him barely conscious. The two women watch the aftermath and comment that he left after making a huge mess. They decide there is no time left to leisurely drink tea. The younger woman, shaken but excited, realizes there is a martial master their age. She recalls that he introduced himself as Wenhui. Elsewhere in the city at night, a hooded child flees while a masked pursuer closes in. The masked killer unleashes a deadly sweeping attack. The blow slams into the fleeing figure, sending blood spraying. The killer watches calmly as the victim collapses on the alley floor. Standing over the wounded child, he declares he has finally caught them. Revealing a skull-like face, he vows to exterminate the rest of the group as well. The white-haired child defiantly calls him an infidel and curses him. The killer mocks that he looks forward to the child's screams and uses a telepathic tool to call allies to take the target. Hearing no reply, he grows confused that no one answers. Panicking, he keeps trying the mental link, shouting for his comrades to respond. In the alley below, a towering swordsman silently listens, realizing something is wrong. The masked killer thinks it is strange there is absolutely no response, even if his team were slacking. He begins to suspect something terrible might have happened to his comrades. A cold voice intrudes on the link, teasing him for being scared just because no one is answering. The killer demands to know who has infiltrated their means of contact. The unseen speaker remarks how outdated their spirit contact bond is, shocking him that this stranger knows of it. Realizing the speech pattern feels familiar, the killer hears the stranger criticize his slow decisions and mention that the others realized faster. He whirls around in alarm, asking when the stranger arrived. On a rooftop, the purple-eyed masked protagonist appears in a dark war robe. The killer recognizes the evil ghost war robe and purple eyes and cannot believe what he is seeing. The protagonist comments that the man looked very excited chasing a member of the demon god mythos. In a blur, he moves behind the killer and seizes him, cutting off his cry. Channeling murderous energy into his grip, he declares his people should not be the ones hunted and brands the killer a traitor. High above the city, another white-haired man stands on a roof, apparently feeling this surge of power. He turns, alerted by the disturbance. Addressing the newcomer, he acknowledges his arrival. The black-haired young master asks his subordinate whether the operation is done. The subordinate explains it will take time because there are many witnesses, and the young master derides the incompetence of their jianshi. The subordinate apologizes for the delay, while the young master says he does not mind waiting if it means hearing the screams of Yun Wenhui's followers. He admits he is acting cowardly but cannot forget that man's face. He remembers losing the succession battle years ago when he was one of the 10 pillars of the demonic path. That memory flashes back to an explosion that once crushed him. He lies in a crater, defeated and humiliated. The victor, a man wrapped in chains, wonders why such a weakling is even here. The fallen man reflects that despite being unable to use martial arts, his opponent did all this damage with chains alone. The chain wielder coldly tells him not to speak lest his weakness spread. The defeated candidate is stunned into silence. The victor turns away, saying there is no need to fight someone so weak and ordering him to leave. Narration reveals that as the second son of the Northern Sea's demonic path and a successor candidate of the heavenly demon divine cult, he lost everything due to that single defeat. He later climbed to the early Supreme Peak realm, but his rival died before he could get revenge, though that rival's heir still has much to lose. He decides that by killing all of the rival's followers, he can at least make the man feel a fraction of the humiliation he carries. His old subordinate vows to devote the rest of his life to helping the young master's revenge, and the young master thanks him. Suddenly they sense powerful energy and look toward it. The young master identifies it as demon god mythos sorcery and concludes a sorcerer is among their enemies. Judging the sorcerer slightly weaker than his old rival, he notes that even so, ordinary swordsmen will not be able to defeat such a foe. The subordinate asks permission to handle the sorcerer, and the young master grants it. The subordinate unleashes a massive ice energy attack that tears across the rooftops. The young master clicks his tongue at what he senses. He remarks that the energy he feels is disgustingly similar to Yun Wenhui's. Back in the alley, the protagonist crushes the skull-masked killer's face for laying hands on his follower. The killer desperately claims he was only following orders. The protagonist agrees that a small fry like him has no authority of his own. Relieved, the man begins to thank him, thinking he will be spared. Instead, a crimson slash cleaves through him in a spray of blood. Writhing on the ground with a gaping wound, he asks why he is being killed. The protagonist answers that this is divine punishment for betrayers of the cult, and that such punishment must never be forgotten. He assures the dying man that his comrades will soon join him in death. Raising his fist, he commands that all of them die. The killer's body is obliterated from within, leaving a gaping void in his torso. The protagonist stands amid the aftermath, his power still raging. His eyes glow beneath the hood as his killing intent slowly settles. The rescued child peeks around the corner, recognizing the evil ghost war robe and purple eyes. Trembling, the child steps out and starts to speak to him. Overwhelmed, the child asks if he is truly the cult's successor. Smiling under the hood, he confirms that he is exactly who the child thinks he is. The child's face lights up with tearful joy. Calling out to his young leader, the child runs and throws himself into his arms. The protagonist catches him, and the child sobs with relief that he is safe. Hugging him back, the protagonist gently praises him for doing well. He tells the child there is no need to speak because he understands how he feels. The child clings to him and weeps, calling him young leader. The protagonist's eyes harden as he refocuses on the situation. He says he would like to talk longer, but there is more he must do. Sensing a new enemy approaching, he tells the child to stay back because an interesting opponent has appeared. The white-haired subordinate Baek-san charges down the alley, shrouded in icy wind. Seeing the shredded corpse, Baek-san admits he did not expect anyone this powerful to be present. The protagonist remarks that they have caught a bigger fish than anticipated. Facing Baek-san, he greets him after many years and notes the infamous living corpse of the Northern Sea is still active. Baek-san is shocked as the protagonist casually mentions their mutual acquaintance Gu Min-chai and asks how that weakling is doing. Baek-san says he recognized the outfit because someone once used that nickname for the young master. The protagonist confirms with a grin that he is indeed the person Baek-san suspects. Enraged, Baek-san unleashes a roaring surge of cold energy while shouting the title Young Heavenly Demon. The protagonist feels the immense chill and his spirit allies warn him to be careful, realizing Baek-san is the second strongest of the blade demons. He comments on how unusual it is that this long-lived ice ghost is still around and notes he thought Baek-san had died 6 years ago. Baek-san snarls that he has been slaughtering the protagonist's followers, believing he would meet him in hell. The protagonist realizes his allies must have died without witnessing Baek-san, and his killing intent rises. He glances back to ensure the child is safely hidden behind the wall. The child, crying, begins explaining that while the protagonist was gone, the second son of the Northern Sea's demonic path became obsessed with the demon god mythos, setting all of this in motion. The hooded protagonist invokes the name Gu Min-chai as his next target. Baek-san insults Gu Min-chai's weak chi and claims his own power vastly surpasses it. Determined not to miss his chance, Baek-san lunges forward with a massive ice blade. The hooded man calmly tells Baek-san he is gravely mistaken. The protagonist reflects that hardship and relentless struggle define his life. Boasting that he has never tasted defeat, he beckons Baek-san to attack within 3 seconds. Baek-san charges, and the protagonist prepares to measure how long he can last. Baek-san's ice attack slams down with devastating force. Baek-san taunts that the protagonist can only talk big. The hooded man begins to chastise his enemies for always acting the same way. Power gathers in his eyes as he focuses on Baek-san rushing toward him. Baek-san is shocked as purple energy suddenly disrupts his approach. The protagonist engulfs Baek-san in a massive purple blast, asking if he has learned his lesson. Trapped in swirling fog, Baek-san realizes he is inside a prepared array. He angrily asks if the protagonist deliberately waited for his attack, while the latter ridicules his lack of sense. Baek-san strains against the array, crying out in pain. He recognizes the fog as a variant of Black Bone Terror's thorny ghost fog and doubts it can hold him. The protagonist notes it is actually a modified version, and Baek-san senses something is wrong. A purple explosion rocks Baek-san, forcing him back. Realizing the fog is unusually strong, Baek-san asks if another sorcery was combined with it, and the protagonist confirms he tailored it for them. The protagonist explains he is using a high-level society technique called Soul Restraining Fantasy Net, but lacks the raw energy to fully power it. He wonders if there is any reason to use that net in its original form. He reveals his purple eyes specialize in rapidly and efficiently activating such sorceries. By pairing his eyes with thorny ghost fog, he can conserve energy while perfectly complementing the Soul Restraining Fantasy Net. He completes and renames the combined formation as the Purple Fantasy Net. Baek-san grudgingly admits the technique is advanced but believes the protagonist lacks energy to withstand his ice power. The protagonist counters that he will prevent Baek-san from using that power at all. Baek-san suddenly vomits blood as the hidden effect hits him. He realizes he has been poisoned by the ghost fog and that using chi will worsen his condition. Coughing and covering his mouth, Baek-san is told he must circulate chi to purge the poison, yet doing so will trap him further. The protagonist states that simple circulation will fail because his special wraith poison spreads too swiftly. He notes that Baek-san's heavy body is the ideal environment for this wraith poison. Baek-san, furious and weakened, demands the hidden enemy reveal himself. The protagonist mockingly calls being labeled a coward a kind of compliment. Baek-san hacks and wheezes as the poison ravages him. Accepting he may die soon anyway, Baek-san steels himself. He resolves to die together with the protagonist rather than fall to his schemes. Baek-san focuses intensely as he begins a final technique. He unleashes his ultimate Ice Soul Blade technique. The technique culminates in a gigantic heavenly ice slash that shatters the Purple Fantasy Net. The protagonist watches the net collapse, admitting he expected it to break under such a rushed activation. He steps out of the mist, disappointed the net failed but unbothered. Grinning, he remarks that at least the poison has worked perfectly. Baek-san, bleeding and enraged, can barely speak. He is stunned that the protagonist dares close in now that the sorcery is gone. The hooded man says the distance is too short to recast sorcery, implying he will fight differently. Baek-san recognizes the evil ghost war robe aura but notes the protagonist's energy seems lower than before. The protagonist retorts that he already accounted for that and powers up with mystic energy reinforcement and evil demon descent. He adds that he himself has changed, channeling power into his body. Baek-san is shocked as black-purple energy erupts around him. The protagonist launches a martial technique called Tempest Dance Northern Wind Blizzard. Baek-san realizes in horror that the hooded man is using advanced martial arts despite his dantian supposedly being destroyed. He stares in disbelief at this impossible development. The protagonist's aura shows that this is far beyond simple self-defense skills. Baek-san finally grasps that his opponent has reached true peak level. The protagonist mentally reviews his strategy of augmenting his internal energy with evil ghost war robe, ghost fog, purple fantasy net, and wraith poison to drain Baek-san. Baek-san roars and launches another desperate ice strike. His attack detonates in a blinding clash with the protagonist. The hooded man is briefly driven to one knee by the force. His ghost companions worry that Baek-san still fights fiercely despite the poison because he bears deep resentment toward the young leader. Hearing this, the protagonist finds the life or death struggle exhilarating. He admits it is fun to test his skills in real combat, and see what he can improve. He reflects that the world of martial arts is new ground where he can experiment. Fighting seriously like this makes the flaws in the Violent Tiger's 12-beat technique obvious to him. Watching Baeksan's movements, he pinpoints weaknesses in that style. He reaches an enlightenment by mentally dissecting each part of the technique mid-battle. He breaks the enemy's attacks into pieces to analyze and exploit every flaw. He concludes that martial arts are merely tools to express and expand himself, with his own body being the real core. He decides he must adapt and own others' techniques rather than just copy them. Acknowledging he still lacks knowledge, he intends to modify martial arts to suit his needs. As a live example, he studies Baeksan's Eye Soul Blade technique in detail. He notices Baeksan's execution differs slightly from the textbook form. He likens Baeksan's version to a blizzard of fast, sharp blades that bury those who cannot break through it. He understands that anyone caught would freeze to death within that storm. He deduces that Baeksan's personal sword art is built atop the Eye Soul Blade technique and plans to perfectly mimic its fundamentals. The hooded man then copies Baeksan's blade movements himself. Their identical ice techniques clash, startling Baeksan. Baeksan recognizes his own Eye Soul Blade technique being mirrored after just one viewing and is horrified. The protagonist continues wielding the copied style with ease. He chooses a sword trajectory that best fits his body. Then he overlays the Violent Tiger's 12 beats onto that trajectory. This fusion becomes his new technique, Snow Tiger's 12 blades, which he unleashes at Baeksan. The combined attack tears Baeksan apart in a spray of blood. Baeksan realizes the protagonist has merged his earlier tiger technique with the Eye Soul Blade and is already customizing it. Terrified, Baeksan screams that his foe is a monster. The protagonist casually wonders why everyone calls him such names as he prepares another strike. He brutally batters Baeksan again, joking that they should call him a prodigy instead. A final blow tears through Baeksan, sending blood and weapon flying. Collapsing, Baeksan laments that dying like this would shame him before his young master. Drawing on that shame, he forces himself up for one last move. He charges with a suicidal technique called Eye Soul Divine Palm aimed at the protagonist's chest. Their clash erupts in a massive icy explosion. The protagonist suddenly feels something strange at his heart where Baeksan struck. The force knocks him backward and sends him skidding away. Baeksan laughs that the protagonist has lowered his guard. Revealing his trump card, Baeksan asks how the sex ice poison tastes. The protagonist stands, hand over a glowing frozen patch on his chest. His ghost allies warn that the tenacious enemy and the cold toxin may freeze all his vessels. The protagonist notes this poison feels different from the old ice poison he knows. Baeksan gleefully explains it is a new heart-corroding ice poison that eats away the heart until the victim dies. He boasts there is no antidote because it was made to be incurable. The protagonist realizes this poison is the reason the society targeted the Tang clan and asks if this was gifted by them. Baeksan is startled that he knows about the society. He admits the connection and says eliminating the protagonist now is fortunate, while the hooded man denies that he is the one being eliminated. The protagonist reveals he already killed 5 of Black Bone's dead swordsmen earlier and holds their wraith spheres. His ghost allies panic as he prepares to consume all those spheres at once. He focuses intensely, eyes blazing purple. He unleashes a surge of purple energy, screaming through the strain. Baeksan mocks his struggle, reminding him the poison has no antidote. The protagonist agrees it cannot be detoxified in a normal way. Instead of detoxifying, he uses the wraith sphere's energy to stimulate his frozen heart. He restarts blood circulation to absorb and assimilate the heart-corroding ice poison. He concludes that although the poison is a formidable weapon, its energy can serve as fuel for him. Harnessing that energy, he transforms the poison into a new source of power. Baeksan is stunned as he sees the protagonist convert the lethal cold into internal energy. The hooded man mocks the attempt to kill someone called the Ghost King with based ice poison. He tells Baeksan his intellect has clearly deteriorated. Baeksan trembles, realizing the protagonist now commands both his Ice Soul Blade and his ice poison. In rage and humiliation, Baeksan screams, asking if he has been mocked this whole time. He suddenly cries out as something unexpected happens to him. We see Baeksan's body frozen and shattered on the ground while the protagonist stands over him, victorious. The protagonist comments that Baeksan's end is a meaningless death for someone of his status. Having claimed trophies from the corpse, he prepares to leave. He burns the bodies with true fire technique to erase evidence and avoid being tracked. A small white-haired boy peeks out, excited he saw the whole battle with his own eyes. He starts to express what an honor it is, then senses something odd. The boy feels a new ominous energy approaching from the sky. He warns the young leader that Blackbone Ghost Valley's energy signals another enemy, but the protagonist calmly says not to worry. A giant bird-like beast lands, and the protagonist identifies it as an ally. The creature reports to the young leader that it has returned after completing his orders. The spirits greet the bird, impressed by how strong and well-fed it looks after devouring aberrations. The protagonist hushes the chatter and confirms with the bird that all the enemy farms were destroyed, which it proudly affirms. The bird then says there is an additional matter it must report. It produces a mysterious red gem it found while wrecking the farms. The protagonist examines the gem, surprised by what it is. Realizing the implications, he says he must hurry. Elsewhere, 2 men fly toward the area, one asking if they are following the right trail. The other, Redbone Terror, confidently explains his lamenting soul tracking uses the dark mana in their beast juncture, ensuring they cannot escape him. His partner taunts him, questioning why that monstrous bird is still free if his tracking is so perfect. Red-Bone Terror stammers about interference, but the other man rejects excuses and orders him to continue leading. Red-Bone Terror bitterly thinks the arrogant man is the one with an inferiority complex but still points the way. As they near the courtyard, he notes his technique says the bird never left this place, then senses something amiss. Seeing the frozen battlefield, the leader demands to know what happened. He recognizes the lingering cold as that of Blade Demon North Sea mythos and recalls sending back San to hunt that very foe. Red-Bone Terror observes that whoever fought here was highly skilled to cause such devastation. North Sea mythos realizes from the residue that the heart-corroding ice poison was used. He reflects that the poison drains enormous internal energy and even shortens the user's lifespan, meaning Baek San must have sacrificed himself. Remembering Baek San, he grimly contemplates the cost of using that poison. Red-Bone Terror says something feels off because his lamenting soul tracking still gives strange readings. Just as he begins to say the monstrous bird should be here, he is suddenly struck in the neck by an unseen attack. Wenhui violently corners a man who, terrified, demands to know why this is happening. Wenhui explains he came under mythos orders to kill a farm-destroying bird but instead found a battle site. He says the target was tracked here yet no one seems to have left despite the use of heart-corroding ice poison. Wenhui suspects a link between the bird's owner and surviving demon god mythos members and demands information at sword point. Threatening to use his life-stealing sword, he presses the captive to talk. The panicked man reveals the monstrous bird was created by the Nine Dragons Division to assassinate its leader's son. Wenhui thinks about the Nine Dragons Division plot center and orders the man to elaborate. The captive recounts how they courted the Tang branch's matron, who instead asked them to kill her second son. He says the undead swordsmen sent on that mission vanished while the Gu Diao mutated and began attacking their farms. Wenhui calls them incompetent for not knowing why the bird changed. The man insists White Bone Instructor is still investigating and that infiltrating the secretive Tang clan has been slow. He adds that because they do not know what force supports the second son, progress is delayed. In flashback he recalls that only months ago that despised second son was still being neglected at home. Then that son abruptly changed and started foiling their schemes. Finding this suspicious, Wenhui asks the Tang son's name. The man stammers that the son is Tang Wenhui. Wenhui realizes this Tang youth is backed by a mythos sorcerer who killed Baek San. He concludes a powerful sorcerer capable of taking and evolving the Black Bone Valley Gu Diao is assisting Wenhui. Elsewhere 3 Kunlun, 3 birds, appear and announce themselves. They kneel before a purple-robed figure proclaimed as the cult heir. The cult heir thanks them for surviving this long. He asks about the cult leader's condition, wondering if his master is safe. The 3 react fearfully, implying something is wrong. He anxiously asks if something has happened to his master. The birds explain they believed if the heir were alive he would be with the cult leader. Shocked that his master is absent, the heir orders them to explain what happened. They narrate that after the bloodbath in the heir's chambers, their master and his guards vanished before the Rebel 5 mythos arrived. Without both leaders, the revered demon god mythos were expelled from Tianshan and scattered. Members then dispersed across the continent seeking the missing master while avoiding the martial society. 6 years later they finally discovered the secret mark the heir had left at an inn. The 3 Kunlun birds were dispatched to verify that signal. The heir reflects that a true leader should stay near his followers even in chaos. He apologizes to them for lacking the strength to prevent their current plight. The 3 protest tearfully, saying they are only grateful for his return. He admits he is not with his master and has been alone. The 3 silently cry, moved and saddened by his words. Walking away, the heir says he is still weaker than he was 6 years ago. He reasons that if his master were fine, he would not have abandoned his followers, so the worst must be assumed. He looks to the sky, thinking of his missing master. He wonders what his master would want him to do from now on. The Kunlun birds ask what orders he has for them. After pondering, he acknowledges their 6 years of waiting compared with his own few months. He reflects that their long, devoted wait contrasts with his short experience since awakening. Remembering his master's teachings, he recalls that the cult leader must be a divine figure to followers. He pictures his master and realizes that the cult leader must stand so high that others' gazes drop to the ground. He resolves that in his master's absence he must become a guiding beacon for the followers. Even if the role is harsh and lonely, he accepts it. He ignites purple flames, vowing the divine fire of mythos that began in Sichuan will spread to Tianshan. He prays for that fire to burn all their enemies and invokes the revered demon god mythos. The birds and Gu Diao recoil in awe and fear at the spectacle. The Gu Diao and race are equally stunned by the erupting divine power. The heir then declares he will take the 3 Kunlun birds as his own disciples in his master's stead. He proclaims that together they will prepare a throne for the master's eventual return. He asks if they will place their faith in him again so he can do this. The 3 prostrate themselves, begging him to lead them, and he thanks them. He decides his first step is to gather mythos followers scattered across the world and asks who currently leads them. They answer that leadership fell to one of the 5 sword captains, the vampiric spectre. They add that vampiric sect leader Na still lives and that they must rush to inform the spectre of the heir's survival. 2 of them volunteer to return with the news while instructing the 3rd to remain with the cult heir. The heir tells the messengers to report that the new leader of the revered demon god mythos will be waiting in Tang Clan village. A carriage travels through the night forest carrying Wenhui and his companions. Inside, an exhausted Wenhui asks if his condition is really that bad. His spirit allies say his internal injuries are severe, his energy unstable, and he risks chi deviation. They explain his body-soul bond is shaky after overexerting himself to absorb poison, and wonder how he is even conscious. Wenhui muses that to his followers the mythos leader must be like a true god, not just a ruler. He recalls his master's lesson that followers must look up to a divine leader, and lower their gaze when that being descends. He concludes he must become a reliable beacon for them in his master's absence. Even if that path is lonely, he resolves to walk it, prompting his spirits to quietly address him as Kultair. He now understands a little of the loneliness his master once felt. Deciding the priority is his recovery, he notes his body needs rest while the Gu Diao insists on at least a month. Wenhui protests that he has only a few days until the Dark Supreme arrives. The Gu Diao advises him to refine his yin energy and merge his new insights into his body quickly. Wenhui accepts this risky plan, intending to circulate qi even inside the shaking carriage, shocking his spirits. He insists he must stabilize the yin power before it causes worse damage. He analyzes that his injury came from forcing new understanding into an unstable core, making energies not instead of balance. He plans to dismantle those tangled forces, discard excess energy, and refine the rest. He visualizes splitting and reforging his energies into a proper refined state. The goal is to create a new, purified yin essence to settle calmly in his central core. He enters deep meditation as his energies swirl wildly around him. His companions marvel that he is actually disassembling and refining his energies one by one through sheer concentration. They sense the yin energy stabilizing and believe he has completed the process. Wenhui opens his eyes, registering the successful stabilization. The spirits excitedly praise him for inventing a new cultivation method using the central core. Confused, Wenhui asks what they mean by new method of central core cultivation. The Gu Diao clarifies that he just manipulated his core's qi entirely by will, an advanced central core technique, which he confirms. The Gu Diao admits that level of control is usually the end goal of central core cultivation, surprising Wenhui. He is told that all his different qi sources and poison energy moved under his command, forming a technique unique to him. Realizing he unconsciously let yin essence flow to rebuild what he dismantled, he asks if that is truly his own method. He reflects that his upper core holds his previous life's Phantom King arts, while his lower core will hold Heavenly Demon Warding Heart arts. Yet he notes those alone are insufficient because his true enemies are astral heaven realm divergents from beyond these lands. He admits that mastering those two systems separately still would not let him surpass such foes. He thinks that if the central core method can fuse his mystic and martial arts, he may stand a chance. The spirits warn it will be a hard road but insist his current feats prove it is possible. Wenhui states he has chosen his path forward. He examines a bead of Black Dragon Water True Energy. Noting its pure, water-like nature, he decides to base his central core cultivation on this energy, creating the Black Dragon Chi arts. Meanwhile at the Nine Dragons Division, disciples prepare to depart with the Righteous Wind squad leader. The division head thanks that squad leader for personally coming to assist. The squad leader says it is simply their duty, complaining that Tang Gan's poor report made things harder. As they leave, he is surprised to see a carriage approaching early in the day. A gate guard stops the carriage and asks the driver, one Kunlun Bird, why they have come to the Tang branch. Wenhui steps down, about to answer the question. He calmly replies he is returning from a mission, shocking the guard who recognizes him. His sister sees him and freezes in surprise. She rushes to hug Wenhui, and he greets her, saying he did not expect her to be waiting outside. She anxiously checks if he is hurt, and he reassures her he is fine. Internally she assumes his mission must have failed since he returned so soon, though she is relieved he is safe, and she tells him he worked hard. Wenhui grins and declares he actually killed a member of the North Sea mythos. In chibi form he smugly presents the sack containing his captive while his sister stares blankly. Off-screen someone exclaims in shock that he already finished the job and come back. A violent sound effect cuts to the Tang compound as the scene shifts. In an earlier scene Wenhui finally releases the tortured soul of a North Sea mythos member, ending his suffering. He tells the Wraith to be grateful its torment ends here as he disperses it. His spirits comment that Wenhui had repeatedly torn and reformed that soul, making undeath a mercy. Back in the present, he notes they now have ample information on North Sea mythos and that it is around midday. Just then Tang Hozhen appears, calling Wenhui, and Wenhui thinks the timing is perfect. Hozhen says he heard Wenhui caused a huge commotion. Wenhui retorts that he simply killed a demon cultist and glorified their name. Hozhen clarifies he meant Wenhui's beating of the Lion Sect members, which Wenhui had almost forgotten. Wenhui dismisses it as harmless banter and asks if the Lion Blade King himself is really coming to scold him, which Hozhen confirms. Hozhen states that very Lion Blade King, a regional supreme, is coming specifically to hold Wenhui accountable. Wenhui is incredulous that such a figure would visit over youthful squabbles, but Hozhen affirms it. Wenhui sighs that he expected praise yet will also be reprimanded and urges Hozhen to take him to the meeting. He then formally reports to the Tang clan leader that he has returned after completing his mission. The clan leader scrutinizes him silently. He remarks that in addition to the white bone head Wenhui promised, there was another trophy. He notes that Wenhui also delivered the head of the North Sea mythos Blade Demon. Furthermore, Wenhui angered the Lion Sect enough to lure the Lion Blade King himself to their territory. Wenhui defends that conflict with the Lion Sect was unavoidable during the mission and says he has yet another detail to add. The clan leader asks what else Wenhui has to tell him. Wenhui produces a written report from his robes. He offers the document explaining the North Sea mythos' current plot. Smiling, he asks if this information qualifies him to join the strategic game the clan leader is orchestrating. Later, as they descend into a hidden underground facility, Wenhui wonders if he should have spied on Tang Hosen earlier had he known of this place. He decides it would not have been possible anyway because he was busy tracking Namgung Sanyang and her people. At the bottom, a secret door opens with blinding light as they enter. Seeing the vast chamber within, Wenhui thinks the scale far exceeds his expectations. He is stunned that such a huge space exists underground. His spirits excitedly call him over to examine a massive, incredibly detailed world map on the wall. They point out it includes Sichuan at the center and regions stretching from Haidong to Xinjiang, India, and Europe. They observe that the map lists countless sects and organizations with notes on their strength and diplomatic ties to the Tang clan. Wenhui reads that it also marks the Tianshan range where the heavenly demon divine cult resides and the towers of the half-transcended. He realizes this map reveals the Tang clan's grand global ambitions. A masked strategist, Tang Gun, appears and remarks how quickly Hosen brought Wenhui here. While Wenhui recognizes where Tang Gun has been hiding, Tang Gun asks how it feels to see the secret Wind Evolution Center. Wenhui repeats the name, understanding that they intend to send their influence. The Wind. Across the world. He deduces their goal from the global map, concluding they plan to build a worldwide network beyond China. Tang Gun excitedly agrees, dramatically shouting to his lord about Wenhui's potential. He clings to the clan leader, begging that Wenhui be entrusted to him, claiming the youth's head is divinely blessed. Tang Gun raves about Wenhui's intellect, courage, wits, and even supposed morals while Wenhui objects at that last part. Tang Gun declares Wenhui is the perfect raw material and promises that if given 20, or even 10, years with him, he will turn the Sichuan Tang clan into the world's greatest organization. Gon reacts in shock, demanding clarification about what is being proposed. Gon passionately argues that the young master has proven himself a warrior who belongs on the battlefield, not stuck doing clerical work. The masked strategist explains that for the Tang clan, ruthless resolve to achieve goals matters more than combat itself, and martial arts and tactics are only tools toward that end. Gon furiously accuses the strategist of wanting to trap the talented young man indoors like himself despite his martial gifts. The strategist counters that nurturing rulership in a room is how kings are made, since martial training can be done anytime, and that a king's talent grows only by overseeing others, leaving Gon stunned. Their superior curtly orders them to stop arguing. The superior declares that the path Wai chooses will be his own, telling them to postpone their struggle over him. The superior praises Wai's perceptiveness and begins explaining that this underground place was built by the Tang clan to link together the entire world. He says that in the Jianghu, the Sichuan Tang clan is regarded as a barrier that blocks outside forces. A dark dragon-like image illustrates how the clan prevents external threats from entering the Jianghu. The superior adds that neither he nor the clan head intends for the Tang clan to remain merely a static defensive wall. He reveals the Tang clan's ambition to become a mighty castle. He elaborates that they seek a towering fortress that overlooks the world so completely that no one dares stand above it. However, he says that before such a castle can exist, they must first become an impregnable fortress that even the demon cult's fanatics cannot breach. He recounts that 6 months ago they learned the demon cult zealots, at the Namgung clan's instigation, were plotting to assassinate the Tang clan head. At first they tried to block the plot directly, he says, but the clan head had another idea. In flashback, the clan head argues that merely preventing the attempt would only catch the tail, and that they should instead aim for the body. The clan head volunteers to act as bait in order to lure out the demon cult. Thus they designed a grand demon cult annihilation operation built around the so-called Dark Supreme Assassination Plan. Wai summarizes that the assassination will serve as justification to attack the demon cult, letting the Tang clan rally the forces of the Jianghu against it, while privately judging the plan's author Tang Munhyuk reckless for staking his life on it. Wai inwardly admits Munhyuk's information gathering and decision making are impressive but thinks the plan itself is flawed. Wai bluntly says the proposed plan is doomed to fail. He identifies the biggest uncertainty in the operation as the mysterious power and information related to the secret of society. The narration stresses that accurate intelligence on this society is the crucial missing factor. Munhyuk reacts dangerously to the word fail and warns Wai to justify such a claim carefully. The strategist insists Wai is underestimating their preparations and says they have arranged thoroughly for the upcoming assault. He lists mechanisms, formations, mystic arts, and detailed guard deployments as parts of their carefully constructed plan. Wai acknowledges from the documents that the Wind Evolution Center has gathered excellent intelligence and well-organized resources and orders for the strategy. Wai presents additional intelligence he personally obtained. The strategist is astonished to see that Wai's data lists the positions and layouts of North Sea Mythos and Black Bone Ghost Valley agents operating in Nine Dragons County. Munhyuk asks how accurate this new information is compared with their own findings. The strategist reports that Wai's intel matches roughly 90% of what they discovered, differing only slightly, and that the enemy's scheme falls within their anticipated scenarios. Given that degree of precision, the strategist concludes the leak must have come from inside the demonic cult. Munhyuk confirms with Wai that this document represents the complete North Sea Mythos plan, and Wai agrees. Munhyuk concludes that Wai's information is probably reliable and that Wai also admits their strategy itself is excellent. Munhyuk then presses Wai to explain what flaw could still cause the plan's failure. Wai replies that the problem is simple. saying their estimation of the demonic cult's strength is off. Manhwa doubts this, arguing that he and the former Tempest squad have ample experience fighting the North Sea mythos and have already considered the possibility of their growth. Y counters that even that is insufficient and inwardly marvels at the sophistication of their plan. He judges that by normal standards their operation would guarantee victory even against enemies at the high end of their projected strength. But he notes that the plan assumes ordinary foes, whereas the cult now has abnormal monsters empowered by the society. Y recalls that Whitebone and Bakeson have become much stronger over the past 6 years thanks to that external power. He also remembers deadly society techniques like the soul-restraining fantasy net that are almost impossible to escape once deployed. Likewise, he remembers the heart-corroding ice poison that is extremely taxing to use but incurable once it infects someone. Considering such support from the society, Y concludes that their current plan is far from enough to stop the enhanced cult. Manhwa restates Y's implication that the Sichuan Tang clan is not yet ready to defeat the demonic cult, based on his observations. He tells Y that if he wants to assert their predictions are wrong, he must provide proof. Manhwa demands that Y risk his life to prove both that their estimates are flawed and that his own assessment is correct. Manhwa restrains his power to match the forecast level of an enemy captain and says that if cult captains truly are a stage above that, Y, who slew Bakeson, should still be able to defeat him at that level. He adds that if their predictions are accurate after all, Y will die here to the Tang clan's 1,000 poison hand. Y accepts the stakes, saying he will simply die if their estimates are right and he cannot withstand the poison hand. Gon and the strategist panic at this brutal wager and beg Y to apologize so the clan head will relent. Y calmly insists the clan head has misjudged things. Y unleashes his own powerful aura, shocking the onlookers. Gon is stunned by Y's rapid progress, noting it has been less than a week since Y unlocked his central core. Manhwa, impressed but curious, asks what exactly he misjudged. He compliments Y's aura yet points out it is still weaker than the level he has limited himself to, equivalent to their projected enemy captains. Y agrees but notes that Bakeson, whom he killed, possessed an aura one realm above Manhwa's current restrained level. Manhwa demands to know how Y managed to defeat such a foe despite that disparity. Y says he will demonstrate directly rather than explain. Manhwa recognizes that Y is deliberately holding back some of his capabilities and acknowledges that tactical caution. Y launches a swift, slashing aura attack to start the duel. The clash of their energies fills the room as they exchange high-speed blows. The strategist looks around bewildered as shards of stone fly from the exploding auras. Gon grabs the strategist and tries to drag him away while the masked man protests and struggles. As they fight, Y realizes Manhwa is still going easy on him. Y observes that Manhwa's gaze tracks the future course of his movements, showing incredible predictive skill. Yet Manhwa intentionally swings slightly late, continuing to hold back. Y notes that Manhwa is carefully limiting himself to the forecast power of an enemy captain. Y reflects that the real reason for this match is likely Manhwa's desire to validate his information and the Wind Evolution Chamber's work, which irritates him. Annoyed but determined, Y resolves to fight seriously despite understanding Manhwa's motive. He launches a ferocious charge using killing techniques he learned from the enemy sword demons. Manhwa recognizes that Y is using martial arts taken from their adversaries. Manhwa realizes Y has not merely copied those sword demon moves but fully assimilated them into his own style. Even while acknowledging Y's impressive skills, Manhwa says they still do not conclusively prove his claim about the cult's strength. He prepares to escalate, deciding the demonstration has not yet met his standard of proof. Manhwa lands a blow that injects poison into Y, making Y momentarily wide-eyed. Their energies erupt again in a massive green explosion as they trade decisive strikes. Blood flies as Y forces a counterattack despite taking a poisonous hit. Gon screams in fear for young Master Wenhui's life. Manhwa admits he does not like what he has had to do in this test. He notes that when the poison reached Y immediately sealed off part of his circulation and expelled tainted blood before it could intoxicate him. Manhwa further observes that Y willingly accepted a glancing 1,000 poison hand strike in order to land his own attack, which would have killed a North Sea sword demon. Y replies that he could take such a risk precisely because he could tell Manhwa was holding himself to the reduced enemy captain level, and that is what he dislikes. The strategist, terrified, asks if their duel is finally over and declares they should kill him before wrecking the Wind Evolution Chamber more. Later Manhwa notes that Y was convinced their plan would fail. He asks whether Y has an alternative solution, and Y confidently answers that he does. Manhwa presses him to state it, while Y smiles with resolve. Time passes, and Manhwa prepares to act on his decision regarding Y's proposal. In private, Manhwa reflects on how surprising it was that Y managed to poison him even while his own internal energy was restrained. He studies his slightly intoxicated hand, impressed that Y's ingenuity reached him at all. Manhwa asks his advisors what course of action they now recommend, as the strategist mourns all the research he must reorganize. He cuts Gon off, saying he already knows Gon's stance, prompting Gon to call him cruel. Manhwa recalls when Y first showed talent and volunteered to carry on the Tempest, knowing that Gon's feelings had attached to Y then. Gon is flustered when confronted with this truth. Manhwa reassures him that he will not be angry about comparisons between himself and Y, recognizing Gon stayed only for the Tempest squad's sake. Gon is moved and addresses him respectfully. Manhwa remembers promising Gon that he would one day restore them to their former battlefield glory. He vowed then to raise them back to that lofty plane, and asked Gon to believe in him until that day. Now Moonhyuk says he himself cannot become the new Tempest Squad leader. The strategist politely asks to pose a question before hearing Y's detailed plans. He asks whether Moonhyuk intends to name Wonhui as his successor, prompting Moonhyuk to wonder why he is raising the topic. The strategist advises that if Moonhyuk does not yet completely trust Wonhui, he should not give him any position of real power. He elaborates that the truly dangerous mistake is entrusting tasks to someone you distrust, and says Moonhyuk must either exclude Wonhui or use him without reservation. He suggests that if Moonhyuk doubts Wonhui's information, he can simply let Wonhui act independently while they defend the clan using their existing preparations. But if Moonhyuk chooses to trust Wonhui, the strategist says, he should place full confidence in him. He urges Moonhyuk to trust Wonhui wholeheartedly if he is to be trusted at all. The strategist notes that Moonhyuk's daughter Kyujin never cared about succeeding him and that their other candidate Yu Chang is unfit. While Moonhyuk realizes the strategist is trying to provoke a decision, Moonhyuk silently reflects on what it means to truly trust someone. Rewinding to the earlier question, Moonhyuk again asks why what solution he proposes. Y smiles and says the answer is simple. He confidently declares that they should place the entire operation under his command. Moonhyuk decides and soon after announces that he has reached a conclusion. A public notice is then posted proclaiming that second son Tang Wonhui is now the official clan heir. That evening, Wonhui stands before a lavish celebratory feast in his honor. A servant apologizes that this is only the first course due to limited kitchen stores, which surprises Wonhui. The young servant enthusiastically explains he has sent someone for more ingredients, so they can cook dishes better suited to Wonhui's taste. Wonhui's spirit companions comment that the boy is extremely faithful and loyal to him. Wonhui agrees and pointedly contrasts that loyalty with others who once betrayed him, while the spirits protest they have changed. Wonhui muses that although he only asked Moonhyuk to hand over authority for this single matter, Moonhyuk went further and granted him the vice branch clan head's responsibilities on the eve of a major event. He mentally lists all the burdens now on his shoulders, from handling Northern Sea Mythos' scheme and guest receptions to dealing with outer clans. Preparing for the coming festival and coordinating everything makes his head ache just thinking about it. Returning to the banquet, Wonhui remarks that the spread before him is a full celebration. His slightly drunk sister Kyujin arrives cheerfully, congratulating him on becoming heir. Wonhui awkwardly but gratefully thanks his sister. Kyujin, already tipsy, complains about his stiff expression, while Wonhui notes she is clearly drunk. She proclaims it is a wonderful day because the family is finally recognizing him. Wonhui adds that it is also the day she'll be freed from the successor role she disliked. She sheepishly admits he has seen through her and laughs. She fondly recalls her martial training days in the Qingqing sect. Kyujin says those Qingqing days were the happiest of her life. Wonhui reflects that the Kyujin he knows is not irresponsible and must have faithfully studied as a successor even while training in Qingqing. He realizes that although all of her previous preparations for succession are now meaningless, she still sincerely rejoices for him. Wonhui invites her to share the food since his subordinate is fetching more, and she happily accepts. Kyujin proudly announces she has brought very fine wine to celebrate. She begins pouring and explains that the wine is her cherished daughter in red, an extremely rare vintage. Narration explains that in Sichuan tradition, this wine is brewed at a daughter's birth and buried until a major life event. It is meant for celebrations like marriage or great achievement, and was originally intended for when Kyujin became vice branch clan head. Wonhui gently asks if she is truly okay with using it now for him instead. Kyujin replies that today, celebrating his rise, is happier for her than if she had taken the position herself. As Wonhui begins to respond, Gon suddenly bursts in noisily with more alcohol, congratulating him. Wonhui dryly points Gon toward the door, but Gon brushes it off, eager to join the festivities. Kyujin greets Uncle Gon politely while he barges in with bottles. An awkward silence hangs as they stare at the intruding Gon. Wonhui attempts to shoo Gon away, but Gon insists he is busy and tries to slip out, claiming he only came to deliver drink. Moments later he relaxes, relieved when told he did not interrupt anything important. He notices the open daughter in red and remarks in surprise that they have already started drinking. Wonhui reveals that the rare wine actually belongs to Kyujin, startling Gon. Kyujin assures Gon she is pleased to relinquish her successor role and toasting Wonhui makes her happy. As the rosy wine is poured into cups, the family laughs together, and the celebration for the new clan heir begins in earnest. Wonhui cheerfully pours a pink drink for the girl, telling her it is her turn. As the fragrant drink fills her cup, she comments on how nice it smells. Raising her cup high, Kyujin proposes a toast for Wonhui's future and that of the branch clan. The three of them clink cups together in a celebratory toast. They start eating the lavish meal laid out on the table. While Kyujin eats enthusiastically, she praises how skilled Wonhui's cook is. Remembering something mid-bite, she turns to Wonhui in surprise. She suddenly asks what will happen to his relationship with Qingqing's senior disciple if he opens the gift now, making him spit his drink. Flustered, she angrily questions why they are bringing up Qingqing's senior disciple Li Keil-san. Embarrassed, she insists the others are misunderstanding the situation. Her uncle immediately jumps to talk of matchmaking and seeking the branch clan head, while she yells that they have it wrong. Kyujin states calmly that she never intends to marry. She then adds that she plans to leave the Tang clan for good once the festival ends, shocking the others. Her uncle, stunned, asks if this decision is because of what happened with the first madam. Kyojin replies that while that incident is part of it, the choice is something she has contemplated for years. She explains that in Qingqing she advanced in 1 month in sword training what would have taken a year in the Tang clan. Admitting she has always been better with the sword, she bows her head as the two men fall silent. Her uncle confesses he cannot fully understand since he is Tang to the bone, having spent his entire life in the clan. Still, he recognizes how deeply she has thought it through. Wenhui apologetically says he has something serious to discuss even though they are celebrating. He reminds her that he must draw his sword when the Dark Supreme visits for the festival and asks if she will serve as his sword. Kyojin answers that if his goal is to eradicate the demonic cult, she will help. Before she can finish, Wenhui reaches out sharply to stop her. He warns that the sword will not only be required to slay the demonic cult, startling her. Wenhui says that if his sword lacks the resolve to kill a certain opponent, it will not be suitable. Kyojin replies that in that case he must find another sword, and Wenhui offers to help her leave the clan before the festival if she cannot. Hurt, she says he is cruel, remarking that she has always sided with him even when it caused conflict with her mother. Wenhui explains he spoke so bluntly because his position in the clan is changing. Kyojin answers resolutely that she made up her mind about this long ago, then begins to share what she learned from both Qingqing and the Tang clan. She declares that the single guiding principle she gained from those experiences is righteousness. She takes a firm step forward as if acting on that conviction. Kyojin states that all her decisions are based on whether something is righteous and promises to follow Wenhui if he pursues justice. Wenhui realizes from her words that she will not agree to everything he asks. She explains she opposed her own mother because she judged her schemes to be unjust. Kyojin adds that if Wenhui doubts her sense of justice, they must part ways now. Wenhui reflects internally that he has never seriously considered righteousness, viewing most claims of it in Zhongyuan as selfish excuses. He notes, however, that Tang Kyojin seems different from such hypocrites. He recognizes genuine sincerity in her voice when she spoke of righteousness. Moved, he places a hand on his chest, acknowledging her words. Wenhui bows and apologizes, admitting he was wrong to question her resolve. He recognizes she would sever even family ties for what is right. Kyojin answers that while such ruthless resolve is difficult, she believes Wenhui can manage it as vice branch clan head, so she agrees to become his sword. Raising her cup again, she vows to live and die as Wenhui's sword until everything is over. Wenhui toasts back, promising to use that sword only for just and clean purposes. Their uncle jokingly complains that they forgot about him in their solemn pact. All three share another drink together, strengthening their alliance. Time passes, and the scene shifts to the Tang clan's grand pavilions under daylight. Elsewhere at night, the narrative moves to the walled city's Gold Sword sect. There, Namgung Sanyong rages at the news that the loser, Tang Wenhui, has become the Tang clan's vice branch clan head. He recalls being humiliated by Wenhui in front of Sumin and Suini and seethes with resentment. He complains that he must now prepare a gift and apology for Wenhui during the Dark Supreme's festival, even though he feels Wenhui was in the wrong. Alone and shaking in his room, he bitterly wishes he had been born into a renowned household like Wenhui. Gripping a stone, he convinces himself he would have been much stronger than Wenhui if given the same background. A shadowy figure appears, remarking on his talk of offering a present to Tang Wenhui and hinting he has come to the right place. When Sanyong demands his identity, the intruder says it is unnecessary to know and displays ominous energy. The stranger unleashes a powerful icy attack that sends Sanyong flying. Freezing him in place, the intruder says he wants to meet Tang Wenhui and will be using Sanyong as a tool. The masked man, revealed in close-up, asks smugly if Sanyong minds being used. Back at Qingqing, Kyojin and Wenhui later share drinks on a rooftop under the moon, and Wenhui teases her about whether a virtuous Qingqing Taoist should be drinking so much. Irritated and tipsy, she retorts that it is called being a Taoist, and he jokingly repeats the label of Qingqing's goody two-shoes Taoist. Growing thoughtful, Wenhui admits there is something he has always wondered. He asks why she was always so kind to him, prompting her to look surprised. She says she had always planned to tell him but decides to explain now, starting with the reason. Kyojin reveals she is keeping a promise she once made. She clarifies that the promise was to his mother. Remembering the past, she describes Wenhui's mother as a very warm-hearted woman and recalls running happily to meet her as a child. The memory shows his mother greeting young Kyojin with a gentle smile. Kyojin narrates how Wenhui's mother comforted her during exhausting clan training and spoke of the wider world and Jianghu. She also taught Kyojin about beautiful mountains like Qingqing and Amei and shared the simple joy of sweet candied fruits. Their bond is shown through scenes of the woman affectionately patting Kyojin's head as the girl eats snacks. One rainy night, Kyojin discovers mysterious medicine being given to Wenhui's mother and wonders what it is. She realizes in horror that her own mother has been mixing poison into the woman's medicine. When she confronts his mother, the woman merely hushes her. Kyojin protests that the woman is still taking the medicine despite knowing it is poison, but the First Lady says the drug does not affect her. She explains she has an incurable illness. The revelation shocks young Kyojin. Wenhui's mother says she had kept the illness at bay with the branch clan head's help but worsened after Wenhui's birth, and now the medicine only hastens her end. Kyojin begs her to stop taking it and try to live longer, but the woman refuses, not wanting to cause additional trouble. Overwhelmed, Kyojin can only choke out a pained sound. The dying woman takes the girl's trembling hands. She then asks Kyojin for one last favor, to promise she will remain good friends with Wenhui even after she is gone. Kyojin cries and refuses to promise, insisting the woman must not die. The woman comforts her, saying she believes Kyojin will grow into a great person. She urges the girl never to lose her warm, affectionate heart. Back on the rooftop in the present, Kyojin says that was the promise she made before Wonhui's mother passed away. She adds that despite that, her own mother never stopped her malicious actions. Kyojin recalls how Namgung Sanyang spread slanderous rumors about Wonhui and his mother, which the Nine Dragons division accepted. Wonhui reflects that those rumors were absurd, especially considering his powerful father could easily resist drunkenness. He notes that even though the rumor insulted Tang Hozan, Namgung used it to disgrace Wonhui and his mother even further. Kyojin apologizes to Wonhui, worrying that it must hurt to learn she was kind to him because of that promise. Wonhui tells her she is mistaken. He points out that she treated him kindly even before his mother asked her and before she knew of her own mother's crimes, saying that is simply who she is. His words make Kyojin smile through tears and she thanks him. Wonhui privately marvels at how Kyojin grew so kind despite having such parents, then thanks her aloud. Suddenly sensing something, he turns serious. He thinks about the emotions Tang Wonhui once held that he, as young Wonhui in this body, never fully understood. He now recognizes the chasm between Tang Wonhui's original body and his own soul, tied to grief he never experienced as a former orphan. He acknowledges the depth of Tang Wonhui's resentment and despair. A brief image shows the original Wonhui alone in desolation, emphasizing that suffering. Wonhui feels he is finally starting to understand those emotions. Clenching his fist, he steels himself. He tells Kyojin he has something to take care of and excuses himself, and she cheerfully lets him go. As he leaps away, he jokes that if she is still drinking when he returns he will inform her senior disciple, making her shout in embarrassment. Left alone, she sighs and settles back down on the roof. She then grips her sword, readying herself for what is to come. Standing silhouetted against the moon, she draws the blade. The next day at the First Lady's pavilion, a scream echoes through the compound. The First Lady rants that Wonhui has been acknowledged as a succession candidate and named Vice Branch Clan Head, concluding that she and her children have been cast aside. In panic, she tells herself she must do something about this. As she rushes, she curses the Righteous Wind Squad for pestering her and insists she has nothing more to say. Her son Yuchang appears unexpectedly inside her chambers, alarming her. He explains he received permission from his father to visit, which momentarily reassures her. Grabbing him, she urgently tells Yuchang to listen. She insists they are no longer safe with Wonhui as vice branch head and urges Yuchang to escape to her Namgung family. Yuchang replies that the Namgung escorts who accompanied her are all under watch by the Righteous Wind Squad. She admits those allies are compromised but claims there is still hope. She instructs Yuchang to leave a secret mark and message in the Righteous Wind Pavilion's back garden to summon a hidden Namgung contact to the Crimson Pavilion at night. Wonhui, having intercepted the message, crushes the secret token while realizing there is still a Namgung spy she was hiding. Facing his mother, Yuchang calls her name and confesses that he thought at least she trusted him even if she distrusted his aunt. When she tries to shift the topic to urgency, he surges with emotion and slams his hand down, shouting why she involved the demonic cult. Tearfully, he demands to know why she allied with their enemies. She stammers in shock at how he learned this, while Yuchang explains he had wanted to handle both martial arts and clan politics on his own. He yells that accepting Namgung help was just another way to prove himself, and that he wanted to show his worth independently. Yuchang cries that he wanted to win as a Tang rather than by relying on her family. Suddenly, an outside voice declares the conversation finished, interrupting the moment. Wonhui, Kyojin, and the masked overseer enter, Wonhui noting there were still Namgung spies in the Righteous Wind Pavilion and sarcastically saying he is embarrassed he missed them. The First Lady realizes in horror that the overseer and Kyojin are with Wonhui and begins to guess what that means. Yuchang stands silently at Wonhui's side, confirming her fears. She screams that Wonhui forced Yuchang to betray her. Wonhui reminds her of their past conversation, when she promised she would step back and abandon her children's succession rights if he wished. She frantically tells Yuchang not to be fooled. Kyojin coldly tells her mother to stop, saying they have already shown Yuchang proof of her crimes. The First Lady, stunned, calls out her daughter's name. The overseer orders her to save the rest of her explanations for interrogation at the Righteous Wind Pavilion. He adds that she must realize there is nothing more she can do. Hearing that, she mutters in despair that there really is nothing left. She and Wonhui each think to themselves that the situation is now completely over. Kneeling on the floor, the First Lady weakly protests that she cannot accept this outcome. Consumed by rage, she transforms, erupting in blood-red demonic energy and screaming that she rejects it. Her unleashed power blasts outward in a violent surge that engulfs the room. Wonhui feels the aura and recognizes it as demonic energy. Yuchang stares in horror at his mother's transformed state, while Kyojin watches tensely. The spirit companion explains that she is using explosive reverse blood flow demonic arts, a forbidden technique even in the demonic cult. Wonhui recalls that this art multiplies internal energy for a short time. He also knows it makes the user lose sanity, turning everyone nearby into enemies and ultimately killing the practitioner. The narration emphasizes that this is a suicidal last resort technique. Enraged, the First Lady blames Tang Wonhui for all her misfortune. Wonhui counters that the Namgung clan brought the White Bone instructor and their schemes into the Tang clan, so her anger is misplaced. She screams for him to shut up and attacks in a frenzy. With a roar, she hurls a massive wave of demonic energy across the room at him. Wenhui darts past the assault with sword drawn, preparing to end the confrontation. The enraged woman smashes through furniture with a shockwave, sending the man flying back. The man, sweating, realizes the woman has resorted to demonic techniques. Tang Kyujin orders Yu-chan to retreat farther while she advances toward her mother. Kyujin pleads with her mother not to deepen her sins as crimson demonic flames swirl around the older woman. Tang Wenhui observes that convincing the mother is now impossible. Wenhui notes that the mother has completely lost her sanity to demonic energy. The mother, consumed by madness, rants that her disobedient daughter is no longer needed. She screams that she never needed Kyujin and lunges at her in a murderous frenzy. Wenhui grips his sword hilt, preparing to intervene. Kyujin releases a blazing sword strike straight at her charging mother. The mother is blasted back by Kyujin's anti-demonic sword energy, howling in pain. Wenhui's spirits marvel that Kyujin can disperse demonic energy like a true Taoist of Qingqing, and say she is still wasting her efforts. Wenhui reasons that Kyujin must know the explosive reverse blood flow technique harms its user, even if she did not realize it was demonic. He wonders if the mother used such a self-destructive art solely to defeat him. Kyujin rejects that idea internally, denying that her mother's motive was that simple. The mother erupts with another gigantic demonic outburst, screaming as power explodes around her. The red energy whirls violently while Kyujin and others brace themselves against the onslaught. Kyujin, already wounded, bitterly thinks that her mother remains selfish to the very end. She recalls that her mother knew exactly what decision Kyujin would make in this situation. Resolving herself, Kyujin vows to stay true to her own path. A flashback shows a former Taoist of Qingqing focusing her glowing sword, invoking sect techniques. The narration lists renowned masters and leaders who once favored Tang Kyujin during her sword training. In that memory, Kyujin begins a ritual dedicated to eradicating demonic forces. Back in the present, the demonic mother chants about killing while Kyujin stands ready with her sword of light. The mother shrieks to kill and fully gives herself over to murderous frenzy. She dives at Kyujin with monstrous speed, eyes bleeding demonic light. Kyujin plants her foot, ready to receive the attack. She performs a decisive, blinding sword slash as their clash reaches its peak. Kyujin's expression hardens as debris falls in the wake of her attack. She closes her eyes, accepting the grim outcome. Rain pours over the Tang residence, marking the somber aftermath. One of Wenhui's spirits asks if he noticed the look on the mother's face just before she died. Wenhui, holding a box in a quiet room, admits he now feels uneasy about how things ended. He remembers facing the berserk mother as she charged at Kyujin. He recalls her feral expression at the moment of death. He also remembers how, in her last instant, her face strangely looked more like that of a caring mother than ever before. Wenhui reflects that her twisted maternal love for her own children is what drove her to try to kill him and ultimately hurt them instead. Suddenly bathed in blue light, Wenhui's body reacts as his spirits cry out in surprise. The spirits exclaim that his soul and body are finally synchronizing and the gap between them is closing. They conclude that Wenhui's deep resentment has now been resolved. In the hall where it all happened, Wenhui and the others slowly compose themselves and leave. Outside in the rain, the masked overseer proposes announcing that the First Lady left with Wenhui to the Namgung clan to recover, and Wenhui quietly thanks him for preserving her honor. Wenhui listens silently, looking out at the rain. Kyujin stands alone inside, swords at her side, staring at the blood-stained floor where her mother died. She turns to the window, lost in thought as rain beats down outside. Narration explains that time passes quickly afterward and that, following Namgung Sanyung's death, all remaining Namgung spies are captured. Kyujin comes to terms with her emotions over her mother's death and begins helping Wenhui with the heavy paperwork of being Vice Branch clan head. As they prepare to receive visitors, narration notes that the Dark Supreme's visit draws near and various allied sects arrive by carriage. Wenhui pulls Kyujin aside, saying there is something important he needs to discuss with her. He awkwardly claims he is too immature for his current position and suggests Kyujin, being more reliable and popular, would be better suited, but she immediately dismisses that as nonsense. Wenhui's spirits secretly watch, delighted by this rare display of vulnerability, and hope to keep observing the pair's growing chemistry. Wenhui, eyes glowing ominously, tells the spirits it is time to recharge the race sphere, scaring them into apologizing. Outside, other women cheerfully call out to Kyujin as they arrive. Kyujin greets Yusumin and Sima Suini, happy to see her friends again. Sumin suddenly notices Wenhui in the distance. Wenhui, startled, recognizes the new arrivals while holding one of his spirits in hand. Kyujin is surprised that her friends know Wenhui and asks about it. Wenhui awkwardly remembers their chaotic first meeting at a tea house and apologizes for how he appeared then. Kyujin beams and offers to formally introduce everyone. She introduces Yusumin as the Clear Moon Lady of Ame, whom she befriended at a Mount Shu gathering. She then introduces Sima Suini, known as White Sword Milan of Azure Flower Mountain Manor. Kyujin proudly introduces Wenhui as her younger brother and current Vice Branch clan head of the Nine Dragons Division, prompting surprise that she herself is not holding that role. Kyujin confirms that Wenhui took the position, and Sumin jokes that Kyujin always said she did not want the job, so she finally got her wish. The women laugh together while Wenhui and Suini watch from behind. Suini nervously denies anything is wrong when Wenhui asks, slightly flustered by his presence. Sumin playfully teases Suini as a sly little cat, implying she has an interest in Wenhui. Sumin hauls Suini away so Kyujin and Wenhui can continue their duties, saying they will catch up later. Exhausted, Wenhui slumps down, complaining of fatigue, while Kyujin reminds him they still have more paperwork. Kyujin suddenly hears something approaching and looks up in surprise. She spots several unfamiliar carriages rolling down the forest road and wonders who they belong to. As they near, she recognizes them as coming from the Gold Sword sect. A plump man introduces himself as Najin-Bei, overseer of the Gold Sword sect, offering greetings on behalf of his leaders. Wonhui politely introduces himself as Vice Branch Clan head Tang Wonhui and welcomes them, hinting that he is puzzled by the amount of cargo they brought. Ji-Bei explains that because Wonhui had refused any gifts during his last visit, their sect leader insisted on sending reparations this time. He reveals a chest overflowing with gold, saying it is both an apology and aid for Wonhui's branch. Ji-Bei begins to say there is more, glancing meaningfully at someone behind him. A terrified young man drops to his knees before Wonhui, loudly apologizing for his past rudeness and begging forgiveness, which reminds Wonhui he is from the Gold Sword sect. Wonhui decides to play along and accept the apology and gift, reassuring the man that he is forgiven. As he does so, Wonhui suddenly senses a strange energy and stiffens. He orders the guests to be led to the pavilion to rest, masking his reaction, while an attendant agrees. Internally, Wonhui notes that, for an instant, he detected traces of demonic energy among the newcomers. He realizes that energy belongs to one particular man among them. Wonhui locks eyes with a rugged, bandaged man carrying luggage, recognizing him as the source. In his mind, Wonhui identifies the man as Gu Minchai. Elsewhere, Sumin mentions she saw Suni intently staring at Wonhui as the guests entered. Sumin teases that Suni was obviously staring at Wonhui, while Suni flusteredly denies it. Sumin keeps pressing, asking why Suni insists it is not what she thinks. Embarrassed, Suni admits the reason she stared is that Wonhui carried a distinct sword aura. Sumin is surprised to hear this, since he did not have such an aura previously. Suni explains that his sword presence now feels like that of someone who has trained for many years. Thinking further, Suni senses that his sword aura feels like that of someone who has practiced for a decade or more. She suddenly catches a familiar sword scent on the wind and is startled. Realizing it is the same sword scent she remembers, she dashes off to warn Kyujin and Wonhui. Sumin is dragged along, confused as Suni races toward the others. Suni decides they must reach Kyujin and Wonhui immediately, recognizing the scent as belonging to the swordsman who once fought her father. At the gate, Wonhui quietly confirms to himself that the mysterious carrier really is Gu Minchai. He notes that Minchai is trying to hide his demonic energy, but such concealment cannot deceive him. When his spirits ask who he is watching, Wonhui tells them the man is Gu Minchai. The spirits are shocked, recognizing Minchai as the infamous 7 Seconds Killer, second child of the Northern Sea mythos leader. Wonhui realizes the Northern Sea mythos has already sent an assassin sooner than expected and considers what to do. Though eager to tear Minchai apart for his crimes, Wonhui reasons that killing him now would only cause the Northern Sea mythos to abandon their assassination attempt, reducing the benefit to Wonhui. He therefore decides to let Gu Minchai live a bit longer for strategic reasons. Later, Kyujin confirms that the Gold Sword sect was the last group to arrive, and Wonhui notes that anyone else will not come until morning. Suddenly a powerful force sweeps past them, making Wonhui and Kyujin turn in alarm. Wonhui senses a familiar overwhelming presence and tenses up. The Lion Blade King, Weiji Humyang, appears and begins unleashing an immense attack filled with sword energy. Wonhui reacts instantly, using a spear to block the incoming slash and shield Kyujin. As weapons scatter, he commands his spirits to bring him a spear, which they obey. The spirits streak through the air toward the source of the golden sword energy. A long spear whirls through the sky toward Wonhui. He catches the spear and stands protectively before Kyujin, ready to face the attacker. Kyujin asks nervously if enemies have appeared as Wonhui's dark aura erupts. She then notices something on the ground and is shocked. Looking down at the cracked earth, Kyujin recognizes the power erupting nearby. Above them, the Lion Blade King laughs wildly as he sends a colossal sword slash crashing down, forcing everyone on the ground to cower. Watching from below, Gold Sword sect members panic that the intimidating blast was only a test, not a serious attack. The Lion Blade King roars that he likes Wonhui boldly stepping into his attack. He seizes his golden blade, preparing another show of force. A titanic golden sword arc cleaves through the sky toward Wonhui. Wonhui charges forward, determined to meet it head-on. Dark blue energy coils around his spear as he prepares a counter. He unleashes a powerful spear technique that collides with the descending golden sword energy. The clash explodes, sending black and golden power waves everywhere. Those on the ground shield themselves from the shockwave as dust and wind roar past. Observers struggle to withstand the aftermath, amazed by how much force is generated from a midair duel. Gold Sword sect members cower, fearing they are under demonic cult attack. Amid the chaos, Gu Minchai moves with the others, his face unreadable. He silently gauges the situation, eyes narrowed. From the Lion Blade King's perspective, he laughs that his light test strike was deflected more easily than expected. Wonhui lands, panting, still holding the spear amidst the swirling dust. He formally introduces himself to the Lion Blade King and offers respectful greetings as Vice Branch Clan head of the Nine Dragons Division. The Lion Blade King, now recognized as Grandmaster Weiji Humyang, responds that he has heard of the Tempest Swordsman's talented children. He praises Wonhui's performance, saying it was impressive. He adds that Wonhui is strong enough to match his disciple in a direct duel. Declaring Wonhui worth testing, the Lion Blade King prepares to push him further. Wonhui, feeling his internal injuries worsening from deflecting that single blow, realizes firsthand how terrifying supreme peak-level masters are. He then senses another powerful aura, the presence of his own father, approaching. Wenhui thinks the Lion Blade King will not back down easily, but expects that he will not have to deal with him personally. Tang Zhan, Wenhui's father and the Tempest Swordsman, appears on the rooftop with elites, saying he would have greeted the visitor himself had he known he would arrive like this. Tang Zhan pointedly asks why the Lion Blade King came without prior notice. Wenhui's spirits exclaim that Tang Zhan's aura is not inferior to the Lion Blade King's and that he has hidden his true strength far more than they imagined. The Lion Blade King remarks that he has heard people call Wenhui the Nine Dragons idiot. He shouts toward Tang Zhan that, despite hiding himself, the Tempest Swordsman's force has only grown stronger. Overhearing, Wenhui thinks he does not care what people call him. Tang Zhan instead focuses on being glad to see the Lion Blade King healthy and suggests they talk inside if the old master's business involves his son. The Lion Blade King laughs and asks if Tang Zhan fears he will harm Wenhui. Tang Zhan explains he merely wants to be discreet, given how many eyes are watching the confrontation. The Lion Blade King relents somewhat, though still bristling with fighting spirit. He grins and declares that he personally is fine with continuing the exchange. Tang Zhan raises his hand, signaling his men to ready their weapons, promising to respond in kind if necessary. The green-eyed man says making Wenhui take the blame for the capital incident would be childish, and warns they would have to kill him first. The bearded elder snaps back that righteous words will not change his mind. Chibi Wenhui panics internally, trying to stop what is about to happen. The two elders glare and clash with their auras as if about to duel. Amid exploding arrows, Wenhui feels like the two are seconds away from fighting a duel. Someone screams in frustration, calling the elders crazy old geezers. The Tempest squad surrounds the gate, while fiery and green chi fill the area, framing the impending battle. The spirit explains that the Tempest squad is even using scattering slaughter bows, showing they came ready for an all-out fight, which surprises Wenhui. The spirit clarifies that those bows fire explosive arrows once used against the divine cult. We see an arrow whose head is fitted with explosives. Chibi Wenhui curses the Tang clan for such insanity. The Lion Elder accuses the Tempest Swordsman of breaking the treaty by deploying both the Tempest Squad and scattering slaughter bows. The Tempest Swordsman coolly replies that the squad belongs to Righteous Wind Pavilion now, and claims the bows never left Nine Dragons County, so they do not violate the treaty. The Lion Elder admits the man is slick with words but says it is a shame he will not accept his excuse. Wenhui reasons there must be a treaty tied to the Tempest Squad's dissolution and realizes another group has contracted them. He concludes the real issue is that both sides are manipulating events to justify a battle. The Lion Elder grins, ready to move things toward a fight. He agrees to a confrontation and declares that his true target is the young man who defeated his disciples. He announces he will test whether Wenhui, the Tempest Swordsman's son, is worthy to subjugate the lion. The Tempest Swordsman steps forward, saying the Elder must go through him first. The Lion Elder, eyes blazing, accepts the challenge. Their clashing auras erupt skyward, colliding in a massive explosion of chi. Wenhui sighs, deciding he has no choice but to intervene. He bursts into motion, chi swirling around his feet. Wielding his spear, he surges forward and unleashes a powerful spear technique. He thrusts the spear skyward, sending a towering blue column of energy between the elders to cut through their oppressive chi. Onlookers gasp that, even though the elders had not fully fought yet, Wenhui managed to break their tense chi aura. Another observer marvels that Wenhui has grown far stronger since their encounter in Daoqing County. A Tang archer wonders in shock when Wenhui became this powerful. Other clan members stare in stunned silence at his display. One elder senses the chilling chi Wenhui just released. Wenhui reminds his father that Grandmaster Ouija is technically their guest. His father replies that anyone proving themselves an enemy ceases to be a guest. Wenhui points out that Ouija came specifically for him. He adds that, since the elder came for him, he should decide whether to treat Ouija as a guest. The Lion Elder chuckles darkly at this attitude. Then he bursts into loud laughter, saying the Tempest Swordsman has quite the bold son who dares to treat him as a guest. The Tempest Swordsman can only remain silent at his son's boldness. Wenhui and his father land side by side after suppressing their chi. The Tempest Swordsman privately warns his son that the Lion Elder never knows when to stop and asks if he is sure, and Wenhui says he will do his best. After a pause, the father agrees to let him handle it. He then dispels his earlier hostility with a gesture. The Lion Elder asks if treating him as a guest means Wenhui accepts being tested, and Wenhui answers yes. Wenhui explains that due to an internal injury suffered during special training in Daoqing, he is currently not in peak condition for such a test. The Lion Elder inspects him and agrees the injury is quite serious. Enraged, he turns on his own defeated disciples, berating them for losing to someone in this state. He physically scolds them, shouting that they are fools, and they stammer apologies. He realizes Wenhui just wants time to recover and asks how many days he needs. Wenhui admits he does. When Wenhui tries to ask for 10 days, the elder counters that Tang medicinal skill makes 3 enough, and Wenhui haggles for at least 5. The elder compromises at 4 days, and Wenhui agrees to be ready then. Wenhui warns that if the elder causes trouble within those 4 days something will happen, and the elder casually agrees. Wenhui offers to escort Grandmaster Ouija inside the compound. As they walk, Wenhui quietly asks Master Mu for a favor, despite the late hour. He asks Mu to check when the item he ordered will be completed, and Mu agrees. Wenhui then politely invites Grandmaster Weiji farther inside. As they enter, the other disciples react nervously to the lion elder's presence. Two women bow respectfully as the group passes. Wenhui promises to have food prepared for the elder, who laughs heartily and says this is proper treatment for a guest. Watching them leave, one girl looks puzzled by the sudden camaraderie. Later that night, Kyujin talks with her friends, saying watching the martial masters was a rare opportunity rather than frightening. One girl is relieved that Grandmaster Weiji showed no interest in her, and Kyujin gives an awkward agreement. Kyujin thinks back, noting that it was actually the lion sex disciples who threatened the Clear Heaven Sword Emperor's daughter, and that Wenhui simply got involved, yet the Lion Blade King ignored the princess entirely, making her wonder if he cares nothing for the Sword Emperor. She calls to Kyujin, who answers. She asks Kyujin what sword techniques Wenhui uses, only to learn that he has never learned swordsmanship. Shocked, she insists that cannot be true. Kyujin recalls that Uncle Gon once asked him something similar, and her friend identifies Tang Gon, the fierce Wind Knight. Kyujin says Tang Gon is currently teaching Wenhui martial arts. In a flashback, Tang Gon had asked Kyujin if she had ever taught Wenhui swordsmanship, or given him related manuals while watching the boy practice alone. Kyujin had replied that Wenhui used to dislike martial arts yet somehow learned the 12 beats of the Violent Tiger on his own, wondering if the rumors about his hidden background were true. Tang Gon then asked why she was curious, and she explained she had taken Wenhui to Lu Ban's foundry at Righteous Wind Pavilion. There he ordered a custom sword, which astonished her. Tang Gon told her that Wenhui had also requested training in spear and blunt weapons, but ordering a sword made him think Wenhui already had some sword technique in mind. Back in the present, the girl reflects in alarm that he ordered a sword despite never formally learning any sword art. Kyujin confirms that is what Tang Gon said, and the girl declares she cannot hold back anymore. In chibi form she grabs Kyujin and begs to talk to Wenhui herself, startling Kyujin. Kyujin reluctantly agrees to talk to him, and the girl thanks her fervently. Another friend whispers to Kyujin that this girl has been staring at Wenhui all day, and Kyujin reacts with surprise as they watch her walk ahead. The gossiping friend insists that the girl, usually only interested in plants and swords, was clearly watching Wenhui in a special way. She privately adds that the girl would make a good wife and notes she is the only daughter of a famous, male-dominated family. Then she leans in, about to add a qualifying. But Kyujin gives her a flat stare, causing the other woman to trail off awkwardly. In chibi style, Kyujin and the gossiping friend pity the confused girl as if she were a tragic case. Later, Kyujin greets unexpected night visitors at the gate, wondering who has arrived so late. She is stunned to recognize the newcomer as grandfather Chugyung. Chugyung brusquely asks where the second child is and is led toward the White Pavilion. Overhearing, the girl wonders if this smith personally forged Wenhui's ordered sword and asks who he is. Another woman answers that this is Tang Chugyung, the master who made her own sword and the owner of Lu Ban's foundry. Excited, the girl proposes they secretly follow him to see what sort of sword technique Wenhui will use. At the White Pavilion, Wenhui respectfully greets Chugyung, surprised the master came in person. Chugyung angrily blames Wenhui for sending someone to rush him, while Wenhui protests he only wanted an update as the due date approached. The smith snaps at him to shut up but admits that his presence means the work is finished. He reveals a glowing box, handing it to Wenhui. Inside lies the completed weapon, described as the sword Wenhui had ordered. We see the sleek, black-sheathed weapon resting on white cloth as Chugyung presents it. In a flashback, the smith remarks that designing this weapon was one of the most interesting projects he has had in a long time. Examining the blueprint, he notes that Wenhui managed to grasp the essence of Tang clan martial arts and combine it all into a single weapon. He muses that although it is designed to function primarily as a sword, he wonders whether Hosen's son will be able to handle it. Under the moon outside his forge, Chugyung admits he is very curious about that. Back in the present, Wenhui holds the weapon and reacts wordlessly to its feel. He studies it under the moonlight and asks Chugyung what he thinks, then wonders aloud at its quality. Smiling, he says the finished weapon is even better than he expected. Chugyung proudly agrees, satisfied with his work. Wenhui realizes the weapon resembles a folding fan that functions as both sword and hidden weapon launcher, exactly what he had envisioned. He is most impressed by the weapon's perfect weight balance compared to ordinary metal fans. He recalls that with normal fans weight is all in the handle for speed, while here thrown blades whirl around him as he moves. This fan's weight is centered so it can truly be wielded like a sword. He tests it in motion, slashing with deadly grace. The fan opens to reveal many narrow blades forming its ribs. He notes that despite the added blades, it still works smoothly as a fan and hints that there is more to it. Inspecting a blade tip, he realizes part of the material is mystical ivory. Chugyung praises his sharp eye and reveals he used the tusk of a rare black mythical elephant, a material normally reserved for sorcery artifacts. The spirit companions add that the handle is ancient 500-year-old iron heart rosewood, further shocking them. In chibi form, Chugyung begins explaining the bottom strings as Wenhui thinks the smith used all kinds of exorbitantly rare materials. Wenhui stares at the glittering fan, wondering what on earth this man has created. Chugyung coughs and says the materials matter less than the weapon's special functions. He explains that pulling the strings changes its form and tells Wenhui to try. Wenhui opens the fan and prepares to tug the strings. Doing so, he triggers the internal mechanism and the blades shift ominously. Chugyung then instructs him to point the fan at the ground and pull again. Wenhui slams the fan downward while pulling, activating another function. A hail of small projectiles shoots out, and Chug-young explains that gentle pulls fire stealth weapons while hard pulls change the fan's form, the first mode spraying many needles at once. Chug-young urges him to test the second mode. He tells Won-hui to aim at a nearby wall. Won-hui does so, unleashing another barrage that strikes the surroundings. The smith names the second form Rainstorm Needles Scatter Shot as the needles pepper the wall like rain. Overjoyed, Won-hui calls the weapon amazing. Chug-young says the last form is the best of all. He hints that the third function is special and more powerful. Won-hui pulls the string again, and notes that this one sounds different. In chibi style, the smith casually explains that this mode detonates the previously launched needles, shocking Won-hui. He reiterates with manic eyes that the shot weapons will explode. Laughing excitedly, he tells Won-hui to try it out. Won-hui internally reels at the idea that the already scattered weapons will now explode and admits he never imagined such a feature. He reasons that to make this possible, Chug-young must have packed gunpowder and other reactive substances inside each needle. He concludes this stealth weapon is terrifyingly effective, exactly the kind of tool prized in demonic martial arts. In chibi mode he hugs the smith, shouting that he is the best, while Chug-young laughs that he knew Won-hui would love it. Returning to seriousness, Won-hui readies himself and announces he will now trigger the explosive function. Chug-young smirks ominously as he waits. Won-hui pulls the string, but at first nothing happens and he is confused. Suddenly a blast erupts around him as needles explode, forcing him to defend himself. We see the embedded needles beginning to glow and sizzle. More needles rise and swirl menacingly around Won-hui, who realizes there are additional stages to the explosions. He raises the fan amid a storm of crackling energy and shrapnel. A massive purple blast goes off around him, showing the full destructive potential of the weapon. Chug-young watches, satisfied, saying he knew Won-hui could dodge the danger. Panting, Won-hui demands to know what that terrifying effect just was. He then sees countless needles hanging in the air before him and notes in disbelief that the deflected needles are now floating. Chug-young finally admits he did not design the sword alone and that the collaborator who helped him wanted to test Won-hui through this weapon. Won-hui calls that collaborator a sly man, and Chug-young chuckles in agreement. The last image shows the empowered needles crackling with purple energy, emphasizing the deadly power built into Won-hui's new sword fan. The old man notes that the Dark Supreme would never be satisfied with such a small display of power. The protagonist realizes the purple lightning is the Dark Supreme's dark lightning, and that this means the Dark Supreme helped forge the sword. He understands that the needles above are infused with dark lightning and that this shows the Dark Supreme has reached an advanced realm. The old man warns that another pull of the string will call the needles down on the youth, causing great pain and disabling his martial arts for 10 days. The youth wonders if the needles also contain energy dispersion poison and if that poison, too, came from the Dark Supreme. He judges that even his venom dragon cultivation cannot fully counter the poison and that being hit once would leave him unable to stop the Northern Sea mythos during the festival. The old man casually suggests the youth can simply step away if he doubts his ability to deflect all the needles. The youth asks what will happen to the sword if he leaves, and the old man praises him for catching on. The old man explains that if the youth waits too long or fails to deflect the dark lightning, the explanation finishes with the revelation that the sword itself will explode. The youth interprets this as the Dark Supreme and Tang Chug-young demanding that he prove himself worthy. He resolves to live up to their efforts by using this extraordinary sword properly. With dark lightning gathering overhead, the old man challenges him to decide what he will do. The youth smiles and accepts the challenge. The old man is excited, saying he will not miss the chance for fun with such a sword and that he chose his test subject well. The youth ignites his aura, surrounding himself with fierce purple energy. He steadies his breathing as he prepares. He announces his start and channels power into the sword. 3 onlookers hiding on a rooftop marvel at the weapon, thinking it is a metal fan that fires hidden needles. One girl corrects them, realizing it is actually a sword, surprising the others. She insists again that it is a sword. Another still believes it is a fan. The first girl admits it still looks like a fan yet. She senses that ever since he took the fan, a true sword aura has been emanating from it. She concludes from its scent that he is a genius swordsman as well. The other 2 girls notice something happening and become excited. They recognize the dark lightning and wonder why the patriarch's technique is appearing. Beneath the storm clouds, the youth stands with the sword, ready for the test. He repeats his resolve and grasps the weapon. Numerous dark lightning circles form above him. The storm of attacks descends as he swings his blade. He rushes through the lightning, deflecting as many strikes as possible. One needle slips through and grazes his hand, making him cry out. He realizes each needle carries enormous mass and impact. He inwardly acknowledges the terrifying strength of the Dark Supreme's dark lightning. From afar, the old man observes that the youth has mastered the basics. More dark lightning gathers. Even more circles of lightning form overhead, escalating the test. The youth notes that the number of attacks exceeds the first wave. He braces himself at the center of a vortex of power. He moves with lethal precision, parrying needle after needle. He feels how meticulously calculated each attack is. He compares the ordeal to a master teaching a disciple and senses he is learning optimal deflection methods from the assault itself. He unleashes a huge sweeping counterattack while shouting. Exhausted and panting, he still stands. Yet more dark lightning surges, signaling that it is not over. The youth, startled, looks up. He sees the sky filled once more with a web of purple lightning. New dark lightning circles coalesce menacingly. The entire sky becomes packed with them above his head. He acknowledges that while the onslaught teaches him, its difficulty is overwhelmingly high. He admits he cannot deflect all of the attacks with his current strength. He thinks that with his master's sword he might manage. He recalls after reincarnating and gaining a dantian he repeatedly studied his master's sword art, the Heavenly Demon 9 Slashes. He has reviewed that manual hundreds of times within his mental archive. He remembers its most overpowered move, Mara Thousand Swords form. He knows his current internal energy cannot sustain the full Mara Thousand Swords form, so he decides to modify the technique to suit his present level. Overhead, the dark lightning circles keep growing in number. Lightning begins to rain down toward him again. He plans to use his Tempest technique to supply the required number of slashes. He will also combine it with the Black Dragon Chi Art's cold energy to saturate the area. He spins, forming intersecting arcs of energy. He charges forward inside a blue-white ring of power. A grid of slashes rises to meet the descending lightning. He pushes himself to make his sword net more thorough. He urges himself to move faster. He strives to emulate his master's Mara, invoking Tempest Dance, Sword Tempest Mara. His modified technique forms a lattice that stops the rain of needles, causing massive impacts. The explosion of clashing energies engulfs the area. Smoke and dust obscure the courtyard as a lone silhouette emerges. The youth states calmly that he has passed the test. He proclaims that the sword now belongs to him. Later, the old man gives him a box of explosive needles along with the formula for the explosives. The youth thanks the old man for both the weapon and the instruction, but the old man says the Dark Supreme deserves credit for the teaching. The youth replies that the Dark Supreme only helped because the old man agreed to forge the sword. The old man, intrigued, asks if he truly thinks that and requests permission to pose a question. He explains that Tempest can only be wielded by someone bearing remorse, and observes that the youth seems to carry more remorse than most. He wonders aloud why someone so young, who should know little of the world, is burdened with such regret. The youth brushes it off as overthinking when he reflects on his own remorse. The old man accepts that the youth does not wish to explain, acknowledging that everyone has their own pain. He then asks if he may name the fan sword, and the youth agrees. The old man says the youth's previous movements resemble the tornado, and suggests the name Calamitous Wind Fan. The youth looks at the weapon, stunned by the name. He repeats the name Calamitous Wind Fan, mulling it over. Smiling, he thanks the old man for giving the weapon such a fitting name. Alone later, he thinks of Calamitous Wind rather than Tempest as the path he should follow. Standing in the snow, he smiles quietly, seeming at peace with this path. As he looks toward a sect complex in the mountains, he wonders if that is truly the road he must walk. The scene shifts to an inn where a server reacts in surprise to the arrival of the old man. The server apologizes for the lack of seats, but the old man says he reserved a room under the name Liu Ban's Foundry. Recognizing him, the staff quickly lead him inside. Seeing the many late-night patrons, the old man wonders if they have all come hoping to glimpse the Dark Supreme. He internally mocks this lofty reputation while the narration introduces Dark Supreme Tang Munhyuk, protector of Zhongyuan. The old man finds the praise embarrassing because to him the Dark Supreme is just his immature older brother, who now drunkenly greets him. Tang Munhyuk complains he has been overworked and asks how the youth was. The old man wants his brother's opinion despite having watched the test himself. Tang Munhyuk predicts the youth will grow from Tempest into Calamitous Wind and might even shake the martial alliance. He then asks what his brother thinks will happen once the youth endures all the hardships of that storm. The brother answers confidently that the youth will not tire. He explains that seeing the youth in person reveals a violent yet sorrowful calamitous wind born from deep resentment. Meanwhile, the youth reflects that behind that violent wind, his own heart was crying miserably. Back at the table, Tang Munhyuk orders another bottle of alcohol. His brother remarks that the youth alone is worthy of inheriting the Tempest squad. Tang Munhyuk agrees, listing the youth's talents, determination, insight, skills, and character, and notes he is Hosen's son, making him the ideal candidate. He adds that the only flaw is the youth's lack of social skills. He worries that if the youth's calamitous wind outstrips everyone else's, he may end up standing alone. Yet he suggests that by making him squad leader he might instead carve a path for others. The brother says he would appoint him leader if he were the sole option. Shocked, he asks if there is another candidate. Tang Munhyuk reveals he is also considering the famed Qingqing divine sword, Li Keil-san. His brother explodes, protesting the idea of choosing a senior disciple of another sect as Tempest squad leader. Tang Munhyuk points out that Li Keil-san is widely regarded as the strongest sword in the world. He reasons it is wiser to recruit such a talent to their side and to stir healthy competition within the Tang clan through that appointment. Calling him a sly old snake, the brother admits he understands the plan. He then laments that such plotting leaves Wenhui with few ways to flourish, asking if there is any chance for him. Tang Munhyuk says there is one way. When pressed, he declares that the squad leader position will ultimately be his own. His brother is startled by this implication. Tang Munhyuk explains that if Wenhui becomes the eye of a storm that absorbs all winds, he will not need to worry about fitting in. Others will simply revolve around him. Watching him drink, the brother admits that although Tang Munhyuk is childish, he truly thinks like a leader. Suddenly Tang Munhyuk senses something off in his drink. His brother reveals he laced the drink with a paralysis poison capable of felling a bull, praising Tang Munhyuk for noticing. Tang Munhyuk complains that poisoning him is going too far, while his brother laughs that he expected the poison to at least slur his speech. Tang Munhyuk retorts that the real surprise is that his brother failed to spot the poison right away. The brother asks who supplied him with such a toxin. Realizing the answer, Tang Munhyuk starts to say it. The brother admits he ran into someone on his way here, prompting Tang Munhyuk to angrily accuse him of betraying him. At that moment, a group of figures dramatically enters the restaurant. Powerful force sweeps through the hall, knocking patrons from their seats. Tang Munhyuk recognizes the disturbance as an ambush. The shockwave sends him crashing while the blacksmith remains standing. Tang Munhyuk refuses to let himself be captured in such a state. A calm voice from the newcomers tells him the place is surrounded and urges him to surrender. The leader remarks that their schedule has already been badly delayed because of his outing. A woman steps forward from the group and addresses Tang Munhyuk as grandfather. Elsewhere, the rooftop girls gush over the Tang clan's Tempest dance, saying they have never seen such a sword technique. One girl agrees, then suddenly hesitates. She realizes what they witnessed was not actually Tempest dance nor even a Tang clan martial art, and wonders where Wenhui learned it. The others are startled to hear it does not belong to the Tang clan. Dark lightning again fills the night sky. They watch nervously as Wenhui faces the storm once more and ask whether he will be alright. Kyujin judges that even a Supreme Peak Master would struggle to fend off such an attack. Another girl fears he will be badly hurt. One of them steels herself, shocked but ready to act. Below, Wenhui again confronts the flood of lightning. He spins into his sword grid once more. He unleashes the move 10,000 swords sent to counter the barrage. Kyujin senses that his sword aura is at its peak but has become unstable since using that technique. Worried, another girl asks Kyujin if such instability is okay. The maid senses an unprecedentedly intense bloodthirst radiating from Wenhui. Her horned spirit companion insists that Wenhui must be the Demon King. The maid dismisses the Demon King claim, but the spirit argues Wenhui could easily tear it apart. Terrified by Wenhui's aura, the spirit panics and the maid angrily tells it to be quiet. The maid analyzes that beyond his bloodlust, Wenhui's chi is extremely unstable. Wenhui's spirits report that the three girls are still spying on him, which he finds troublesome. One spirit remarks the girls forgot they were spying because they were engrossed in his divine cult sword technique. Wenhui reflects that although his move is based on demonic arts, he mixed in Venom Dragon and Tempest Dance so others should not notice. He recognizes the real issue is the backlash from using the Mara power without the heavenly demon cultivation method. He concludes Tempest Dance carried Mara successfully, but his Venom Dragon cultivation cannot bear the Mara's Thousand Swords form. Since Heavenly Demon 9 Slashes was meant for Heavenly Demon cultivation, Mara's bloodlust that should have been restrained instead runs wild. After the attack, that unrestrained bloodlust has nowhere to go, and now churns around him. Wenhui worries he might suffer serious chi blockage unless he resolves it quickly. The maid notices something odd as she watches him clutch his head. Wenhui lowers his hand and smiles ominously. He suddenly leaps off toward the rooftop where the spies are hiding. Landing before them, he startles the three girls as they huddle together. Standing over them, he asks how long they plan to squat on the roof spying on him. The three nervously greet Wenhui and try to laugh off what they were doing. Wenhui notes that the elite daughters of the Qingqing, Ame, and Orthodox sects are all right in front of him. He decides that these three are ideal for helping him suppress Mara's bloodthirst. Meeting them in the courtyard, he proposes a duel. The three are surprised he wants to fight all of them. He confirms and says it will be their payment for watching his training. The maid admits spying on him was wrong. She still questions dueling because his chi looks dangerously unstable. Wenhui answers that this is exactly why he needs to spar, to make up for his lack of sword training. He explains he wants to fight people like them who have more refined sword experience, so he can digest his new enlightenment. Internally he adds that their Qingqing and Ame energies will help dissolve Mara's bloodlust. The maid accepts his reasoning and asks the other two for their opinions. The other two agree that since they spied on him, they should go along with the duel. Wenhui, wrapped in purple chi, invites them to step forward. He and the maid face off, and she warns him not to overdo it while he says he understands. She draws her sword, announces she is starting, and prepares to attack. She charges with a powerful slash while Wenhui stands ready. Their first clash is fierce, sparks flying as blades collide. They exchange a flurry of blows, both moving at high speed. Wenhui's coat whips as they continue their intense duel. He presses her hard, forcing her to block a brutal overhead strike. Another girl looks shocked as Wenhui's blade comes close to her. She barely manages to parry and cries out from the impact. Wenhui drives her back with a rushing follow-up attack. The maid focuses, eyes narrowed behind her sword. She unleashes a chi-charge sword technique, shouting as she attacks. Her slash collides with Wenhui's, exploding with light. The other two spectators remark that this was supposed to be training, yet they are fighting as if it is life or death. The maid charges again, legs and sword moving in a rapid assault. Wenhui blocks and counters in a continuous series of sharp clashes. She thinks in disbelief that although she knew Wenhui was improving quickly, this level is far beyond what he was 2 weeks ago. She notes that his current strength is on a completely different level, and something more is happening. She realizes that with each clash his sword technique becomes more polished. She concludes he is watching her techniques and learning how to wield a sword in real time during the duel. Pushed, she attacks again with determination. Soon she is panting and drenched in sweat, exhausted from the exchange. Wenhui calmly thanks her, saying the bout was very helpful, while she responds weakly. Turning to the others, he immediately calls for the next challenger. The Ame girl complains she would have refused if she had known the duel would be so intense, but steps up saying she looks forward to it. Accepting the promise, she draws her special sword. She announces that she will begin the next match herself. She launches a bright, sweeping sword energy attack toward Wenhui. Wenhui braces himself as her blade and energy rush in. She follows with multiple rapid chi slashes, surrounding him. Wenhui groans as her blows land, feeling their impact. His spirits warn that the Ma sect's Buddhist anti-demonic energy directly counters his demonic power, and ask if he is all right. Wenhui says he knows this, and that it is exactly why he requested this duel. He observes that Mara's bloodlust has not yet fully become demonic energy, so the Buddhist power will not cause internal injuries. However, he can feel his energy draining significantly each time their swords collide. He reasons that if Taoist energy is already opposite his own, Buddhist energy is an even harsher counter. Accepting this, he resolves that he must adapt to it now. Their next clash unleashes a huge burst of purple energy across the courtyard. He thinks he needs to grow accustomed to this counter and find a way around it, while acknowledging MA's swordsmanship is formidable on its own. He analyzes that the Ma sect, being all women, has developed sword techniques that compensate for lower stamina and strength. He notes they use low sweeping swings and superior balance to evade and counter, rather than prolonging battles. He recognizes their style focuses on swift, decisive exchanges rather than attrition. Wenhui decides these methods would be extremely useful against much larger opponents. As she moves in again, he carefully reads and adapts to her footwork. Their swords trace golden arcs while they exchange more heavy blows. Wenhui steps into her attack, pushing through the golden energy. He brings his weapon to her throat, ending the duel with his blade at her neck. The scene pulls back, showing Wenhui having decisively beaten her. She collapses in chibi form, declaring she is tired and done. Wenhui thanks Simin for the duel, and she jokes that he is too obsessive and women will not like that. The last girl walks forward thinking Wenhui is interesting. She reflects that Wenhui was not born particularly talented, unlike Kyujin, and is average compared with other disciples. Yet despite that, he learned Kyujin and Simin's sword techniques simply by watching them. She realizes he made those techniques his own at a speed even naturally gifted people could not match. She concludes he can do this because his comprehension of the sword is extraordinarily high. Still, she wonders how his understanding can be so advanced when his physical sword skills lag behind. As she stares at Wenhui's aura, she reacts in surprise. She senses that his sword aura, his so-called sword scent, has changed. She tells him he is controlling it incorrectly. She explains that over-manipulating it will damage his sword scent and that he should instead balance releasing and drawing it in. Wenhui repeats the unfamiliar term in confusion. Embarrassed, she asks him to forget what she just said. Wenhui recalls reading in the divine cult about a Sima clan ability to perceive talent, and wonders if this sword scent is that ability. He thinks of the Clear Heaven Sword Emperor, a master on par with his own teacher, and decides he cannot ignore this possible ability. He asks her to elaborate on how to balance letting sword scent in and out. She blushes and asks if she can give a more detailed explanation. Rushing to Simin, she insists the explanation must be easy to understand. Simin, in chibi form, tells her simply to explain it in an easy way. The girl enthusiastically compares sword scent to a consumable item that can be used up. She adds that once exhausted it never fully recovers, but if left unused it deepens and becomes more potent when imbued into the sword. Watching this, Simin holds her head and calls her companion a hopeless nerd. The girl smiles dreamily, clearly delighted to be teaching. Wenhui stares blankly, thinking he has no idea what she is talking about. Later that night he heads, somewhat late, to meet the Dark Supreme for an appointment. He worries about being scolded for his tardiness but apologizes respectfully upon arrival. The Dark Supreme greets him loudly, noting he has finally come. The old master comments that Wenhui caused a commotion in the courtyard despite having an important guest waiting, showing he is unusual. Wenhui replies that he had many things to prepare before meeting such a great martial artist, and notes the man does not seem angry. The Dark Supreme acknowledges Wenhui's preparations. Focusing on Wenhui, he remarks that the young man has grown stronger within just 2 hours and says he has gained metaphorical claws. Wenhui is surprised the old man can tell, and the master reminds him he has survived countless battles. Wenhui deduces that even among the 10 great masters few have as much combat experience, fitting someone who rose from vagabond mercenary to sect leader, and resolves not to underestimate him. Considering the master's attitude, Wenhui decides to take a calculated risk and ask an important question. The Dark Supreme invites him to speak. Wenhui directly asks why the master truly came here. Offended, the old man slams the table and demands if Wenhui is calling him a liar. He roars, asking if Wenhui really thinks he lied to a youngster. Wenhui feels overwhelmed by the surge of the master's energy. The Dark Supreme finds Wenhui's boldness interesting and assumes the youth has a reason to doubt him. He says that depending on Wenhui's explanation, he might move up the test and fight him immediately instead of in 4 days. Wenhui's spirits panic that the man is too dangerous, but Wenhui steels himself and agrees to explain his reasoning. He points out that a Grand Murim master appearing unannounced at 9 Dragons Division right before a major festival is too suspicious. He argues that the master should know the consequences of such timing and that if he came only for Lion Sect honor, he would have chosen another time, so there must be another motive. Wenhui states that the real reason is that the master had to come precisely now. He hints that there is something the Dark Supreme lacks but the soon-arriving Dark Supreme of the East will possess. The old man realizes Wenhui is talking about the Observer of Celestial Orbit's realm and assumes Wenhui wants clues to reach it. Remembering that encounter, the master strokes his beard nervously. He sighs that he should have dealt more cleverly with the Tang clan and offers to help Wenhui if possible. He asks Wenhui to state clearly what assistance he wants. Wenhui's spirits note the master is truly hesitating, understandable for someone of his pride. The master admits that as Wenhui knows, he was once a rootless vagabond. He explains that every day used to be a life-and-death struggle, yet he still founded a sect and rose to his current status. Then he recalls that 1 year ago everything changed. In flashback, he is shown pushed to his knees, overwhelmed in battle. Shocked by the disparity, he wonders how such a massive gap can exist between him and his opponent. He had shouted to the Sword Emperor, demanding to know what separated them. The Sword Emperor answered that his blade had only just reached martial peak and that he lacked the right to seek the Celestial Orbit's realm. The master, stunned, asked if the Celestial Orbit's realm and its observer really existed. The Sword Emperor described pursuing the stars' paths, reading heavenly will, and gathering celestial chi as the essence of that realm. The image shows the Sword Emperor standing above him, radiating supreme power. The Dark Supreme admits that the observer of celestial orbits is a genuine martial realm. He remembers how the Sword Emperor looked at him with true pity. That pity stirred in him a desire for power stronger than humiliation or shame. He then secluded himself for harsh solo training, polishing his golden lion blade technique. During training he realized his self-made style was shallow compared to arts refined over generations. He confesses he felt deep envy toward prestigious clans and sects he had never belonged to. He recalls that was also the time when Wenhui effortlessly defeated his disciples. Hearing that Wenhui had done something similar to the demonic cult, he decided Wenhui might be the key to his own path forward. The narrator recalls that the Tang clan, led by the Dark Supreme, rivals or surpasses the Sword Emperor. He believed the Tang clan possessed the deadly claws he himself lacked, a thought confirmed after witnessing today's martial display. He is now convinced the young man before him truly has those claws. The old master explains that countless martial artists die without ever gaining this elusive quality because most never learn how, himself included. Calling himself one of those fools, he shocks the younger man with his blunt admission. The young man, surprised by such candor, comments that he did not expect the elder to be so honest. The old master reveals that this is why he has come, asking the young man to help him obtain the claws. The young man thinks it remarkable that a supreme master humbly admits his shortcomings to someone far younger and asks for help, showing no concern for pride. The narrator admires the elder's pure, unfiltered desire for strength. Finding such desire rare, the young man agrees to help him in his quest. When the elder eagerly accepts, the young man adds that he will help under one condition. His condition is that the elder lend him his ultimate blade, prompting surprise and confusion. The young man confidently claims that although he does not know when, the Lion Blade King's claws will become immensely valuable, as if the elder has already gained them. With a confident smile, he declares his certainty. He states that he is sure the elder will eventually obtain those claws. The elder bursts into amused laughter, finding it interesting that the young man speaks so assuredly without any proof. He clarifies that the ultimate blade is not something he can simply lend on a whim, as it is not entirely under his control. The narrator reflects that it makes sense. Someone of such renown cannot casually accept favors without considering consequences. The elder then offers a compromise, saying that if the young man regards him as an older brother, lending the blade will be no trouble, leaving the younger man stunned. The young man and his spirit companions are dumbfounded, wondering what the old man has just proposed. Elsewhere, a stern man scolds his subordinate for being late, warning him to be more cautious with his actions. The subordinate, exhausted and indifferent, sighs, provoking the superior to angrily question his behavior and chain of command. The subordinate's eyes flare with cold blue power as he prepares to respond. His superior recoils in shock, demanding to know what is happening with his eyes. The superior begins to freeze over, bewildered as ice creeps across his body. The subordinate's icy aura explodes outward, shattering the frozen man into fragments. A sinister ally appears, commenting that killing someone so openly is a savage way to solve a problem when many witnesses are around. The killer replies that everyone there is doomed anyway and that he is merely beginning the slaughter ahead of schedule. His ally chuckles that this means he will have considerably more work to do. They discuss the reconnaissance, and the ally reports that their target's defenses have no exploitable weaknesses. Suspecting leaked information, the ally warns that going after Tang Wenhui may now be dangerous. The killer, eyes blazing, insists he has already accounted for the risks. The ally immediately backs down, apologizing for overstepping. The killer warns he will not tolerate such insolence again, and the ally nervously agrees. Suddenly, an ominous figure descends in a blaze of light, making the two men realize that Blue Bone has arrived. The woman, introduced as the Blue Bone Merchant of the 12 Black Spectres, announces that she brings new orders. Power surges around her as she channels chilling energy, preparing to speak. Her eyes blaze with intensity as the demonic aura swells. The two men bow deeply, offering their greetings to the Mythos leader. The leader asks her followers who obey the laws of the snow of the Northern Sea how preparations for the operation are progressing, and is told the white-handed stealth and slayer squads are assembled and ready for martyrdom at her command. She declares that she is granting them the divine mission to begin the first chapter of a holy war, which they eagerly accept. She adds that, as the leader of the laws of snow, she intends to send a special gift to an old enemy she has not met for decades. Her command is to behead one of the Tempest Swordsman's sons and display the head publicly, regardless of how many followers die in the attempt. The killer confidently replies that they can and will carry out that order. The Mythos leader replies that she looks forward to seeing the results. After she departs, the killer is told to gather their forces under the codename Red Bone. That night, Blue Bone vows that they will ambush Tang Wenhui. News reaches Nine Dragons County that the Northern Sea Mythos leader has entered the region. Standing on a balcony, Tang Wenhui notes that the leader has arrived sooner than he anticipated. With a strategist over a map, he remarks that trying to keep tabs on such enemies is futile because all of them will end up dead. Wenhui assumes that the Northern Sea Mythos will wait until the festival day to act. His masked ally counters that while the leader may wait, infiltrated agents have already started their work. Wenhui is surprised they have moved before their patriarch even arrived. He reasons that the enemy likely abandoned their original assassination plan once their White Bone instructor died, since planned assassinations fail once exposed. Nonetheless, he knows they cannot simply give up, as their goal is to plant fear of the demonic cult throughout Zhongyuan. He concludes they will try to prevent the Tang patriarch from forming a new squad and instead provoke an open battle at the festival's height. His ally confirms this matches their own analysis but wonders why the enemy's agents are acting prematurely. The masked strategist admits he sees no reason for the enemy to begin so early. Wenhui deduces they now want to humiliate the Tang clan for seeing through their original plan, attempting to intimidate them. His ally is shocked that they would sacrifice tactical advantages just for intimidation, but Wenhui insists that is exactly their character. Wenhui notes that the most impactful target would be the branch clan head overseeing the festival. Judging that killing that man would be too difficult, Wenhui reasons that the enemy is instead aiming for him. His ally teasingly asks how it feels to be such a prominent target, and Wenhui brushes it off as unimportant. The ally excitedly praises Wenhui's leadership potential and tries to recruit him to the Wind Evolution Center, but Wenhui declines. Wenhui then brings the discussion back to business, and says there is something he needs his ally to do. Smiling darkly, Wenhui decides to use the enemy's focus on him to turn the situation to his own advantage. Meanwhile, at the Tang clan's night market, 3 young women marvel at the size and liveliness of the festivities. One girl gushes that the Tang clan excels at festivals, while another listens more reservedly. Their leader explains she had planned to bring them out the previous night but was delayed by Wenhui's affairs. They recall his earlier duel on the day of their arrival, with one girl calling it impressive and another still flustered by it. The fan of duels enthusiastically praises the fight, but her friend snaps back that it was not enjoyable at all. Their leader calms them down and urges everyone to relax and have fun. The trio happily agrees and heads off together into the festivities. They enjoy skewered sweets, savoring the relaxed atmosphere. At a stall, one girl contemplates buying a comical mask while her friends react in amusement and mild alarm. Watching her companions at ease, the leader quietly wishes that her own siblings could spend carefree time together like this as well. She thinks specifically of her brother Yuchang and wonders how he is doing as he sits elsewhere with a box, looking troubled. Back at the market, one friend urges Kyujin to follow her to another attraction, and Kyujin agrees. Suddenly, sinister dark energy surges into the alley, surrounding the 3 women. The leader senses an ominous energy and tenses in alarm. Her companions also feel it, asking if she noticed it as they prepare to move. They immediately leap away at high speed toward the source of the disturbance. Arriving near the area, they realize the presence they sensed was around that neighborhood but worry that they may already have lost the trail. One of them feels that something is wrong, prompting the others to ask what she means. The leader observes that the usually quiet area is now completely devoid of people, raising her suspicions. She concludes that the emptiness is unnatural for this location and realizes they have walked into a trap. She urgently orders everyone to escape at once, and her friends agree. Before they can flee, powerful icy attacks rain down from above, shocking them. The women counterattack, cutting down several hooded assailants despite the flurry of snow-like energy. The leader fights fiercely, unleashing her own blade technique against the encroaching power. Yet the enemies respond with even greater waves of freezing energy. She recognizes the chilling demonic aura as the same blade demon of the Northern Sea mythos that Wenhui had once fought. The killer steps forward from the darkness, acknowledging their skill as befitting future leaders of Sichuan near him. His face half lit by cold blue light, he prepares to unleash more of his ice power. He smirks that they have easily blocked his men's attacks. The leader gauges his aura and concludes in horror that he is at least at the supreme peak level. The killer tells her there is no reason to be nervous. He muses that the Amei-sect's anti-demonic sword techniques will be troublesome, meaning he must handle them carefully. He decides to eliminate the Amei swordswoman first, moving in on her as she cries out in fear. She musters all her strength and screams, unleashing a desperate technique. Even so, the killer blasts through her defense and strikes her brutally. A shockwave explodes outward, flinging all 3 women away. One companion shouts in denial as she witnesses what is happening. The killer remarks that capturing the 9 Dragons clan's daughter and the Clear Heaven Sword Emperor's daughter will suffice, making the injured girl realize he knows exactly who they are. The 2 surviving women attack from both sides, swords raised high. Unfazed, the killer prepares to counter their simultaneous strikes. He casually repels their assault with icy force, sending them flying again. The leader cries out in disbelief at his overwhelming power. Her companion is struck hard and cries out in pain. The killer closes in once more, swinging a devastating attack that slams into them amid a shower of icy shards. The aftermath shows the women lying badly injured on the ground while the killer stands untouched. One of the women, barely conscious, screams the names of her fallen friends, Sumin and Kyujin. The killer approaches her slowly as she tries to rise. She weakly demands to know what he intends to do with her captured friends. He silences her with a vicious kick, knocking her back down. Looming over her, he orders her to tell the Nine Dragons clan that if they want the 2 captured women returned. He finishes the message. Tang Wenhui must come alone to face him. The killer departs with the captives, leaving the battered woman slumped in the alley. She gasps their names, Sumin and Kyujin, in despair. Bleeding and barely conscious, she struggles to move. Realizing she is still alive, she steels herself despite the pain. She pulls out a signal whistle with trembling hands. Using the whistle, she sends out a desperate alarm across the city. Exhausted, she slumps back but keeps clutching the whistle as blood drips from her lips. Meanwhile, Wenhui, holding a Northern Sea Mythos token in his war room, vows he will not forgive his ally if their plan fails, as the ally calls his name. The injured woman, far away, whispers Wenhui's name as her vision fades. Later at Azure Pavilion's guest room, Wenhui rushes in to find her lying on a bed surrounded by healers. He asks about her condition and learns she suffers from serious external injuries and severe ice poison. He is told that thanks to using the Great Closed Pulse method she has stopped the poison from spreading, but her state is still critical. The Tang healers admit they have no means to cure this particular type of ice poison. They explain that ordinary ice poisons could be alleviated, but the heart-corroding variant wielded by the Northern Sea Mythos is different from anything they know. Wenhui steps forward and tells them to move aside, saying he will treat her himself. Consulting his spirit advisors, he notes that this poison is even worse than the heart-corroding ice poison used by Baek-san, and that she survived only because of the Great Closed Pulse method. Wenhui begins treating her by channeling energy into her frozen abdomen while mentally reciting how the Great Closed Pulse method seals all veins, meridians, and the dantian. He reflects that the method is highly effective at halting poison but leaves the user unconscious. He explains to the gathered group that because of this, the technique cannot be undone without outside help, and reasons that the enemy will choose to rely on ice poison rather than simple sword kills. He tells the others that the enemy will indeed use ice poison, which carries a real risk of death for any of them. When he warns them of the danger, the MA swordswoman nevertheless agrees to proceed with the plan. Another woman quickly volunteers as well, surprising Wenhui. Their leader points out that Wenhui would never have proposed the plan without also preparing a way to cure the ice poison. Wenhui confirms that if they use the Great Closed Pulse method to halt the spread, he can treat the poison as long as they remain alive. The MA woman concludes that they simply need to apply the method immediately upon being poisoned. Wenhui, still a bit surprised, agrees, and she chides him for looking at her oddly since he suggested the plan in the first place. He admits he did not expect her to accept such a dangerous plan so readily after only just meeting him. She replies that the decision was difficult but necessary. She decided he was trustworthy after watching his duel the previous day. Smiling, she tells him not to fail them, lightly laughing. Back in the present, Wenhui concentrates on her treatment, thinking that she trusted him and fulfilled her role, so now he must keep his promise. As he continues, he senses something strange and notes that the energy within the ice poison feels unusual. Realizing this energy matches something he has encountered before, he concludes that Gu Minchai still possesses a particular item critical to the situation. Wenhui realizes the enemy is only carrying a powerful item because he has not fully claimed it yet. An injured woman weakly calls out Wenhui's name as she regains consciousness. Wenhui checks if she is alright, and she complains that he failed to mention they would fight a Supreme Peak Realm expert. Wenhui nervously asks her if that expert said anything to her. She relays the message that the captor told the Nine Dragons clan to send Wenhui alone if they want the 2 prisoners back, which makes Wenhui ask where. Embarrassed, she realizes the captor never specified a location, and Wenhui calls that foolish. Wenhui concludes the captor is testing them, while she asks what he means. He explains that the captor wants to see whether the Tang clan, or more precisely Wenhui, can locate their hideout. When she asks if he can, Wenhui confidently answers that he can. Wenhui confirms with his master that the captive expert is locked in the Righteous Wind Pavilion's interrogation chamber. Impressed, the woman arms herself and praises their preparations. She stands up with her sword and declares she will accompany Wenhui. Wenhui warns her she has not fully recovered from the Great Closed Pulse method and ice poison and should rest. She refuses to stay idle and insists she cannot just wait for their 2 comrades to return. Wenhui relents, orders revitalization orbs for her, and a subordinate hurries to fetch them. He hands her a pill, explaining it is a poison that numbs her exhaustion so she can keep moving. Wenhui further warns that once the pill's effect ends she will feel even worse and asks if she can accept that. Determined, she demands the pill anyway, saying it is better than doing nothing. 2 hours later at the Gold Sword Sect Manor, Wenhui's group confirms the corpses of the sect's servants, and knows they have found the right place. A tortured survivor reveals that the captors are in a manor on the northwestern outskirts of Nine Dragons County. Wenhui's spirit ally detects a formation ahead, and Wenhui identifies it as the Northern Wind Blizzard prison array. Wenhui orders his men to stay back, tells the vice branch head to retreat and signal if danger arises, and goes forward alone. The vice branch head insists that Wenhui's safety is their top priority if anything happens. Wenhui brushes off the concern, saying they worry too much. He leaps into the array, promising he will return. His entry triggers a massive surge of energy, activating the blizzard formation. As he runs, his spirit companion shouts that the array is fully activating. Snow and ice explode around Wenhui as the blizzard intensifies. He races through the now snowbound landscape inside the array. Narration explains the Northern Wind Blizzard Prison Array is a creation of the Northern Sea mythos, refined through years of research. The array disorients intruders and drives them into deadly hypothermia. It is described as ideal terrain for Northern Sea mythos warriors, who wield cold chi. Undead-looking enemies rush Wunhui, screaming as they charge through the storm. Wunhui calmly opens his steel fan, preparing to fight. He slices through multiple foes in quick succession with fan blades and palm strikes. Surrounded by corpses, Wunhui remarks that these enemies are weak compared to Baek-san. Spotting a cloaked figure by a blue flame, Wunhui notes that this man is his true target. Wunhui steps forward alone and demands to know where the two captured comrades are. The fur-clad man says he already found Wunhui's behavior suspicious. Wunhui asks what he finds strange. The man reveals he sent special squads to eliminate the 9 Dragons clan's key figures just to see how quickly Wunhui could navigate the chaos to reach him. After noting all those squads failed, he trails off ominously. He says every one of his subordinates was defeated. He calls this part of the divine cult's grand orthodox annihilation plan to conquer Zhongyuan. He explains that Wunhui not only understood that intricate strategy but even turned it back against the divine cult. He concludes that only the strategist who created the orthodox annihilation plan himself could have done that. Though he insists this should be impossible, he admits the evidence keeps pointing to the same conclusion. He finally states that he cannot reach any conclusion other than Wunhui being that strategist. Wunhui, annoyed, asks what nonsense the man is spouting. The man begins to say, "You," as he examines Wunhui closely. He then violently declares that Wunhui is really Yun Wunhui. Wunhui says nothing, silently reacting. The enemy smirks as if satisfied with his deduction. Wunhui casually admits the guess is correct. Elsewhere, a young woman wakes groggily in a dim storage-like room, realizing where she is. A shadowy figure tells her she has finally awoken. Recognizing him, she stammers that he is Na Jinbei of the Gold Sword sect. He laments that she woke up and looks toward her with feigned annoyance. Pulling off his disguise, the man notes he is still using a false appearance. The captive woman senses a terrifying aura like that of the demon-wheeled Jianshe, and realizes he is a powerful Jianshe user. He praises her perceptiveness, saying he expected no less from a Qingqing disciple. He introduces himself as the Red Bone Terror and master of the Black Bone Ghost Valley. Paralyzed by his sorcery, she realizes she cannot move her body. The Red Bone Terror confirms that this immobilizing state is his sorcery at work. As he reaches for her, she furiously curses him as a demonic martial artist, while he complains about her loudness. He roughly grabs her face, saying she should behave more like her quieter companion. The other captive, Suini, lies unconscious while her friend calls her name in panic. The Red Bone Terror remarks that Suini has been silent since waking. He grips her head and mockingly asks how nice that must be. Suddenly he senses something above as part of the structure trembles. Looking up, he realizes the blizzard array outside has been activated. He concludes that Tang Wunhui has arrived to rescue them. He taunts the captives, asking if they feel hopeful now that their rescuer is near. Grinning, he promises that once everything is over he will turn both women into live Jianshe. He leaves them lying helplessly on the floor of the cluttered room. The two women quietly ask each other if they are alright, still shaken. One notes that the enemy's security is extremely tight, and suspects more foes and formations around them. She adds that she cannot move because of the sorcery, and that the ice poison is steadily spreading through her body. Her companion mutters that the situation looks very bad. Worried, she asks if Q-Jin thinks Sumin is safe. Q-Jin reassures her that Wunhui likely ensured Sumin's safety, though she still hopes so anxiously. They decide to wait as Wunhui instructed, relying on a backup plan if things go wrong. Back in the blizzard, the fur-clad enemy finally addresses Wunhui by name, acknowledging he is indeed Yun Wunhui. Wunhui gives his current identity, calling himself Tang Wunhui. The enemy insists he is Yun Wunhui, but Wunhui plays dumb and denies understanding. Drawing his icy sword, the enemy tells him to stop pretending ignorance. He unleashes a massive cold slash of sword energy. Wunhui braces himself as freezing winds roar around them. Wunhui internally identifies the weapon as the demonic blade life-stealing sword. He recalls it as a Northern Sea mythos treasure forged from many thousand-year ice crystals, brimming with concentrated yin energy. To Wunhui this makes the sword a lump of miracle medicine, while his spirit companion protests that no one else would see it that way. The enemy recounts how he once disliked Wunhui solely for sharing a hated man's name, then grew suspicious of Wunhui's extensive knowledge of the divine cult and his aid to the revered demon god mythos. Now, face to face, he says he recognizes Yun Wunhui's familiar attitude, tone, eyes, habits, and manner of walking. He screams again that Wunhui truly is Yun Wunhui. Wunhui just sighs in annoyance. He jokes that he did not realize the man was so obsessed with him. The enemy's thoughts flash back to someone else as his hatred intensifies. Wunhui remarks that he once believed this man wanted him dead because he blocked his path to becoming young leader. He then mocks him by asking if he thinks he can become young leader now, pointing out that he clearly cannot. The remark enrages the man, who curses in frustration. Wunhui says the man has not changed at all. The enemy laughs manically, shouting that such an insult proves Wunhui is indeed Yun Wunhui, and repeatedly screams his name. Wunhui tells him to quit yelling his name because it is creepy. The enemy raises the life-stealing sword skyward, channeling its full power. The undead subordinates react as eldritch energy spreads from their leader's sword. More of the ice warriors materialize or rally under his power. They surge toward Wunhui as the battlefield distorts around them. The enemy boasts that the Northern Sea mythos are unbeatable inside this formation. He vows that Wenhui will die pitifully within the blizzard. Wenhui answers that the one who is truly ignorant here is his opponent. Wenhui points out that if the man could deduce his true identity, he should have chosen a different array. Dark purple energy erupts around Wenhui as he speaks. The ice warriors notice cracks forming in the frozen ground and realize the Northern Wind Blizzard prison array is collapsing. Wenhui stands amid the shattering formation, taunting them for thinking he did not know how to break such a trivial array. He declares he will not let the ice crystal's energy go to waste and begins using the Phantom King Tome. Activating Demonic Eye's purple veil of oblivion, he reshapes the stolen energy for his own technique. He transforms the formation into his own evil demon hell array. The enemy is shocked that Wenhui not only destroyed their array but reconstructed it as his own. Inside the new array, the blizzard becomes poisonous, and the subordinates cough blood as they realize Wenhui has infused the storm with poison. Their furious leader screams Wenhui's name again. Wenhui complains once more about hearing his name and beckons his foe to fight. A subordinate warns that their young master's health will deteriorate under the poisonous storm and orders everyone to attack Wenhui. Wenhui counters with a devastating fan attack that sends enemies flying. He calls them stupid for charging and cuts them down amid their screams. He notes their attacks work well only when vision is obscured by a normal blizzard, implying his array negates that advantage. Now empowered, he says he can see them clearly and prepares a finishing strike. The enemy recognizes the energy as belonging to the divine sword Heavenly Demon. Wenhui unleashes Mara Thousand Swords form, Mara Sword Tempest, summoning a towering storm of blades. The swirling sword tempest descends on the enemies from above. The blades tear through the Northern Sea Mythos warriors, shredding them. Their leader is struck and cries out in agony. His pained expression shows the force of the blow. As the tempest subsides, blood and debris litter the snowy ground while the wounded leader stands alone. Wenhui looms amid blood-slick snow, fan open and eyes glowing ominously. The leader trembles with rage and frustration. He roars and launches another desperate attack at Wenhui. Their weapons clash in a fierce head-on collision. Energy surges between them as the leader again screams Wenhui's name. Struggling against Wenhui's power, he demands to know how Wenhui regained his internal energy. Wenhui answers that, regardless, he is far stronger than his opponent. He drives the man back with overwhelming force. Advancing through the storm, Wenhui sarcastically asks if finally fighting him like this makes the enemy happy. The enraged leader snarls and prepares another charge. He dives toward Wenhui from above for a final clash. Cloaked in blue energy, he swings his sword down. Their blades and powers collide again in a blinding impact. Wenhui counters the attack with cold, focused intensity. The two exchange brutal close-range blows as the fight peaks. Wenhui's eyes narrow, fully engaged in the deadly struggle. He surges forward with another powerful strike, shouting as he presses the attack. The battle resumes with the fur-clad man lunging at his opponent in a blur of motion. He reacts in shock and anger as the clash begins. His enemy, a younger man in blue, twists his body and prepares a powerful strike. The younger man's attack detonates in a burst of energy against the older fighter. He plummets down toward the foe, sword drawn, while the other calmly readies a sheathed weapon. The younger man dives straight at him as the older fighter watches from below. The fur-clad man shouts that he will not allow it, and smashes his opponent to the ground. The younger man is hurled into a massive spike of ice that erupts from the ground. Another combatant uses a fan to vault and spin through the air. He flicks his fan, releasing small hidden weapons. The fur-clad man realizes in alarm that the fan user is raining concealed weapons down on him. He speeds forward, deflecting the incoming projectiles with rapid movements. Several of the needles pierce him, drawing blood across his torso. Wounded but standing, he staggers and growls in pain. He notices the spreading toxins and accuses his enemy of poisoning the weapons. The fan wielder smugly asks how his technique called soul-shattering sand tastes while pressing the attack. A storm of purple energy and projectiles whirls around them as the fan user wonders in frustration why he is not winning. He thinks that his martial arts should be far superior and questions why he still cannot defeat this opponent. The younger man grins confidently inside the vortex of energy, startling his foe. The fan user believes the former young leader is underestimating him and resents being compared to past masters. He assumes his opponent sees him as slow and barely at early supreme peak, which fuels his rage. Enraged, he charges, shouting that the other must not see him as a worthy opponent. The fur-clad man activates an icy sword, its blade sheathed in crystalline frost. He roars and launches himself with the frozen weapon toward the younger man. His face contorts in fury as the frozen power surges, amplifying his strike. Blood sprays as the icy sword tears into the fan user. Shocked, the fan user gasps in disbelief at being struck. The clash explodes into a blinding sphere of light between them. The explosion sends a massive wave of icy power outward. Shards and debris are blasted through the air as the storm rages. The icy sword spins through the air after being thrown. It slams into the ground, discharging another surge of cold energy. The younger man, now composed, asks if his foe understands why he did not use the evil ghost war robe from the start. Smiling, he remarks that it would probably take the other man longer to understand his reasoning. Reeling and bleeding heavily, the fur-clad man coughs and wonders what just happened. He realizes his opponent lured him into unleashing a large attack and questions the purpose behind it. The younger man acknowledges that the fur-clad man at least grasped that part of the plan while dark energy gathers around his weapon. The berserk fur-clad man charges again, ice power raging. The younger man notes that he deceived his enemy into thinking he had already shown his fastest speed. He then cuts the fur-clad man in a brutal pass, leaving him bloodied. The younger man comments that his opponent grew cocky after reaching early supreme peak and even lowered his guard. Cloaked in the evil ghost war robe at last, he says the man should have stayed vigilant once he saw the robe was missing. The wounded fighter recognizes him as the young heavenly demon and trembles. The fur-clad man recalls that outside help let him reach early supreme peak. He thinks that his opponent is weaker than 6 years ago and has a lower realm, so he cannot understand why he is still losing. He wonders, despite all his struggles, why he continues to face defeat. He asks if he can really not avoid defeat as his mind drifts to chain figures. The thought continues, insisting he does not want defeat as the vision cracks apart. He suddenly recognizes the terrifying presence he once feared, thinking of him. The ice poison coursing through him erupts, causing him to scream. Elsewhere, a woman in white senses that the demonic martial artists on guard have begun to move. She hears the anomaly birds cry above a tall pagoda and believes the target must be there. She muses that receiving an anomaly bird as a signal is ironic for someone from a Buddhist sect and prepares herself. Remembering the plan, she recalls that the Righteous Wind Squad will handle most enemies while she deals with the guards, spotting 3 Northern Sea Mythos warriors. The guards notice the anomaly bird and start to raise their guard just as she ambushes them. She strikes the first guard with a sudden palm attack, shocking them. The remaining guards realize they are under ambush and identify the assailant's energy as from the Ame sect. Standing over a fallen foe, she notes she has taken down one. She clashes with another and states that 2 still remain. She overwhelms the next guard in a sword struggle, making him cry out. The last Northern Sea warrior moves to attack from behind. The allied bird swoops past, wounding him and creating an opening. He curses her as an Ame sect woman while she calmly remarks that his speech suits a demonic martial artist. She smashes his blade aside, making him grunt in pain. She senses someone approaching and says she knew this timing would come. She is suddenly wounded, crying out as she is struck. A higher-ranking demonic leader approaches and asks if she came alone. Surrounded by him and more warriors, she is told she has greatly underestimated them. Catching her breath, she realizes the situation is worse than planned. Sword in hand, she steels herself, admitting things are not going as easily as hoped. Facing 3 armed men, she again hears the question about whether she came alone. Their commander raises a bell and repeats that she has greatly underestimated them. He rings the bell and invokes a sorcery as glowing runes spiral around him. She reacts in alarm as the spell's energy engulfs her. She roars and unleashes her own power to resist the bell's magic. The sorcerer clicks his tongue, noting that the bell's spell does not work on an Ame disciple as expected. She continues trading blows with the other warriors, gritting her teeth. Thinking hard, she realizes she cannot defeat them with antidemonic energy alone and wonders what to do. One opponent compliments her defensive skill even while pressing the attack. She suddenly finds their techniques familiar and questions why. She realizes they are using the same martial arts Mr. Wunhui showed her and suspects he prepared them for this battle. She thinks that the Tang clan's people are indeed wicked, remembering his harsh training. Frustrated, she yells that this is too much while cutting down more foes in a sweeping arc. A surviving demonic warrior curses her as he readies his sword, with the bird circling overhead. The bird dives, crushing him in a vortex of energy. The sorcerer recognizes the creature as the Gudiao he had been seeking. He rings the bell again, strengthening the controlling spell around the Gudiao. The Gudiao shrieks as glowing runes constrict it. The bird is slammed violently into the ground by the spell. She recognizes the fallen Gudiao as belonging to Mr. Wunhui. The sorcerer decides he will deal with her as well and readies another attack. Inside a building, a bound girl senses the vibrations outside and wonders if Wunhui has arrived. She then recognizes the scent of the sword aura as belonging to Sumin instead. Another captive reacts to the news that Sumin is here and asks about Wunhui. While the first explains she smells his sword scent faintly but he is not present. She deduces an aberration and realizes the lingering strange scent must come from the bird that arrived with them. Concentrating, she says she can faintly smell Wunhui and some from the Righteous Wind Squad at a distance, but no other allies nearby. Her companion realizes Sumin is effectively alone with only the bird to help, and the first girl confirms it. They stand, worrying that Sumin has not fully recovered her strength yet. Sumin invokes Spectral Streak, calling upon a terrifying spirit. A huge ghostly entity answers her call and looms over her. Sumin calmly offers her body to the specter and asks if it can control her if she does so. The spirit laughs at her recklessness and demands an answer, asking if she is insane. It agrees, saying it can easily ignore sorceries and ice poison though her body will be ruined afterward. Sumin states that as long as she can save Sumin and Suni, the consequences to her body do not matter. The spirit is surprised by her resolve. Delighted by the chance to fight, the specter agrees and merges fully with her. Possessed, Sumin's eyes glow and spectral flames crown her head. Blue spectral energy erupts around her body, startling her observing friend. The spirit, now using her body, stretches and cackles about how good it feels. With horns and blazing eyes, the possessed Sumin grins, saying he can never fully understand this girl. He complains that the Jianshi should have confiscated their weapons, mocking him for leaving them nearby as he grabs a ghostly sword. Hoisting one unconscious girl over his shoulder, he remarks that he has retrieved the promised child. He then asks the girl where the strongest person in the area is. She directs him to a specific direction, which he eagerly accepts. Enveloped in swirling energy, he charges off to attack. The bell-wielding sorcerer senses a massive surge of power and reacts in alarm. Seeing the incoming energy, he wonders in shock what it could be. A devastating slash of blue light carves toward him through the storm. The possessed Sumin crashes down with overwhelming force, laughing maniacally. Outside, Sumin's companion Suni looks up happily and calls out to her. Suni then sees Sumin's body hurled through the air toward her and shouts her name in panic. Suni catches the limp Sumin in her arms as they skid back. She anxiously asks if Sumin is alright and begs her to undo the sorceress bindings around them. Despite the urgency, Suni complains while calmly starting to dispel the sorcery. The possessed Sumin dives at the sorcerer, laughing wildly. The sorcerer blocks, realizing in horror that she is host to a soul streak and that such a being is now their enemy. Sumin tells him to shut up and smashes him with a brutal kick. Another demonic warrior curses at her from afar as the chaotic fight continues. Suni and an ally cross their sword lights and cleave that warrior down together. The three allies converge on the wounded sorcerer from different directions to finish him. He is sliced repeatedly and screams insults as blood erupts. He retaliates with a desperate, bloody counterattack that throws some of them back. As he staggers away, Suni thinks they must keep as many people alive as possible because Gu Minchai has probably already killed the son. The Gudiao slams into him again with a screech, injuring him further. He crashes to the ground and shouts at the bird in fury. Once more, the three warriors close in from all sides for a coordinated assault. Their combined strike tears through him, blood gushing from his mouth. The impact creates a towering pillar of ice and snow that engulfs the battlefield. Back at the earlier fight, the cloaked young leader is blasted by the icy explosion. He sees his berserk foe charging at him through the blizzard. The ice-armored Jiangshi roars, his body wreathed in blue flame. The young leader admits that his own earlier attack has been nullified. The Jiangshi swings his massive icy fist at him with murderous force. The cloaked young leader meets the blow head-on, eyes wide. A column of energy erupts skyward as their powers collide. Ghostly companions ask if the young leader is alright, and he admits he did not anticipate this development. Watching the rampaging Jiangshi, he notes that the man actually fights better after losing his sanity. He activates Shadow Shroud Step, vanishing through the blinding storm. The Jiangshi thinks to himself that it finally makes sense why he could keep up with Gu Minchai. He concludes that his success came from easily reading Gu Minchi's Northern Sea mythos techniques and predicting his moves despite being a lower realm. The narrator notes a caveat as the crazed opponent screams in pain amid the clash. Observing the black-clad fighter's berserk state, the narrator explains his attacks have become erratic and impulsive. The protagonist thinks he spent too much power on Sword Tempest Mara and complains that this battle is harder than expected. Empowered by dark energy, the hooded main character rushes forward with a vicious grin. He dashes across the snowy battlefield toward his distant, roaring enemy. The enemy charges after him, both racing headlong through the storm. An explosive exchange sends the enemy flying and screaming amid fire and debris. The icy life-stealing sword stands embedded in the ground, radiating cold energy. The protagonist seizes the life-stealing sword, readying a stronger attack. He rockets forward in a straight line, propelling himself with tremendous force. Catching his breath, he says he chose to fight cautiously. Surrounded by a vast sorcerous vortex, he begins activating a powerful technique above his foe. Deciding he has no other option, he crushes ice fragments in his hands and unleashes more power. With ice shards swirling around him, he crouches within a spiraling magic circle. He channels frigid energy between his hands, carefully controlling the life-stealing power. His spirit companion anxiously asks if he really intends to use life-stealing as a replacement for miracle medicine, and he replies that he already said he would. Bathed in light, the spirit comments that although it is a shame to expend such a fine weapon in one use, doing so was the right call. The protagonist, still masked and cloaked in purple aura, says the recovered strength is insufficient. His feral enemy, wreathed in blue cold chi, dives at him again. The white-skinned monster howls, body swelling with even greater rage and cold energy. The protagonist reflects that simply restoring his internal energy will not be enough to win. His spirits realize in horror that he plans to cultivate chi while fighting, warning that this is madness and could cause chi blockage. He answers that such danger applies only if he used the normal method. The rampaging foe pours out blue energy and lunges at him. Their clash shatters the ground in a massive impact of force and ice. Both opponents collide again, blue and purple energies intertwining midair. The spirits watch in shock, recognizing that he is cultivating chi while fighting and suspecting Wudong's dual internal energy art. The crazed monster continues its relentless charge across the battlefield. The protagonist narrowly evades within a lattice of light and shadow as attacks flash past. He raises two glowing fingers, focusing sorceress power at their tips. A glowing purple chain of energy smashes into the monster's face, knocking him back. He binds the foe with the luminous chain, restraining the raging body. The spirits stare at the chains and wonder if he is actually using sorcery. They realize in awe that he is simultaneously employing martial arts, chi cultivation, and sorcery. Narration recalls that in his past life he only practiced sorcery, so he refined a technique to activate sorcery faster for succession struggles. The Wudong dual internal energy art is explained as a method that splits the user's personality to enable two parallel thought processes. The narration adds that while this doubles thinking speed, it heavily strains the upper dantian and can cause severe harm if misused. Because his upper dantian was abnormally large, he considered enduring more than double the load. By repeatedly stacking the dual internal energy art, he theorized he could further divide his mind into many parts. This evolved technique would let him quickly control multiple divisions of thought, granting true parallel cognition. He names this enhanced technique the divided mind art. Using it now, he looms above his enemy amid a storm of purple chains. The spirits marvel at how powerful his upper dantian remains even without fully regaining his past life strength. He judges that victory is only a matter of time and focuses on dodging while maximizing energy absorption and minimizing healing expenditure. Reflecting internally, he notes that the life-stealing blade holds an enormous amount of cold chi that is difficult to digest. He then realizes his foe, fighting in front of him, is an excellent model for how to manage cold chi. He observes that the maddened beast is attacking with raw cold chi and considers this the perfect textbook to study. The monster roars as purple chains and blue energy clash violently against its body. It screams in torment, cold flames erupting more fiercely around it. The protagonist taunts the roaring creature, telling it to display every martial art it knows. He resolves to split his mind further so some parts can analyze the enemy's movements. Using those extra thoughts, he plans to modify the enemy's cold chi techniques to suit himself. The monster lunges again, preparing another devastating attack. A huge impact bursts across the snow as their powers collide once more. The white-skinned foe continues pressing the attack, swinging and kicking with cold chi-infused limbs. He charges forward again, the battlefield shattering under each step. The protagonist plants his hand on the ground, unleashing another wave of power. His palm glows as his dark energy spreads outward. A swirling purple vortex rises, drawing the enemy toward him and eliciting a startled cry. He tightens a luminous chain in his hand, preparing another decisive blow. The chain pierces the enemy again as dark tendrils dance around them. The monster bellows furiously, blood spraying as the sorcery tears into him. The protagonist steps forward decisively as he advances on his wounded foe. He remarks that he is beginning to understand how to handle the cold chi coursing through him. The cold energy condenses into a bright sphere inside his body. The spirits exclaim that he is gathering energy incredibly fast and wonder if he truly succeeded in cultivating chi mid-battle. He concludes that he must adapt Gu Minchi's way of handling cold chi to his own style and absorb the venom dragon cultivation through the black dragon chi arts. Narration states that evolving the black dragon chi arts yields the black dragon cultivation technique. It adds that this evolved central dantian will also strengthen his upper dantian. Dark phantom beasts swirl around him as his power surges to new heights. Purple lightning-like energy erupts upward as he unleashes this overwhelming aura. His eyes glow intensely, signaling the transformation taking hold. His entire appearance shifts to white hair and demonic markings, radiating immense power. The spirits excitedly note that his hair now resembles that of his past life self. They are stunned by the spectral and demonic chi emanating from him. They also sense the crushing aura that now surrounds his transformed body. One spirit identifies him as the incarnation of Mara. The crazed enemy falters and cries out in fear at this new form. The protagonist descends, his demonic aura towering while the enemy stares up in terror. He unfurls his bladed fan, readying another deadly attack. With a sweeping slash of purple light, he cuts through the air toward the foe. The strike hits home, exploding against the monster and drawing a desperate scream. He continues the assault, crossing beams of energy that tear the enemy apart. A follow-up slash carves a massive arc through the battlefield, finishing the attack. The purple lights crisscross repeatedly, forming a lattice that encloses the opponent. Trapped inside a glowing geometric cage, the monster screams in panic. The protagonist tightens his control over the construct, determined to end it. The prison detonates in a violent burst of purple energy. The monster shrieks as its body is overwhelmed and disintegrated by the blast. When the light fades, only a figure remains standing amid a cloud of dissipating energy. The charred, half-destroyed enemy collapses, barely able to groan. Standing over the corpse, the protagonist calmly thanks him for the valuable lesson. He then coldly states that it is time for the enemy to die. A final blow obliterates the monster's head, ending the fight decisively. Blood and fragments rain down as the transformed protagonist looks up through the storm. The spirits praise him for defeating a supreme peak-level foe in such chaos, calling his progress extraordinary. He brushes off the compliment, saying he must re-examine the hastily altered Black Dragon chi arts. He reflects that although he has not yet reached supreme peak, he has absorbed extreme mean with life-stealing and can now briefly use divided mind art. The spirits remark that the corpse belonged to one of the 10 pillars of the demonic path and call his death pitiful, but the protagonist insists the man brought it on himself. Looking at the dead elder, he muses that the man relied on his organization rather than his own strength, and would not have died like this had he climbed to supreme peak alone. Even so, the protagonist acknowledges that the fallen foe was a formidable opponent. Letting the demonic aura fade, he reminds himself that he must hurry to heal Miss Sama and his sister. His eye glows again as he shifts consciousness back from his past life-empowered state. In an inner realm of purple light, he stands amid swirling demonic shadows and runes. Footsteps echo on stone as that inner scene begins to dissolve. Outside in the courtyard, another disciple notices Miss Sumin staring at the strange sky. She is shocked to see Mr. Wunhui suddenly appear and asks where he came from. He explains he broke through the enemy's array and ended up near them. He then asks about the body at her feet, and she identifies it as the elder of Black Bone Ghost Valley. Examining the corpse and the bell beside it, he deduces this must be the feared Red Bone Terror, who clearly died bearing heavy resentment. Noting the many slashes on the body, he infers that the elder fought against all 3 women and that his Jiangshi defenses backfired on him. Wunhui congratulates the women on their feat, and they modestly reply that they only did their duty though it was difficult. One sister suddenly realizes her sibling is missing and wonders where she went. Wenhui points out the hiding girl peeking from behind a wall. Approaching her, he asks why she is cowering there. In a panic, she screams that the Demon King is going to eat her, leaving Wenhui confused. A small blue flame spirit pops out onto her head, relieved to finally be outside. The girl stiffens as the spirit leaves her, while Wenhui watches in surprise. When he calls her name, she hurriedly insists nothing is wrong and laughs it off. She then asks with a forced smile if all the fighting is truly over. Wenhui replies that he has defeated the enemy leader. However, he points out that the leader's underlings still remain, glancing up at the cloaked figures on the rooftops. The enraged Jiangshi on the eaves demand to know how he dared to kill their elder. One ally laments that there are so many enemies and asks Wenhui what they should do. Wenhui merely smiles and begins to answer. Before the foes can react, hidden allies suddenly stab one of the cloaked figures from behind. Blazing sword lights streak across the rooftops, cutting down multiple enemies at once. More enemies are bisected by these surprise attacks, dying before they can resist. The slaughter continues as heads and bodies are sliced apart in rapid succession. The women below watch the spectacle, awed by the devastating support. Reinforcements from their sect land around Wenhui, ready to fight. Their Vice Branch clan head rushes over and asks if he is unharmed. Wenhui jokingly asks what took them so long to arrive. The Vice head replies that Wenhui himself had ordered them to stay out of the array, so they waited outside and ambushed the enemies from behind. Wenhui retorts that they still could have helped rescue his sister, but the Vice head insists they were monitoring her situation too. He recalls that the women never seemed in danger and that the red bone terror screams had actually reassured him. The three women, shown in chibi form, laugh nervously and admit they now feel embarrassed about how wild the fight became. The Vice head then asks if everything truly ended well. Wenhui confidently answers yes. He starts to mention the enemy's corpse, only to stop mid-sentence as he senses something. His eyes widen in alarm at a sudden ominous presence. He turns to see a tall, bandage-wrapped figure in white robes standing calmly amid scattered limbs. Time seems to freeze as the newcomer stands on a field of crystalline ice in which several people are trapped. Wenhui and others are shown encased in ice, demonstrating the newcomer's overwhelming power. Snapping back to awareness, Wenhui stares in shock at the true threat that has appeared. The allied warriors around him suddenly collapse or clutch their heads as the chilling aura washes over them. The women struggle to stand, asking what just hit them. Wenhui realizes that merely sensing this newcomer's extreme cold she feels like being frozen to death. The narration identifies the man as Gu Raxiong, leader of the Northern Sea mythos and the fearsome Northern Sea Blade Demon. Recognizing the danger, the Vice head urgently orders the Righteous Wind Squad into their 7th formation. Tang warriors sprint urgently through the compound. One subordinate orders the Vice Branch clan head to flee home while they stay behind to delay the enemy. The eerie elder laments the cruelty of war but insists the soldiers should at least help a parent reclaim their child's corpse. The charging Tang men are suddenly struck down and cry out in pain. The spirits around Wenhui note that the enemy's Yin energy has grown to rival a top 10 martial master, suspecting outside help and that he can now perceive celestial orbits. Wenhui realizes Gu Minchai was merely bait and that Minchi's father never truly cared about him. He condemns the father for letting his son die despite being close enough to save him. Wenhui deduces the enemy wanted to probe Tang's defenses and gauge their knowledge before moving against the Dark Supreme. He identifies the attacker as Northern Sea mythos leader Gu Raxiong and judges him utterly insane. A blurred figure blitzes forward with terrifying speed. The Tang Vice head recoils in shock as Gu Raxiong appears in front of them in an instant. The Vice head attacks with a desperate punch. Someone yells for him to stop mid-strike. The rescued man reasons aloud that Gu Raxiong spared him on purpose, so no one should provoke him further. Gu Raxiong addresses Wenhui, calling him the young leader of the Tempest Squad and the 9 Dragons. Wenhui formally introduces himself as Tang Wenhui, heir of the 9 Dragons branch clan, and politely greets the Northern Sea mythos leader. Gu Raxiong stares at him and accuses him of being deceitful. He analyzes Wenhui's temperament, saying he appears calm yet seethes with rage, prompting Wenhui to ask if they have met. Wenhui answers this is their first meeting, so Gu Raxiong asks why he resents him, and Wenhui simply states he is Tang clan. Wenhui explains that any Tang would be angry when an outsider like Gu Raxiong intrudes on their territory. Gu Raxiong dismisses that explanation, claiming Wenhui's emotion is far more savage and raw than simple clan anger. Gu Raxiong mockingly asks if he perhaps killed Wenhui's family to inspire such hatred. Internally, Wenhui thinks Gu Raxiong could never understand, as someone who treats his own son like a disposable tool. Remembering his missing master, the betrayal of the divine cult, and the slaughtered followers, Wenhui admits he wants to tear Gu Raxiong apart. He forces himself to endure that rage for the sake of the followers he still needs to save. Outwardly he says he has not killed Gu Raxiong yet, though he cannot promise about the future. Gu Raxiong, stepping forward, questions why an outsider is so interested in their affairs. The Vice Branch head recognizes Wenhui's voice with surprise. Wenhui confirms to himself that Gu Minchai was never the real threat. He reflects that Minchai was manageable, but the arrival of the Northern Sea mythos leader changes everything. Wenhui knew the Tang Patriarch would not simply watch without acting. The Dark Supreme appears wreathed in green power, telling Wenhui to handle what he must and then leave. He orders Gu Raxiong to finish his business quickly and depart. Tang disciples see the blazing aura and shout to their clan head as he confronts Gu Raxiong. Observers recognize the aura as belonging to the Tang Patriarch, the Dark Supreme, one of the top 10 martial masters alongside their own father. A massive blast of power erupts between the two masters. The Dark Supreme lands heavily, bracing himself as shockwaves roll across the courtyard. He strides toward Gu Raxiong and Wenhui, remarking on who has come. Gu Raxiong greets his old acquaintance, the Tang clan leader, claiming it has been a long time. The Dark Supreme replies that while it has indeed been long, he is far from pleased to see Gu Raxiong. Gu Raxiong feigns hurt, saying he traveled far to meet him, while the Dark Supreme replies that taking Gu Raxiong's head would please many people. Wenhui's spirits comment that both men talk about killing each other without changing expression, concluding they are equally deranged. Wenhui observes that one of the two masters is exploiting the assassination plot for profit. He notes the other master knows this but remains indifferent. The Dark Supreme asks Gu Raxiong if he truly thinks he can take his head. He summons numerous thin blades or needles with his green chi, radiating lethal intent. Gu Raxiong laughs and insists there is no reason he could not kill him. Gu Raxiong calmly floats amid the surging energies, ready to clash. Their powers collide violently, blasting the surrounding Tang warriors backward. The Vice Head and Wenhui stagger under the overwhelming pressure radiating from the two Grandmasters. The two stand opposite each other, fully unleashing their respective auras. Gu Raxiong unexpectedly turns his back and starts to leave, prompting the Dark Supreme to ask if he is departing already. Gu Raxiong answers there is no reason to stay since he has already obtained what he wanted. The Dark Supreme reacts in confusion, demanding to know what he means. Gu Raxiong promises to visit again soon and hints he will bring a special gift next time. The Dark Supreme coldly replies that he will be waiting. As Gu Raxiong's presence fades, the Patriarch tells his people to look forward to the enemy's next move. With the crushing aura gone, Tang members collapse or gasp in relief. Wenhui's group bows and thanks the Patriarch, who calls all Tang his children. Wenhui says he only did his duty but starts to mention something else, drawing a questioning look from the clan head. Wenhui suddenly feels something off and his eye widens in alarm. The Dark Supreme stumbles, overcome by a hidden internal injury. Wenhui rushes forward to support him. The Patriarch diagnoses Wenhui instead, saying the young man's internal wound is severe and praising his endurance. Turning back to Gu Raxiong's departure, he notes that the man claimed to have gotten what he wanted. The Dark Supreme decides he must begin preparations for whatever scheme is coming. Meanwhile, night carriages depart the Tang estate, carrying people away. Inside one carriage, a woman looks out the window as they ride through the night. 3 young women sit silently in the carriage, shaken by the recent events. One recalls promising to become Wenhui's sword yet regrets that she was unable to help. The 3 girls look at each other, sharing quiet resolve. One of them begins to speak to Sumin and Suini, hesitating. The girl finally declares that she wants to become stronger. Her companions trade a surprised glance. Then they smile, clearly sharing her determination. The 3 friends bump fists, vowing together to become stronger. Their carriage rolls out of the Tang compound under the night sky. Morning light reveals Wenhui's room, now calm and orderly. Wenhui wakes in bed, looking contemplative after surviving the ordeal. His spirit companions panic around him and ask if he is alright. He rises abruptly from bed, his hair swishing. The spirits explain that the Dark Supreme personally healed his injuries. Wenhui turns and someone asks if he is awake. He sees the Tang Patriarch seated with a black-clad woman behind him, who notes Wenhui's good recovery. Wenhui offers formal greetings and thanks the Patriarch for treating him, admitting he does not know how to repay the favor. The Patriarch chuckles that no repayment is needed, calling any Tang his child. Wenhui still feels indebted, prompting the woman to react in embarrassment. The 3 sit facing one another in awkward silence. Wenhui internally wonders who the unfamiliar woman is. The Patriarch starts to introduce her as Yuan, saying she had long wanted to meet Wenhui, but she protests loudly and roughhouses him in embarrassment. She turns on Wenhui, saying that besides, he would not remember her anyway. She mutters that he cannot remember her, while Wenhui and the spirits look confused and the spirits scold him for wasting his handsome face and not understanding women. Wenhui, baffled, wonders what he did wrong. The Patriarch changes the subject with a gruff. Anyway, as he leaves, he advises Wenhui not to overexert himself for a while. Wenhui calls after the woman, thanking her as well. The door closes behind them. Ignoring orders to rest, Wenhui stands up carefully. His spirits ask what he intends to do now. Wenhui sits to meditate, saying he must prepare for tomorrow's duel. He begins by activating the Venom Dragon cultivation technique. Green energy flares at his lower abdomen as he opens his lower dantian. He then links the black dragon chi to his central dantian. His torso erupts with surging green energy as the chi rages inside him. The strain makes him vomit blood. Shaking and bloodied, he continues, planning one final step. He fuses the energies with the Phantom King Tome in his upper dantian, igniting brilliant power in his forehead. Visions of a ferocious red demonic beast roar into view. A second green dragon head appears, representing another aspect of his chi. A third purple monstrous visage manifests as well, completing the triad. Wenhui endures as 3 distinct true chi forms merge within him. The power explodes outward in a blinding burst from his eye. The resulting shockwave blasts through the building and out into the courtyard. Furniture skids across the floor under the force of his aura. His spirits gasp in awe at what they are witnessing. They recognize that Wenhui has achieved the heavenly demon heart protection arts. Transformed and wreathed in purple energy, Wenhui finishes the technique and calmly says he is done. Elsewhere, the the Tang Patriarch begins a conversation, remarking that Wenhui defeated Gu Minchai, one of the 10 demonic pillars. He admits he had low expectations for a duel with a youth who had not even reached Supreme Peak. He reflects that the duel was originally just an excuse to meet the Dark Supreme, yet Wenhui improved enough in days to beat a Supreme Peak master. Comparing himself to Gu Raxiong, he wonders how he can aim for celestial heights when he misjudges talents beneath him. Rising to his feet, he questions what truly lies below him. He concludes it must be the martial arts he has practiced up to now. Staring at his treasured weapon, he realizes something important. He decides the flaw lies with his own Golden Lion Blade technique. He notes he has wielded the sword as long as any of the top 10 martial masters. He muses that if he had been born to a great clan or sect, things might have been different. He regrets never having a proper master to guide him on the right path. Suddenly he brightens with realization and says, "Right." He thinks that Wenhui must know something he himself does not. He recalls Wenhui defeating his own disciple despite barely starting sword practice. And now the boy has slain Gu Minchai as well. Fired up, he strides out of the hall. From a balcony he looks toward the Tang training grounds, thinking of Wenhui. He wonders aloud what exactly Wenhui knows. The scene shifts to the bright training courtyard bathed in morning light. Wenhui finishes bandaging his torso, readying himself. His spirits protest as he walks out, addressing him as young leader. They remind him the Dark Supreme healed him, but insist he should still be resting. Wenhui continues toward the training ground anyway. He takes a wooden practice sword from the rack. He tells the spirits he cannot afford to skip training despite his condition. He plants his foot firmly on the ground, assuming a stance. Smiling, he says there is another reason to train. Hidden among the foliage, the Patriarch watches, recalling his promise to help Wenhui. Wenhui focuses, gripping the sword with calm determination. He closes his eyes to concentrate fully. The Patriarch silently observes from his vantage point. He reasons that a noble child like Wenhui must have received some extraordinary instruction. Excited, he urges inwardly for Wenhui to show him that hidden knowledge. The old master, shocked by the young man's power, demands to know what kind of training he has received as the youth brings his sword down. The young swordsman unleashes a powerful downward slash with focused determination. Watching from the bushes, the bearded elder realizes the move is only a basic downswing. He suddenly understands that the youth is merely warming up as the swordsman continues fluid practice swings. Excited, the elder urges him to continue, asking to see the next technique. The swordsman responds by unleashing another sweeping attack, showing more of what he has learned. His slash carves through the air with immense force. The hidden elder stares in stunned silence at what he is witnessing. The swordsman calmly ends his sequence, leaving the elder wondering if that short display is all. The elder, gripping a branch, questions why he has not yet seen any secret teachings like those of the Dark Supreme or the Tang clan's prized arts. Frustrated, he cannot understand why the youth keeps repeating such simple sword basics. Concluding that the demonstration was a waste of time, he suspects the youth's earlier confidence was all an act. Yet he keeps watching intently, not fully able to dismiss what he saw. As the youth continues practicing, the elder senses something changing and remains on guard. He notices that, despite the intensity, the young swordsman actually seems to be enjoying himself. The scene shifts to a bustling city of pavilions and people going about their day. Crowds gather in a courtyard, buzzing as if something important is about to happen. A young woman in the crowd notices someone and reacts in surprise. She and another disciple excitedly call out to a senior they spot ahead of them. The senior disciple turns, hearing them call to him. He asks the group of women if something is happening, wondering if a major duel is taking place. One woman replies that the duel is not between the clan head and the Blade King. She explains that the challenger is actually Tang Wenhui, the vice branch clan head. Wenhui and the imposing elder warrior face each other in the arena. The elder, armed with a massive blade, approaches Wenhui as the duel begins in earnest. Wenhui introduces himself formally as vice branch clan head of the Nine Dragons clan and expresses hope for a good duel. The elder introduces himself as Weiji Humyang, leader of the Lion sect, warning Wenhui to be prepared. Humyang notices that Wenhui's blade looks different than expected. He asks about the fan-shaped weapon Wenhui used before, but Wenhui dismisses the question. Wenhui asserts that the weapon itself is not what truly matters. His spectral companions panic about his risky stance, but another spirit tells them not to question his decisions. Humyang, offended, demands what Wenhui means by belittling the importance of weapons. Enraged, he shouts that a pampered child from a famed clan cannot understand people like him. He charges Wenhui with a blazing attack, his weapon wreathed in fire. Observers recoil from the killing intent radiating from the clash. One senior worries the duel is going too far and prepares to intervene. Another elder stops him, telling him to keep watching. That elder insists they see what Wenhui can really do before stepping in. Wenhui calmly replies that whether he is from a renowned clan or a vagabond makes no difference. He explains that his origins are irrelevant compared to what he does with his skills. In a flash, Wenhui's strike slices off the end of Humyang's braided hair, shocking him. The spirits remark that Wenhui is being ruthless and ask how he will handle the consequences. Humyang slams his heavy blade into the ground, cracking the arena floor. He declares he is done tolerating Wenhui's attitude and will fight seriously. Humyang walks to the weapon rack, intent on choosing another sword. He grabs a standard blade, discarding his earlier weapon. With that sword he rushes Wenhui again, saying the duel truly starts now. Wenhui smiles and invites him to show everything he has. Humyang, charging with full force, demands Wenhui prove what is so important beyond weapons and status. He swings down with overwhelming might as Wenhui braces to meet the blow. The elder's fierce attack collides with Wenhui's guard. Wenhui strains under the impact, blocking with both hands. As they cross weapons, Humyang closes in, trying to exploit an opening. He lands a brutal blow on Wenhui's chest. Wenhui staggers back, coughing blood from the heavy strike. Humyang continues pressing his advantage, decrying Wenhui's philosophy mid-assault. He insists that neither martial techniques nor the weapon's form truly matter either. His onslaught tears up the arena floor as Wenhui is driven back. Humyang roars, asking Wenhui what, then, is the thing that actually matters. Bloodied but steady, Wenhui plants his feet and raises his sword once more. He wipes the blood from his lips, eyes burning with resolve. Humyang watches curiously, sensing the young man has not yet given up. Humyang admits he secretly watched Wenhui training the previous day. Wenhui and his spirits react blankly to this confession. The spirits mock Humyang's idea of stealth, comparing him to an obvious, lumbering dog. Humyang explains he expected some unique technique but had only seen Wenhui repeat the basics. Now, however, he feels that Wenhui is different when actually fighting. His eye flares with energy as he resolves to take the duel seriously. Igniting his sword with blazing aura, he says he will not assume this is all Wenhui can do. He rushes forward with a massive, flaming strike. Humyang unleashes a towering wave of sword fire, daring Wenhui to block it. The fiery attack explodes across the arena, tearing up the ground. Wenhui charges directly into the incoming flame. The explosion engulfs the courtyard in blinding fire and shockwaves. Onlookers are nearly blown away and cry out in alarm. Even senior figures can only stare silently at the devastation. As the dust clears, Humyang stands gripping his sword, a huge gouge carved in the arena with Wenhui's silhouette at its far end. Seeing Wenhui still standing, Humyang recognizes a familiar look on his face. He wonders what Wenhui finds so enjoyable about this brutal battle, noticing the youth's blood-streaked smile. Wenhui says that with such a strong opponent and a chance to test all his training, he has every reason to enjoy himself. He elaborates that facing a formidable foe and displaying his growth is exactly what excites him. Humyang, baffled that Wenhui can say this despite being hurt, calls him insane. Wenhui answers that this mindset is what defines a martial artist and implies Humyang feels the same. He points at the elder, asserting that Humyang is also enjoying the fight. Humyang grips his sword, repeating Wenhui's words about having fun. Seeing his own reflection in the blade, he questions whether he truly is enjoying himself. Remembering his youth, he wonders when he first began climbing the endless cliff of martial arts. He recalls clawing his way upward, hands bloody from relentless effort. In a flashback, someone once asked the young Blade King why he sought greater strength. Humyang realizes he never had a lofty reason for training so hard. In his memory, he smiles as a younger man, admitting he simply liked wielding the sword. He remembers swinging his blade just because it was fun. Over time, that enjoyment carried him to the supreme peak and to leading his own sect. Back in the present, he realizes he has always just wanted to enjoy martial arts. Staring up at the starry sky from the cliff, he accepts that he truly loves martial arts for their own sake. Tears begin to fall from his face as this truth sinks in. His tears splash onto the cracked ground below. Steadying himself, he rises once more, bloodied hands clenched. His eyes focus with renewed clarity and passion. Alone at the cliff's edge under the night sky, he stands in contemplation. He takes a decisive step, signaling a new resolve. That step lands with explosive force, symbolizing his rekindled fighting spirit. Laughing in exhilaration, Humyang roars that this is incredibly fun and revels in the battle. He lifts his glowing sword high as its power surges. The intensity of his aura shakes the surroundings, startling observers. Spectators exclaim in disbelief that such a terrifying clash is supposedly just training. Humyang's aura forms a roaring lion as he begs Wenhui to continue fighting longer. Wenhui's spirits warn him of the danger and urge him to dodge, while he grimly notes the attack will leave him bettered afterward. The lion-shaped blast bears down as the spirits scream for him to move, saying even he cannot block it. People flee the area, shouting and panicking as the attack descends. Overhead, a calm inner voice tells Wenhui that his sword must now be directed at the true enemy. The lion blast detonates in a colossal explosion that rocks the entire compound. Onlookers stare in stunned silence at the smoke and fire. The blast leaves a gigantic crater torn into the arena floor. Later, elders escort a weary Humyang away from the crater as he quietly offers congratulations. Wenhui, battered but standing, returns the congratulations with a formal salute. Disciples and elders together offer loud congratulations on Humyang's new achievement. Humyang faces Wenhui in the aftermath, surrounded by onlookers. He steps closer, acknowledging Wenhui. Humyang thanks Wenhui for reminding him of something important he had long forgotten. Wenhui, smiling, replies that he is grateful for the lessons he received. Another elder comments that the heartfelt exchange is surprisingly wholesome. Addressing everyone, this elder declares the duel over and hints that there is more to discuss. He announces that he plans to revive a long-disbanded unit called the Tempest Squad. He specifies that this squad, dissolved 24 years earlier, will be brought back. The gathered warriors react with shock at the news. They shout questions, incredulous that the Tempest Squad might return. Senior figures protest that reviving the squad is too dangerous, and remind him he once vowed to disband it. Others agree loudly, arguing there is no point bringing back a unit that suffered such a crushing defeat. One man mutters that the idea is absurd. A flashback shows how the squad once bled heavily battling on the front lines against the demonic cult. The narrator explains that although they suffered terribly, the elders now reject the idea of fighting that war again. The white-haired leader firmly says he will do it anyway and challenges anyone to try and stop him. Another elder starts to object, only to be abruptly overwhelmed. A suffocating aura seizes several protesting elders, forcing them to clutch their throats. They collapse under the pressure, gasping and unable to speak. Terrifying red eyes materialize in the darkness, representing the crushing intimidation. A looming shadow behind them makes one elder scream in terror. One man sees that monstrous presence reflected in his eye and freezes. The frightened elders immediately apologize and flee, while the leader dismisses their panic as overreacting to a simple scare. Clearing his throat, he turns back to the crowd and resumes speaking. He explains that he wants to revive the Tempest Squad to deter the demonic cult. He adds that they cannot face the cult alone, so he intends to extend an offer to everyone present and to their allies across the martial world. He lays out 3 conditions for joining the Tempest Squad, focusing on teamwork, loyalty, and martial skill, and promises to accept anyone who meets them. Ordinary martial artists realize this means even non-Tang clan members can join. The leader formally opens recruitment to all who wish to enter the Tempest Squad, and the crowd erupts in excitement. Wenhui, exhausted and bloodstained, descends the steps, quietly processing everything. Someone calls out his name, drawing his attention. His companions approach, praising how well he fought and how quickly he is advancing by dueling such a master. Later, Wenhui boasts playfully about how great he is, while his friends sigh and brush off his self-praise. Tang Wenhui turns toward the approaching clean disciple, curious. The man greets him politely, introducing himself as Li Qiusan of the Qingqing sect. Hearing the name Li Qiusan, Wenhui silently notes it. A female disciple looks at Wenhui in confusion as he approaches her. Wenhui stares at her, and she nervously asks why he is looking at her that way. Grinning eerily, Wenhui laughs and insists her assumption is wrong. Wenhui formally introduces himself as Tang Wenhui of the Nine Dragons Division and says he has heard much about Qiusan. Qiusan, surprised, asks if that is true. Wenhui claims the girl often says she has much to learn from Qiusan and calls it an honor to meet him. Qiusan happily praises the girl while she protests in embarrassment. The girl suddenly senses something ominous from Wenhui as green and blue auras flare. Wenhui's spirit companions realize Qiusan bears a soul streak. The spirits are shocked that Qingqing has at least 2 people with soul streaks, and Wenhui muses there could be more. Wenhui narrows his eyes, focusing intently. He observes Qiusan's bright, powerful energy and recalls that this man will be called the best swordsman in the future. Intrigued, Wenhui finds Qiusan interesting and understands his future reputation. The girl complains about being hit on the head while Wenhui remembers something. Wenhui starts to mention that the girl said Qiusan often goes out with other women, causing her to tackle him screaming. She furiously throttles him, shouting that she never said such a thing, while Qiusan laughs. 2 women watch the chaotic scene in stunned silence. Observing Wenhui and the girl argue, they comment that the pair unexpectedly seem to get along well. As the group laughs together, someone new walks toward them. The newcomer calls out to young Master Wenhui, catching his attention. The man informs Wenhui that the patriarch wishes to see him. The scene shifts to night over the Grand Tang estate. Wenhui meets the white-bearded Tang patriarch in a courtyard. Wenhui says he heard the patriarch wanted to see him, and the old man confirms it. The patriarch suddenly releases a terrifying red aura. Empowered by killing intent, he announces that the questioning begins. He warns Wenhui to answer carefully, while Wenhui wonders if his identity has been exposed. The spirits panic, calling the patriarch a monster and urging Wenhui to run as he recalls this man was not present during the Gu Minchai incident. The patriarch addresses Wenhui by his full Tang title, making him realize he cannot avoid confrontation. Wenhui prepares to draw his sword, thinking he has no choice. Instead of attacking, the patriarch proudly shows a drawing of his granddaughter and asks Wenhui if she is beautiful, leading Wenhui to think he is just a doting grandfather. Wenhui agrees she is beautiful, and the patriarch happily says he knew Wenhui would think so. The patriarch immediately declares he will not give her to Wenhui, while Wenhui protests that he never asked for her, and the old man praises that answer. Wenhui wonders what the patriarch really wants, but the old man postpones the topic for later. The patriarch recalls that when Wenhui first stepped onto the duel stage, he thought Wenhui resembled the demonic martial artists of Heavenly Mountain. He admits Wenhui is clearly talented. However, he stresses that mindset and balanced martial arts are more important than raw power. He explains that without balance, great martial strength only causes chi blockage. Demonstrating with lightning-like energy, he says such imbalance will ultimately obstruct one's chi. He reminisces about a similarly gifted disciple from 17 years ago whom he enjoyed teaching. That disciple was later rumored to suffer from severe chi blockage. Wenhui asks who this person is, and the patriarch says everyone should know him. Wenhui anxiously wonders if it could be someone he knows. The patriarch continues that the demons of Heavenly Mountain called that disciple the divine sword Heavenly Demon. Back in his room, Wenhui silently reflects while tying his hair. A flashback shows young Wenhui walking with his white-haired master. The master tells child Wenhui he once visited Qinghai Lake long before meeting him. The master explains he could not enjoy its beauty, prompting Wenhui to ask why. The master says he had been badly injured, both physically and mentally. At that time he was raiding mountain bandits. He draws his swords to face the bandits. He massacres the cruel bandits, describing them as extremely terrible people. But then he was gravely wounded by an unexpected monstrous foe. He barely escaped and collapsed near water, feeling death close by. Someone's footsteps approach his dying body. The master recalls that despite his condition, he met a person there he could never forget. The narrative shifts to a cave where the injured master awakens. A man tells him he is awake, and the master realizes where he is. The man chides him for sleeping outside, revealing himself as the Dark Supreme. The master says this person treated and even taught him. Young Wenhui looks up at the man with admiration. The Dark Supreme smiles kindly at him. Wenhui admits he had not known then that this person was the Dark Supreme. His spirits comment that fate is strange and that nothing is coincidence, noting that without the Dark Supreme's treatment Wenhui's master might never have become his master. Wenhui smiles, saying that if he finds his master someday, he would like to share a drink with both his master and the Dark Supreme. Motivated, he jumps up, deciding he must do something to make that happen. He summons Gu Minchi's soul, vowing to find his master quickly and calling the spirit forth. A fearsome demonic visage answers his call. The giant spectral gate begins to open under the spirit's power. The gate cracks apart, releasing light. Inside, chained cultists of the Northern Sea mythos stand together. One chained figure orders the others to clear a path because he must speak with Wenhui. The guardians react to his command. Wenhui appears before them, and the chained man approaches arrogantly. Wenhui criticizes Gu Minchai for forgetting his place, but Minchai insists he knows exactly what he is. Minchai confesses that he understands he was only a disposable tool. He continues, building toward a point. He laughs maniacally, declaring that Wenhui was also discarded. He points at Wenhui, saying he was betrayed by those he trusted and died pathetically. Minchai mocks that Wenhui is no different from him, while Wenhui listens silently. The spirits angrily protest Minchi's words, wanting to retaliate. Wenhui calmly tells Minchai to continue. Minchai sneers that Wenhui knows the pain of abandonment better than anyone. Wenhui replies that using the Tang clan to persecute these captives is ridiculous given Minchi's own history. He agrees that he was betrayed. Wenhui admits he once thought of using the Tang clan to search for his master. Minchai laughs that this makes Wenhui even more pathetic. Wenhui answers that following such resentment would make him no different from Minchi's group. He declares that instead he will use all his strength to protect the people he cares for. He repeats his resolve regardless of what others think. His determination visibly shakes Minchai. Minchai recalls how the mythos leader never expected anything from him. He remembers feeling insignificant in his famous brother's shadow. Wanting validation, he trained desperately. Eventually he rose to become one of the 10 pillars of the demonic path. But he feels that Wenhui's master took that status away from him. As an orphan who struggled to learn martial arts, losing it all was deeply upsetting. He believed the recognition and position should have been his. Because of this, he dreamed of overtaking Wenhui's master. Now, after hearing Wenhui, he says he finally understands something. He realizes that he and Wenhui were never meant to be equals because of their different choices and mentors. Minchai quietly accepts this insight. Wenhui tells him to stop rambling and share what he knows. Minchai begins explaining. He recounts that a man claiming to serve the mysterious society once approached the mythos leader and offered a deal. The offer was to kill the Dark Supreme in exchange for becoming cult leader. Wenhui, alarmed, asks about his master, but Minchai only knows that a society follower was tasked with tracking down the divine sword Heavenly Demon. Wenhui's eyes widen as he realizes this means his master is still alive. Minchai adds that the society granted the mythos leader unknown powers. He also heard the leader recently traveled to the Eternal Ice Mountain. Wenhui and his spirits puzzle over why the mythos leader would go to that frontline stronghold. Minchai concludes that whatever the reason, war has already begun. A somber scene shows a procession moving through snow toward the north. Hooded cultists carry a massive coffin through the blizzard. A sinister figure announces that the war has already started. The narration describes the Eternal Ice Mountain, a perpetually frozen border peak between the Northern Sea mythos and the rest of Nirim. Back at Tang, Wenhui thinks it strange that mythos leader Gu Raxiong personally went to this mountain. The spirits agree it is odd, noting even blade demons avoid living there, and Wenhui decides they must investigate since it is not too far. Wenhui worries about going alone. Hearing noise outside, he steps out to see what is happening. He finds Keel-san and the girl sparring in the courtyard. Keel-san asks why they are sparring so late, and the girl says he was too excited after what he saw earlier. Inside, Wenhui thinks deeply. He suddenly has an idea and brightens. Grinning mischievously, he begins writing, alarming his spirit companions. The spirits lament that his plotting gives them trauma. Outside, Keel-san and the girl cross blades intensely. Wenhui interrupts with a call. He tells the two that he needs to talk to them, surprising them. He shows them a document he claims to have taken from Gu Minchai 2 days earlier. Reading it, Keel-san reacts in shock. The girl insists they must report the serious matter to their superiors, while Wenhui notes inwardly that they have fully accepted his story and cautions that reporting now is risky. He explains that if they report, the Dark Supreme may mobilize forces, which might be exactly what the mythos leader wants. Therefore he wants to verify the situation himself and asks for their help since doing it alone would be hard. Keel-san laughs but hesitates. He recalls Wenhui's impressive fighting and agrees to go, saying he is not worried about Wenhui's skills. The girl clarifies that they are only going to investigate, and will retreat if anything happens. Wenhui agrees reassuringly, though his expression hints at other plans. The group arrives at the storm-lashed Eternal Ice Mountain. Wenhui confirms to himself that they have reached the Eternal Ice Mountain and admits he could not have gotten there so quickly without their help. The group arrives at a snowy mountain and decides to split up to search, warning each other to be careful. Wenhui moves alone through the snow as bursts of energy strike around him. He orders his spirit allies to look for clues while he advances, aura flaring. He recalls an old man calling something a gift, thinking about it. Wenhui reflects that the Dark Supreme never risks fights he could lose and would still be hard to defeat even with Wenhui's new strength. Certain there must be something hidden here, he searches until one of his spirits calls out to him. The spirit reports that it has found traces of blade demons nearby. Elsewhere, uneasy blade demons complain about their orders but are silenced by their superior. Their leader reminds them this mission is the Mythos leader's will and scolds them until they apologize. Wenhui ambushes 2 of the masked demons and demands to know what their leader wants. He swiftly subdues and ties up all 3 blade demons. The captured demons beg for their lives, but one starts laughing ominously. Wenhui, suspicious, asks the laughing demon what he finds amusing. The demon explains that eternal ice in this mountain can turn the dead beneath it into perpetually burning flames and mentions the Northern Sea leaders are being revived for the Mythos' comfort. A powerful ritual is unleashed as the demon prays for those leaders to rise again. Wenhui's spirits recognize the phenomenon and shout for him to dodge as red light surges, but he calmly endures it. The ritual triggers a massive fiery explosion. Flames engulf the snowy forest, sending plumes of smoke skyward. Amid the burning snow, ominous footsteps approach. A white-haired man wreathed in purple energy floats over the devastation, surrounded by dead demons. Wenhui's comrades rush to him, asking if he is safe after hearing the explosion. Coughing, Wenhui mutters about the Eternal Ice Mountain and eternally burning flames. His allies repeat in shock that the leaders of the Northern Sea are rising again. Wenhui exhales, realizing what the so-called gift really is. He looks up at the blazing peak and laughs briefly. Smiling grimly, he concludes that this terrifying revival must be the gift he was warned about. He orders his team to dash for the mountain's peak immediately. As they run, a fresh explosion erupts ahead of them. One companion blocks another detonation with his weapon. Another slashes apart incoming blasts as they climb higher. He flips forward, determined to press on. While sprinting, his friend demands an explanation, and Wenhui says he has a theory. Wenhui explains that if his guess is right, this mountain is no ordinary place and mentions what a blade demon told him. He recalls the prisoner claiming the former Northern Sea leaders beneath the mountain would rise again as eternal flames. He adds that those revenant leaders are meant to comfort the Mythos, startling his ally. He concludes that this whole place is actually their burial ground. Wenhui states that the Eternal Ice Mountain is the graveyard of past Northern Sea Mythos leaders. The trio rockets upward toward the now shattered peak. They arrive at a bloody, crystal-filled battlefield, and Wenhui's companion calls out to him in horror. Staring upward in shock, Wenhui realizes something massive has opened above them. Examining the huge hole in the ice, they agree something lies below. While one suggests reporting back first, Wenhui jumps straight down into the darkness. One of his comrades laughs and dives after him, saying adventures with Wenhui are always fun, while the other sighs. Annoyed, she starts to scold the 2 reckless men as she follows. They land in a cavern beneath the mountain, icicles hanging overhead. Moving deeper, one asks what they are supposed to find down here. A blinding light flares ahead of them. Inside, they discover towering, red-eyed monsters waiting. Wenhui instantly senses that these are not normal blade demons. A furious melee erupts as blades and weapons clash. Wenhui's companions launch synchronized strikes, cutting into the hulking demons. One ally tells Wenhui to leave these foes to them. The other urges him to go ahead and they will catch up. Wenhui thanks them sincerely before moving deeper. He races past more blade demons while his friends hold the line. A spirit worries about whether they will be alright, and Wenhui jokingly asks if it means the blade demons instead of his comrades. Ahead, a vast metal gate begins to open with a blaze of light. Wenhui steps into a grand underground hall, realizing it is the tomb of the Northern Sea Mythos leaders. He walks among the stone coffins, taking in the eerie silence. His footsteps echo as he approaches one grave in particular. He catches his breath, visibly shaken by what he sees. Staring at a cracked floor before a coffin, he curses Gu Raxiong for causing this catastrophe. Elsewhere, Wenhui's male ally ignites a green flame-sheathed sword and prepares to fight. A blade demon charges him, but he counters fearlessly. His eyes glow green as he focuses his power. With a single blinding slash, he cleaves the demon apart. The demon reels in agony, impaled by a vertical beam of sword light. The swordsman unleashes a storm of intersecting green sword beams, annihilating more foes. When the light fades, only bloody remains surround him. Nearby, another ally tears through a demon, splattering blood everywhere. A clawed hand reaches out menacingly. She answers with a sweeping blue strike that shreds her opponent. A demon corpse crashes down as she lands gracefully. Proud of herself, she asks for praise and receives a gentle pat and compliment. Back in the tomb, Wenhui opens another heavy door and steps through. His spirits ask what he plans to do now that the Mythos leaders are being resurrected, but he stays silent, thinking. Rejoining his 2 comrades, he is greeted with relief. They sense his grim mood, and Wenhui says there is no time. They must hurry to the 9 Dragons clan and he will explain on the way. Time passes and the scene shifts to the 9 Dragons clan's headquarters at sunrise. The clan patriarch listens to their full report and asks if it is all true. Wenhui confirms, saying they acted without permission because of the urgency, and the Patriarch responds that they deserve reward, not punishment. A messenger bursts in, frantically calling for Patriarch Tang. He announces that the Northern Sea mythos has entered the martial world, shocking everyone. The Patriarch laughs that their enemies are in quite a rush. He orders his people to assemble in front of the Righteous Wind Pavilion, and his subordinate obeys immediately. Addressing the gathered clan, he explains that the Northern Sea mythos has arrived with dangerous new weapons. He declares that today they will defeat the invaders and stir up a storm in the martial world. He assigns the Green Honor Squad to protect civilians from the demons. He orders the Tempest Squad to secure the eastern gates and act as the main fighting force. He then asks the famed Blade King if he is eager to move, and the warrior admits he wants to test his skills. The Patriarch entrusts the defense of the western gate to the Blade King. He tells the young elites, including Wenhui, that they are the future pillars of the clan and must not die. A sudden phenomenon lights up the sky above the clan grounds. Seeing it, the Patriarch decides to personally greet their unwelcome guests. Outside the gates, a tall figure and his followers approach while carrying large coffins. Their mysterious cargo hums with chilling power as it is moved through the snow. A violent blast tears through the gate, blowing it apart. A freezing storm of snow and energy rushes into the courtyard. The long-haired leader of the Northern Sea mythos notices the disturbance. Patriarch Tang steps out to confront him, asking how he knew the mythos would come. Tang proudly says his people are highly skilled and that nothing in Sichuan escapes his notice. The mythos leader gestures to the coffins and says Tang must therefore know about them as well. One coffin slams down, and he declares the 9 Dragons branch clan will be destroyed. The lid of a coffin begins to crack open. Several powerful enemies, including a massive blue demon and a woman in purple, stand ready with the mythos leader. A twisted underling announces that the 9 Dragons branch will be erased from the world today. Explosions erupt across the courtyard as the battle begins. Tang stands calm while the blue demon and the female warrior are flung away by the shockwaves. The mythos leader, eyes glowing, says he originally planned to take only Tang's head. Remembering earlier advice that too many strong people guard Sichuan, he decides everyone must die. He adds that killing them all will finally satisfy him. Tang deduces that this is why the mythos leader resurrected the corpses of his own former leaders. The enemy confirms they are weaker than in life but plenty strong enough for his purposes. He boasts that the revived leaders can easily kill the Tang clan's promising youths as one of the female enemies appears above Wenhui's group. Tang smirks as energy crackles around his mouth. He fully unleashes his monstrous green power, vowing that victory will not come easily for the mythos. The mythos leader responds by summoning colossal blue ice power, insisting that defeating Tang still will not be difficult. Battle rages across the compound as buildings shudder under the clash of forces. The white-haired woman vaults down to attack Wenhui's group. A deadly red slash cuts through the darkness as their attacks collide. She lands, frustrated that her move was blocked. A young woman in white takes a cut to the face but continues fighting. She declares she is not interested in women as she counters the attacker with a furious strike. Another ally urges Wenhui to leave this area to them and help others, and he agrees but warns them not to overdo it. Determined, the female disciple charges forward into the fray. The seductive enemy complains that handsome men cause trouble because they rush into things. Wenhui's comrade, eyes blazing blue, tells her to stop lusting after taken men and to go to hell. A massive explosion rocks the clan grounds once more. The chained blue demon slams his iron balls into the ground, shattering stone. He rises from the crater, chains and burning weights spinning menacingly. Someone comments that it is strange to see him like this again. A man wreathed in green flame greets the blue demon as the pagoda-bearing demon king after a long time. The demon king stares back with a grim, unreadable expression. His face twists into a ferocious, bloodthirsty grin as he powers up. Meanwhile, the Blade King strides toward a cloaked mythos warrior waiting in the street. Seeing the distant explosion, the Blade King notes that another fierce fight is happening elsewhere. The cloaked foe says he should focus on his own survival first. Drawing his weapon, the foe asks the Blade King to fight him seriously. He leaps forward, demanding that the Blade King not disappoint him. On another roof, civilians evacuate below while a cloaked mythos assassin stalks them from above. A cackling demon with a sickle drools over the sight of so many potential victims. His expression suddenly freezes as he senses danger. A blow slashes across him in midair from Wenhui's side. Wenhui and his ally pursue the fleeing demon over the rooftops. They confront the perverted old demon, warning that his giggling is going to get him killed. He sneers back that Wenhui has quite the mouth. At the same time, the main clash between Tang and the mythos leader escalates, and Tang says the real battle has begun. The mythos leader charges with an ice-coated blade, mockingly thanking Tang in advance for his head. Tang gathers swirling green power in his hand and tells the enemy he can try. As Tang releases that power, one of his own great warriors leaps into the air, ready to join the titanic duel. A fierce white-haired warrior prepares to launch an attack. His ghastly long-haired opponent reacts in alarm. A determined swordsman rushes in to join the clash. A blue-skinned demon bares its teeth, ready to fight back. The elder warrior swings a massive glowing weapon with killing intent. Another cloaked fighter moves in with cold focus. 3 sword-wielding women, one with demonic horns, coordinate their assault. A confident horned woman in purple dives into the battle. A focused young man with a top-knot charges forward to strike. A twisted assassin brandishes a curved blade with murderous glee. The main hero centers himself, channeling power into his sword technique.